Hey man, hey, you'd cut off. I was asking, you're sharing your yeah, stuff about market structure.
Yeah.
Um, I wanted to ask too, like, for market structure, do you have any firm like no-nos when it comes to trading rules? Like, for example, like, if we're an uptrend, like you'll never short, or there are only like certain exceptions, or like,
No, I mean, I wish there was some clear-cut rules that fit for every situation. But it's more a mix of things, right? Like getting used to knowing that just because something looks like a bottom, if you've got counter indications, holding off, things like that. But for me, the only clear-cut rules when it comes to crypto are on more of a macro scale, and they have less to do with trading and just more to do with what to get into and what not to get into. YouTube's not showing. Give me a second. Oh, I see what's going on. You guys are on chat. Hold on. What did I do? Telling you, my shit is bugging right now. There we go. Never ever sleeps.
oh yeah, it's back on. We can see it.
All right. So yeah, I mean, you're gonna go establishing your rules as you go. I mean, if anybody else has any rules that they think are die hard that fit for every situation, feel free to jump in on this.
But what about for yourself? Because I know that you're a
I
yeah,
don't
you
trade
create.
leverage. No leverage is a big rule for me. Um, I'm very, very strict about taking profits. Um, very strict about taking profits. Like I said,
When you say
it's all very like general stuff, right?
yeah, when you say take strict about taking profits, do you mean like you'll stick to your take profit entries, or you're more about trying to maximize your take profit, or just being consistent with your take profit?
I take profit multiple times during trades, right? Depending on timing. If I've been in the trade for an hour and I'm already up, I'm not at my point yet, but I might peel. Like you'll hear me all the time talking about taking 20% profit on top. Um, I also take profit religiously off my longer swing plays to rotate. So I do a lot of rotating, right, between projects. So like right now when we get up to 94, if we get this move, the 20% that I take out of this is going on the sideline for alts um once market cap gets back underneath, 59. But to make it simply when it comes to trading terms, I don't counter trend. I don't counter trade the trend. Right? The trend is your friend to the end. I don't try to guess breaks on support and resistance unless I have, 3 or 4 sort of indications that it's going to break. But support is support until it's not. Resistance is resistance until it's not. I never, ever, ever counter trade the market maker.
Okay, so I want to ask you a couple things you just mentioned. So the first thing is like you're saying, okay, as far as let's just go with what I can remember just now. As far as not ever counter trading the market maker, how can you know or determine that to know if you might be counter trading him?
So I don't counter trade his targets, right? So this is a good example. We our CME gap, right? We jumped up, had this big move. Everybody wanted this thing to break 100, right? This is just a lower high. It's going to keep going. It's going to break. This is when I was telling everybody to take profits. And the reason is because all of those liquidations got swept already. You see these liquidations here up top. You see where these lines start. They just opened up at this price level, right? So except for that vector right there, most of market makers' targets were underneath us, closing the CME gap, the huge vector imbalances, all the longs that opened up when people degen long this thing all the way up. There's too many targets, right? There's too much motivation for market maker to go down for me to counter trade the motivation of the market maker by trying to make something happen to the top side. And very similar to here, we dropped down, we left all of these vectors on the way down. Yeah, there's a tiny little bit of a CME gap down there. But again, all of these liquidations down here, for the most part, started very recent, right? So is it worth the market maker to come down, grab this just because there's a little bit left, kill the sentiment of the push, and make it harder for him to get to his targets up here? Or would it make more sense to catch a pivot and go after those vectors like we did? Right, so shorting into this bottom of this CME close at this point, after mitigating so much of it, would be counter trading the market maker.
Got it. And when you say you trade spot, does that mean you don't short?
Yeah, I don't trade leverage.
Okay.
I used to.
So what do you do in a bear market? You just buy the bounces, or?
Yeah, in a bear market, I play dead cat bounces with big bags. That's some of the most fun, is to play dead cat bounces during the bear market. But to be honest with you, most of my bear market goes into research. The majority of the time that I have during the bear market is put into finding gems for the bottom of the bull. I would say maybe 70% of my time, which is what this channel is going to concentrate a lot on during, well, we're obviously going to watch price action. We're going to have people in here shorting this thing down to the ground. I'm probably going to take some pretty big shorts out on Bitcoin ETFs and on MicroStrategy, but I don't trade leverage in crypto until we get some regulation. I've seen too many horrible things happen with large amounts of money. I'm not trying to play those games. But yeah, a lot of our focus is going to go into brand new coins, new cycle coins, watching the old cycle coins that don't get completely obliterated, watching the teams that are doing what they're supposed to do, building during the bear, not begging for money, not having funding rounds, or, you know, that type of shit. And then we come up with a nice solid list that we spring off the bottom with.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I want to ask you. I know you trade spot, but as you know, like most of us are leverage traders on here.
Yep.
Do you have any good advice, or if you had to only could give a couple, tips for leverage trading, or there be anything
Start
you
low
could
and
give?
slow. Start low and slow. If you want to add to your market, like we were talking about the other day about increasing your X's on the way up. If you want to responsibly add to your margin as you're getting confirmations of a move, which in turns really it's the same thing as increasing your leverage, right? There's only two ways to increase your leverage while you're in a trade. You either open a parallel trade at higher leverage, which sort of doubles your risk. It's not a good idea. Or you add to your margin, pull up your stop loss. But definitely start low and slow, and make all your mistakes on spot. Let's take away my personal bias, how I feel about leverage, or all of that shit. Just make your biggest mistakes on spot. Learn your biggest lessons on spot. And then once you're successfully, like you can enter and exit spot positions on a regular basis, then you can start to dabble. But
What do you think separates that small 5 or 10% of people that are able to make money leverage trading versus the ones who can't?
ego, sticking to your rules. Like I said, the most difficult thing about leverage is success. It's real easy in the beginning to have rules that if you don't break them, you're not going to get burned, right? Tight stop losses, low leverage, small amounts of money, protect your capital. Problem is that once you have a year or two of success, you find yourself breaking some of those rules. And that's when the danger for somebody new is that they're going to lose their whole account, making mistakes, spending too much money early. The real danger comes with success, right? That's when you lose big bags.
I was in top 5%, and then I was completely liquidated the next year. So I got a message saying you're in the top 5 on the exchange, and Also,
For
it's emotion.
for
If
for
you're
for
not, if
pro,
you're not,
for
sorry.
profit or volume? For profit or volume?
Um, I did 10,500 trades that year, and I was pretty profitable. But emotions play a lot. If you're positive and all your friends around you, and you're doing well, but if you hit a low point and you're trading leverage, it's very easy to also mess up. But yeah, like I said, you can go from being the top 5 in leverage to being a complete loser the next year. So you got to have those rules, like Dbloc said. You got to have rules that you don't break.
I think the biggest mistake people make is that they don't rotate that capital from their leverage account into their long term. As long as you keep taking those gains and buying assets with them, if you do get wiped, you're just going to get wiped for whatever your leverage account is, right? But if that leverage account that started as 2% of your portfolio ends up being 70% of your portfolio and you haven't rebalanced, then if you get hit on a bad one, you're losing a lot more. Leverage is meant to take the dollars that you have and leverage them into bigger buying power so that you can buy more assets than you're supposed to be able to have. But you have to get to the buy the assets part. If not, you're accumulating dollars, which is cool, but that's a different game, right? You're just accumulating fiat.
So let's say, for example, let's say you're making X amount of dollars every year leverage trading. What amount of that profit do you think you should be putting into, your long-term investments?
Well, think of it as percentage of your portfolio, right? You talk to any major leverage traders. I mean, even the ones that literally just stream and talk leverage all the time. If you get in their chat and you ask them what percentage of their portfolio is in leverage, it'll be underneath 10%, well underneath 10%, 5%, 3% in some cases. And it's not that they don't make tons of money, but when they make that ton of money, they take it and they buy assets, right? They take it and they'll buy that Bitcoin, they'll take it and they'll buy that ETH or whatever, whatever they're trying to accumulate. But it doesn't stay in that account. If it's not in that account, you can't lose it, right?
Yeah, that's one rule not to break. I mean, I was pretty happy when I had 10% of my money in leverage and the other 90% in spot. But once I started draining the spot bag, that's when it gets messy.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, man, if you don't mind sharing, and thanks for sharing earlier. Also, what happened? Do you think was the issue when you went from that top 5%, to not the next year?
Well, I can put it down to my attitude, but there was also, I thought after the ETF stuff at the start of 2024 started, and that's when Grayscale started buying OTC, and the Grayscale fund started dumping on exchanges. So all the technicals and all the fundamentals, these big guys can drain everybody. So you have to expect the unexpected. So that's why I like taking more than 10% of your spot bag out and trading it, even though you think you're doing the right thing, gets really dangerous because the market can do completely opposite to what everyone expects, and everything to the TA as well. So you have to protect yourself against things that are like unpredictable, because the first couple of months of 2024, they just bled Bitcoin. And there was nothing you could have seen that you wouldn't have known.
Would you say that revenge trading also played a big role in that? Like losing and then not stopping?
Well, Dbloc mentioned about assets. There was reasons why I took money out and put money into things that weren't proper assets. And potentially a bit of revenge trading, because I felt like I should have kept my money in my investments, but I had to take them out. And then potentially revenge trading, I'll just blame it on Grayscale and BlackRock. Make it feel better.
There's a little bit of overconfidence too there, because you were flying high on the horse.
I'm not a very good trader. Yeah, I'm not a very good trader. I'm a good risk taker. So
what's the difference between a good risk taker and good trader?
You look at your charts, you look at your technicals, you keep your stop losses in properly, and you don't go based on emotion.
A good risk taker can make a lot of money if they happen to come into the market at the right time. Right? If things are parabolic and you're just like, I'm going long on everything, and you catch the right wave, you can do really, really well. But if you catch it at the wrong time, or if you don't notice the trend changing, you know what I mean? That you don't notice the tide changing, it can catch you because you're riding so high that you're max leverage. So when things go wrong, they go wrong quick. And then it's not just that, but the more confident you get, now you've got 20 leverage positions open or 30 leverage positions open.
What?
How many leverage positions did you have open at once, Fly? Zeusy too. Ask Zeusy how many leverage positions he has open.
Yeah, usually about 25 on cross.
25 leverage positions on cross margin.
That's profitable sometimes.
It is. That's what I'm saying. That's the thing, right? It's the times that it's not is the problem because things go wrong quick.
One other thing that I really say, you've got a leverage position and you look at your total position size, it's $100,000. You're on 100x leverage. You've got $1,000 in there. You got to think, if you want to back your positions, you really need $100,000 in the bank. If you've only got 10 grand in the bank and you're opening up $50,000 positions, you're in trouble. So just because you're not on spot, like if you've got 50K spot and you're playing 50K positions, you can back it. But if you're playing 100 grand positions and you've got 10K there or 20K, you can't back it. So eventually, if it goes bad for you, you're wrecked. So just be aware of when you're opening up those positions that you're not going to be able to back it up.
Yeah, I've heard people say that the correct way, or I mean, what's correct, but you can use leverage to decrease your exchange risk. Let's say you have 100K, you want to open a Bitcoin position, and your stop loss would be if you're 10%.
Absolutely, yeah. Like I might have felt uncomfortable to put
you
30K on XC, but I've been more than happy to put 2K. Yep.
Yeah.
And if you do it properly and you don't get out of control, you can manage your risk. I'm not comfortable putting 30K on an exchange I don't trust, but 2K, yeah, and take it out.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people just don't realize that if your sweet spot is trading 3x on 10K and you make 30K, you can now play the same position size with less risk. Right? Obviously, that's not an end goal. 30K is great, but it's not. But there is a number that you can get to where you're getting the same benefits that you would get out of leverage without the risks.
Hey, Dbloc, what do you think is like? Would you say like once you get to a certain win rate percentage that like you got it, and it just comes down to more like your emotions and your execution? Like, would you say it's 50, 60, 70%? Or
it depends on it depends on your trading style, right? Because me personally, I'd say anything over 65% consistently, you can start to swing. Like you can start to trade more frequently. And don't look at each trade as one trade. Look at the day as a trade. Take the entire day, your wins and losses for the entire day. And that's how you judge whether you had a good trading day or not. Right? It's not, don't go from, I had a bad trade, I need a good trade now. Okay, I had a good trade, I hope I don't have a bad trade next. It's a numbers game. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. We're going to swing at some of these bottoms. Some of them are not going to be bottoms, and they're going to fall out. You're going to hit your stop loss, and you're going to swing again. Right? So judge it by the daily. But then there's people who they'll take 20 trades, right? And they might get stopped out on a majority of them, but the 2 or 3 that hit, because of how they're set up with leverage, will make up for the ones that didn't. I don't, me personally, I like to concentrate on my win rate, and then the money just flows after that. If you just concentrate on your win percentage, and concentrating on your win percentage really just means make sure your entries are tight, make sure your stop losses are where they're supposed to be, make sure your take profits are tight, stay out of that hope part of the trade, right? Where what I like to trade are the impulses, right? Especially when I was trading leverage. I wouldn't still be in the same leverage position that I started if I opened the leverage position at the bottom here. I like to trade the breakouts and the flag. Look at it like the flags, and look at it like the poles instead of the flags, right? Trade the poles. You're on leverage. You're looking for percentage gains. You're not meant to sit in a leverage trade as shit goes back and forth and you're sitting there praying to open a new one. What is it? Just, you know what I mean? Take that money, get out of that trade, You got your flag. You want to play the breakout? Cool. You open another one at the bottom of the flag or whatever you want to do. But I don't spend a lot of time in this part of the trade. And that's really good for your win percentage, right? Because when you're right, you're right. When you're right, you take it, you're right, that's a W. When you're wrong, right, this thing ends up falling apart. You end up giving it back. Now you're talking about taking what was a maybe $200 an hour trade, and now you're looking at McDonald's money, and you just wasted 4 hours of your time. Just for what? Just because you got a good end. I think the problem is that people fall in love with their entries, right? You got a really good entry, and like, I don't want to let it go. It's a really good entry. But that doesn't matter, right? What matters is the percentage. You don't care about price. You don't care about anything. All you care is about momentum, percentage, and volume. You're playing the percents. So
when it
my
comes
win
to-
percentage is where it is because, not because I'm always right, but because when I'm wrong, I don't hesitate. There's no hesitation. I don't take it bad. It's not a hit to my ego. I don't try to make something happen that's not happening. You know what I mean? Like, I was wrong. Cool. Boom. Out.
When it comes to stop losses, do you know if it's true or not that stop losses are hunted or can't be seen by exchanges or market makers or stuff like that?
I
You got,
literally
like,
just had that happen to me right this second.
Stop
Literally
losses
just
get
that.
stop losses get
They
hunted.
can.
Stop losses get hunted. But you know what's worse than having your stop loss hunted? Not having a
like,
stop loss. Yeah, that's way worse than having your stop loss hunted. So whenever you hear people talk about, I don't use stop losses, ask them why, and there's always a story there. There's always the one that got away, the stop loss that hit them and just did 100x after that. And at that point, it's emotional, right? These things are there to protect you. It wasn't the stop loss that went wrong. It's where you put the stop loss that went wrong, which is why we try not to put our stop losses where everybody else is.
That's what I was going to ask you next. So I know that's pretty obvious where people put their stop losses on the next higher or lower low.
Yeah.
What is how do you decide where to put yours?
Well, it's a couple different things, right? So, like, let's say you wanted to go in here. Let's say you got in on this candle, and you wanted to set your stop loss underneath this wick, where everybody and their mother has their stop loss set, right?
Yeah.
So you can use your ATR, like I said. I think I was talking to you the other day about that. Your average true range, it'll give you a number, right? It'll tell you 50 cents, 25 cents, a tenth of a cent, whatever. That's a bubble, right? That's the amount of price, the average price that one candle has moved. Meaning, if they go to get those liquidations, or if they go to get those stop losses that are in that place, even if you get one candle past that, chances are it won't hit your stop loss. Some people use 2 ATRs, some people use 1 ATR. Liquidations are also important. If this was full of 100x liquidations right here, I would not be setting a stop loss in the middle of them. Because, chances are you're going to get swung.
How do you determine the ATR?
It's an indicator. Just go to your indicators and put in ATR, average true range. It'll be an oscillator. It'll pop up on the bottom of your screen.
So oscillators on the bottom and indicators on the chart, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you use the average true range to give you or gauge where to put your.
I use it to set stop losses. Yeah, I usually use like a 2 ATR.
What is that? Because your ATR is that kind of heat map looking thing, right?
No, it'll just be a line. Let me see. Where's my?
Oh,
I have
okay.
it.
'Cause I was gonna say that's what popped up but I had a single
No, I'll find it. Look.
line though.
Go to indicators, put ATR.
You can kind of think of it as volatility. Like
Yeah.
the more volatile, the larger the ATR will be.
So look, the ATR for Bitcoin right now is $484.
What does that mean?
That means that the average true range that Bitcoin could move would be $482. So if you're gonna put your stop loss under here, 1 ATR underneath that instead of 812 would be 86 something. But then you see that you're in the middle of the stop losses. I mean, you're in the middle of the liquidations. But 2 ATRs would be double that.
Do you know the standard that most other people use for their ATR?
Well, the ATR changes depending on what Like if you put your ATR on ETH, it's going to be a different price point. If you put it on, it's depending on the chart that you're looking at.
I just trade Bitcoin primarily.
It's
so
standard. Yeah, the ATR is standard. You don't have to change the settings to it or anything. You want to leave it just like it is. You just want to know that the majority of people that aren't brand new are going to be at that one ATR spot. So if you're feeling like maybe unsafe being there, you can go 2 ATRs. It's a personal taste, but at the very least, don't be right at support. Most people just eye it. They're like, oh, I'm not going to put it right there because that's where everybody else is. Let me put it down here. And you're like, well, there's a more technical way to sort of do that.
Got it. Yeah, if you had to rely only on, say, you could only use 3 total oscillators and indicators for the rest of your life, which are the 3 that you would pick?
Are you gonna make me choose between all my children?
5 to 13 and the 50.
Yeah, I mean, luckily, Traders Reality has my vector candles and my EMAs, so it'd be Traders Reality for 1, my liquidation levels for 2, and then maybe a multi-time frame stochastic or the third one would be optional. Really, I only need 2. I'll be completely honest with you. Market Cypher is a good choice. That'll have your RSI, some money flow, right? So it's more of a Swiss Army knife. So Market Cypher, Traders Reality, and liquidation levels will give you like 7 indicators in one.
When you say your EMAs, what do you mean? You only use specific ones?
Yeah, the 5, the 13, the 50, the 200, and the 800. You
said 5, 15, and
5, 13, 50, 200, and 800.
I noticed that on the stream you primarily show like the 5, 15, and 30-minute time frames. Is that particularly what you mostly use when trading, or is that any specific reason you mainly?
5 minutes for 5 minutes for entries, but it's mostly just so that if I put it on the hour, it's just too slow.
You can't see the price action.
It's yeah. So the highest I'll put it on is the half hour, and that's if I'm looking at a larger sort of pattern, right? We're looking at a larger pattern play out, so we don't have to be so zoomed in. But 5 minutes, I think, is really good for tracking momentum. So that's why I usually have it on the 5. The 15, I usually leave it overnight on the 15, so it gives me enough room on the chart to where the price won't go off the chart.
Got it. What time frame do you primarily use for your trades?
I always start high. When I come in and I look at a chart for the first time, I go daily, weekly, 4 hour, 1 hour, 30, 15, and 5. But I'll scale up my time frames. Like I'll get in on the 5 minute, and then as it goes panning out, if it's a longer swing, I might end up on the hourly at the end of it. For my day trades, I'm usually between the 5 and the 15 though.
And if daily you're on the 5 to 15 mostly, how long would you say the average of those trades are as far as like the time they're open?
That depends. That just depends on the price action.
I just asked because I would just guess that if you're using smaller time frames, then the trades are probably more short term versus.
Yeah, if you wanna trade longer swings, but that's why I said that the trades move up through the time frames. So a trade that you got into on the 5 minute, might end up being that long trade that ends up being a weekly swing or something like that. You just have to track the momentum. Like right now, this 5 minute trade here has lasted for 1 day and 6 hours.
So you got into that trade right there?
Yeah, at 827-ish.
And what were the confluences that you used to determine to enter in right there?
Well, we had the support that we were looking for, and then all of these vectors, right? The stopping of the volume for me. So market maker was in on all of these drops down, but once we got down here, the effort was really made to stop the volume. right? You're stopping
And how do
volume
you
candles.
how do you determine that by looking at the vectors that they're stopping?
It's the
volume?
candles, the wicks, right? You're getting big wicks off the bottoms. Bodies are having a hard time breaking. If you look on the hourly here,
Yeah, I loaded up right there too. I saw
okay.
that day. I was looking at the other lower low,
But the main go signal on the hourly was the stopping volume candle. Big stopping
Traditional
volume candle. Next body doesn't close. Closes as a bullish engulfing. That's typically a go signal for me.
on the
Dbloc, see those day traders, they'll close that out at the end of the day. That the way they don't have to pay fees overnight, so they'll trade during the day. They can leverage. They get a free loan on that. But with the exchanges with crypto futures, it's like 8 hours. So if you don't want to pay those funding rates, you
Yeah.
might want to close your trade out before the 8-hour close. So we've kind of got like 3 trades a day. Traditionally, you come in the morning, your boss will give you 2-3x leverage and he won't charge you for it if you close it by the end of the day. If you leave it overnight, then you'll get interest on it. So that's why people look at those 8-hour windows leverage trading, so they don't have to pay the funding rate.
The 1 hour for me is the cleanest when it comes to vectors. If you just want to get an idea on what the vibe for the day is going to be.
And why do you think that is, the 1 hour versus say the 2 or 30-minute or 4 hour?
It just gives you bigger targets, right? It gives you bigger candles. If you go down into some of the lower time frames, there might be a vector here and then a couple regular candles and then a vector here. But it sort of gives you an overlay of what market makers' targets should be. Right? So looking at this, you would say, okay, well, that was a target for market maker. This is a target. And this vector here are targets. And so far, we've reclaimed 2 of them. We're looking for the last one, right? That's the move that we're looking for, is that very last one.
And then how long have you been using the vector candles for, would you say?
Damn, I don't know. Time moves so crazy in crypto. Maybe 6 years? Before
Okay,
vector
so
candles, we had to, I can't remember when the indicators actually came out. But
You said about 5
before,
years ago.
yeah, but before vector candles, we had to use the TVDI to decide what vector was going to be a candle and what wasn't. And I don't miss that at all.
So since you have so much experience with the vectors, on the 1 hour, would you say on average, like there's a time span that like the longest time that it goes to usually before those 1 hour vectors are recovered? Like it doesn't ever go, for example, past a week or 2 weeks
Oh
or
no,
2.5 weeks?
some vectors will be left. But it all depends on, like I said, motivation. If there's a parabolic move, right, that's days and days of parabolic moves, sometimes these will get left. On the weekly, you'll see vectors left on the way up, and then they'll come back and they'll refill them in the bear market. But
What
lower
about
time frame vectors seem to get recovered faster, obviously, because the price action is right there, right?
and then would you say vector candles on the 1 hour are recovered faster, more so than not, during the week or versus the weekend, or no?
No, there would be no standard for it. It just depends on what price action is looking like. And like I said, if there's any other, because whales decide they want to push market maker algo, make it difficult for them. Market maker will either fight or not fight. If there's vectors underneath that they need to recover and whales are trying to dump price like we had here, right? When Binance started selling, we had a big CME gap underneath that market maker had all but given up on. Right? All of this price action here, all of these big wicks that we had to stop us from going down to that level, market maker was all but satisfied to leave that CME gap for the bear market if he had to. But as soon as Binance came in and started selling, well, then market maker's like, all right, well, I've got targets down there that need to get taken care of anyways. So these vector gaps up here were left behind. Actually, you know what's crazy? They weren't even left behind. They dropped the vector and they reclaimed it with the wick, and then they dropped this vector and they reclaimed it with that wick. So this vector
Every
is
vector has a pair.
yeah.
They always have a
So
pair.
this is the only vector here that got left behind, really. And then
What
obviously the ones, you know, on the way down.
what percentage of the body of the wick would you say has to be recovered for it to be, or for it to be recovered?
So when things are bullish, market maker can come down and only take half of the green vectors and continue moving. So 50% of the vector when you're bullish in the, you know, in a bullish momentum. And the same on bearish momentum. On bearish momentum, market maker will only come and fill half. Somebody's got an open mic.
The moon guy.
But yeah.
God, I appreciate you sharing that.
No problem, bro.
Yeah.
Just stick around. It'll start to, because a lot of it is situational. So it's, you know, a lot of it comes down to experience.
What about with the bearish the vector candles? You mentioned, you said bullish for 50%. Is it different for the bearish ones?
No, it's the same. So like, look here, you have this bearish candle, right? But momentum was bearish at the time. I just eyeballed that, but so, you know, the come up and clear half and then roll over.
Got it. And then when you say that the market maker has to come back to pay themselves, what does that mean with the vector candles?
So the traders wanted to go short here. And market maker matched those trades for them to go short, right? If you want to go long, someone's got to sell you short. If you want to go short, someone's got to sell you long. So market maker has matching trades in all of these areas. Right? If you wanted to go long here, I mean, if you wanted to go short right here, market maker said, okay, he set a long there. And then he set a long there. And the whole way down, he's setting longs. That's how he gets his money back. Right? So here you wanted to go short again. Market maker setting longs all the way down.
And then how does he bring the price back up? Buying spot or opening other?
Just deciding to match or not match trades. Right? He controls whether you have to go to the book to match a trade or whether there's going to be a buyer for your entire order. So by stopping it, right? By stopping the volume, you can let actual sentiment kick in. Somebody's got an open mic.
Great education. 100. Collision.
Got him. CNC, I appreciate it, brother. Lawbreaker, welcome. Got a new member. W member. So yeah, so when price comes back up now, right? Now his longs are getting triggered. His TPs on his longs are getting triggered. And once all those vectors are filled, then all the money that the liquidity provider provided for this trade is now back in their pockets.
So when you say he's matching the trades and buying long as people are shorting, does that mean his money's made or comes back when people they close their trades and that brings price back? Or I'm still not understanding how the price, like how it just...
he takes profit when you get liquidated. That's what it means.
Yeah, basically look at it like your liquidation goes into their pocket. So the trick is to take their money, take the trade, but take profit before price comes back, because the market maker is going to pay himself on the money he lent you, but you don't have to be the one to pay him. Right? You can let these guys pay him.
But you're saying as and for those red vector candles, he's the one that's longing there, right?
Yeah. On every red vector, there's market maker long set. On every green vector, there's market maker shorts.
So
how you're setting these?
Yeah, how's he making money then if the price gets coming down and he's longing?
Because their job is to provide balance. Their job is to provide balance to the market. they're going to come down anyways because they're responsible for the mean reversion, right? They're the ones that control the yin and the yang. The whales try to throw off balance by making price do whatever they want. Market makers there to provide liquidity and create balance in the market. That's what exchanges actually pay them to do.
Oh, so they're making money like through other ways than just specifically through that long, pretty much.
Yeah. No, listen, they're definitely making money. You don't have to worry about them. Market makers do not break even, but they definitely don't lose, you know? So, like here, you know, price came up, they match those trades and they set shorts in those areas. Price comes down and they get paid on all their shorts.
Oh, so that's pretty much the same market maker right there, going in and coming out.
Yep. This is the payback for this candle. And now those red vectors that left down give you an idea that market maker has an intention to come back up, because why would he leave those shorts here? I mean, why would he leave those longs? Right? Red candles, long position. Candles come up, market maker's paid. Now you have to see what the sentiment is, because market maker has a goal to get up here. But if he's got to pay for the entire trip, then we get to what you're talking about, right? Breaking even. If there's $20 million for me to grab right here, and I got to put in $20 million to get there, then what are we doing? But if I can make a breakout with $3 million, if I can give you a green candle with $3 to $5 million, and then retail jumps in and pays for the rest of it, right? Pays for the rest of the gas up, then he can clear those liquidations, make his money without having to put the whole. So it's a cost benefit analysis. How much money is it going to cost them to get up or down to their targets, fighting against sentiment or with sentiment, right? They want to go with the wind. And then they control sentiment by these patterns. Retail patterns are meant to control sentiment.
They can hold for a long time too, so they can pay themselves on vectors from months ago, and when everyone else is already out of the market, they'll hold forever. They don't care. The whole vector thing is the price changing double as normal, right? So normally everyone's trading, but it's like an X-ray into the market. You can see market maker playing, because normally the price would go up and down a certain amount, but now you can see it's doubled. So you know someone's counter trading. You know market makers trying to encourage the market, trying to start a party, or he's trying to play off some previous vectors. That's what he does.
Hey, Dbloc, I'm just curious again, going a little deeper into the vector candles. So for this to be considered a market maker, like, do you have any idea on like the amount of dollar it takes for it to show up as a vector? Like, is it millions?
Well, it's 200% the tick volume of the last 10 candles combined. So the price that it takes for it to go up is exponential, right? Because so this green candle right here has 200% of the tick volume of the last 10 candles. But this candle right here also has 200% tick volume of the last 10 candles, and that includes the vector candle. So now you're talking a huge escalation, right? Now you're like at 100x. Wow. Okay. And as that goes, so by the time you get to this candle, the amount of tick volume that's in there is like insane. Right?
So the tick volume from the Trump pump must have been next level, the Bitcoin reserve.
Yeah, once it got onto some, because when coins are on dexes, they've got different type of market maker operating. They're not exchange market makers.
Oh no, not Trump coin. The Sunday when the market pumped from the reserve news, the Bitcoin.
Reserve. Yeah. I mean, just imagine. So we came from red vectors. We came from red vectors, so it's even worse, right? So this vector right here has 200% of the last 10. And then this one is including this one. So the same way. So now we're already ramped up exponentially on the tick volume. And then this happens?
That's that 4 million 50x line.
yeah, basically.
He can lose control, right, though, Dbloc? Like,
yeah, he will lose control. This is a loss of control of market maker. Market maker had no intention on making this happen. This is what happens when too much money comes in the market. It happens on a Sunday. Market maker's not even there. You overwhelm the algo, right? When market maker's not in duty, it runs on algo. Whales can easily overwhelm the algo. And then market maker has to correct. Now market maker comes back on duty on Monday, turns on his monitors and says, "What the hell did y'all do?" And then now he's got to work to bring balance back.
How do you become a market maker?
Lots of money.
Like,
They say traders, investors become traders, traders become rich, rich people become wealthy, wealthy people become devs, devs become exchanges, exchanges become market makers become legends.
Don't you just date SBF and start Alameda?
Yeah, basically. Same thing, right? It's like Vitalik started as a trader, made a bunch of money, became a dev.
What also helped me understand the concept is like thinking about their job is to provide liquidity and balance, right? So every time someone buys, someone has to sell to them, and every time someone sells, someone has to buy their sell. So if you look at, for example, low cap meme coins that don't have a market maker, where the liquidity is very low, that's what happens when
Nobody
you don't
there
have a
to,
market.
yeah, nobody
Yeah,
there. There's nobody watching.
the
unless the
chart just
bots.
moves up 10x and then another 10x and then it dumps 90%, and that's
Yeah.
where you get like insane volatility. So the market maker's job is to actually make it so that doesn't happen. But since crypto is still a relatively small market if you compare it to like S&P or whatever, you still have pretty big volatility. But yeah, the smaller the liquidity is, the more volatile the asset.
Yeah, they're the managers of the liquidity pools, basically.
Well, the top 10 wallets in those coins are the market makers. This is what Drew was talking about the other day. Getting into some of these projects with weight, you start to understand what the responsibility of the market maker is, right? Like, if you want price to come down because you sold or whatever your motivation is for it to come down, but you also are just trying to buy the dip so you can, ride it back up, then you have to be careful not to kill the sentiment. And when you're a whale in the top 10 on some of those low coins, you pull too fast or too aggressively, you can kill the sentiment, right? You kill people's will to trade the coin. And it's the same with market maker. Like, yeah, he wants to match these trades. Yeah, he's willing to make some money with the whales on the way down. But you have to be careful not to kill sentiment, or it becomes 10 times harder to make it back up to the ranges that you're looking for. And that's what
There's actually
retail patterns are about, right? You make this expanse up. Market maker gave us the last push to see if we had the will to keep going. Nobody wanted to go, so they stopped. Now,
So
they
they're
stopped
going now.
because market maker doesn't want to pay for the rest of this vector on his own, but he also doesn't want to let price get too far away from his targets because it'll kill sentiment. So he steps in when it's necessary to build these patterns, right? Stop the volume, stop the volume. So while bears are shorting every higher low, every lower high, right? They're shorting. Market makers building sell side liquidity or gas to get to his target, while keeping retail in the trade by keeping it within a retail pattern that they all recognize. He knows damn well if this thing starts to break, everybody knows what a broken flag looks like. Retail jumps in, sentiment goes bad. Now he's got a bunch of work to do. But if he can keep it cute, then he knows when it's time to break out, people will play the breakout. And then he'll add gas, and then he'll stop the gas, and he'll do it again. He's not going to pay for the whole way up because he's not going to break even, right? It takes me $20 million to make $20 million, then I'm hustling backwards. But if I can spend $5 million to influence you to spend a couple $1 million, and that influences the next guy to spend a couple $1 million, then we get to where we're going.
Do you know the guy called Wu Long who was behind the Dogecoin pump and dump in 2014?
Not off the top of my head. The name sounds familiar, but I can't recall anything from it.
Let me post it in chat. He wrote a short document, How to Pump and Dump a Coin, where he basically describes how he manipulated the prices. Like, first you build a position, then you suppress price, do a test pump, do the actual pump, do the shakeout, reallocate, distribute, and then exit with your dump. and that also has a lot of similarities with market making.
Yeah, they play
Can you do
they
that
play
with a
similar
group of
games.
people on a low liquidity exchange?
Yeah, people do it all the time.
Hey, Dbloc, for the point of interest you have that you put on your charts, how often is it a very strong area of support or resistance, or more often is it broken past or once tested once or twice?
Those are buy orders and sell orders. So that supply isn't going to break until the supply of Bitcoin that's sitting there gets absorbed.
Is there any way to know how big or small that supply is?
Yeah, you can go on CoinAnk or you can go on Bookmap or any sort of liquidity things. It costs money. You can go on YouTube and put in BTC Bookmap, live Bookmap, and there's a couple of stations that just literally stream the indicator. And then you would look at the price point, right? You'd go and you'd look at 90, right underneath 91, and you'd see how much was sitting there. I think right now is about 151 Bitcoin, if I remember correctly.
Is that supply different from the liquidation level? That's two different things.
Yeah. Your liquidation levels are your liquidation levels for leverage traders. Your supply and demand zones are buy and order sell walls.
Got it. Okay.
You could look at the order books on a big exchange that's got lots of liquidity, but that book map will go across all the exchanges and give you like a global view of how much is being bought and sold. But you can just trade the order books. You can just have a look where how much orders are in at that place, but they get spoofed.
Is there any way you can see it where it's not spoofed, Dbloc?
No, I mean that's the thing. Like when you watch, that's why I like Bookmap, because it'll show you historical, like the heat map. So if you're looking at price on a certain level and then you look across to the left and you see that they keep flashing it on and off, you see big gaps in it. You can tell that somebody's spoofing the order right there. On the straight Bookmap, you can't. I mean, on the straight order book, you can't really see that unless you just keep a running tally in your head. Right?
What is that called? You said
Bookmap.
bookmap.com.
Yeah, you can go to just go to Bookmap and you can download it onto your PC. You don't have to pay. The free one will show you enough, but if you go on YouTube and pull up some of the streams, they've got some of the paid stuff on there that helps a little bit too. But yeah, if you just want a basic idea, you can get the normal Bookmap.
Yeah, I've been using CoinAnk for the liquidation levels. It's great and it's free.
Yeah. Now CoinAnk, I mean CoinAnk will do it too. If you look at the large buy orders, go to your CoinAnk indicator and put on large orders. And then you go to this price point and just hover it, and it'll tell you how many orders are sitting there. And you'll watch them fill in real time, right? So if there's 150 there and we come up and we take a chunk of like 70 Bitcoin out, it'll change in real time. So you can see when they're getting weaker.
And then when those buy or sell walls get eaten up, do you see a lot of momentum usually after that?
Yeah, price usually goes crazy. Because the thing is, these are people who are trying to sell at this level, right? This, like, just imagine it. I say the best way to do it is imagine it like you're trading against one person, right? Even though we know it's a collective of people. But so just imagine one person has a bunch of Bitcoin here in his bag that he's trying to get rid of. The question is he done getting rid of it yet or not? How much is left? And once that guy is gone, then the sort of suppression goes away, right? Then you can clear, go into your vectors, go into your liquidations. But as long as you're pushing price, as long as you're making buys into this supply and the buys aren't bigger than the supply, then you're not going to pass that level.
All right. Well, I just bought some BTC, so hopefully we'll break the supply level.
Yeah. IQ said was up and down. Okay, so just because they're providing balance doesn't mean that price doesn't move. Right? It's not a straight 1-for-1 sort of balance, right? Like let's come here, hold on these liquidations. How's my trader's reality at? All right. So on the bigger time frames, we see how it goes, right? Like I said, when things are bullish, you only have to take 50% of the vector. So look at our first vector on the weekly. Came up, came back, took 50% of it, gave us another one, took all of that, but held support, and then moved on. These didn't get recovered, right? They don't all get recovered. When things go parabolic, the parabolic movement stays for the most part until buying pressure sort of dies off. So the same way we were looking on the lower time frames, market maker will start the party and then he'll hit the brakes. And this is when you're testing sentiment. If retail wanted to keep going here, he would have gave us more green candles on the way up, but the sentiment wasn't there for it. So if you're not going to have retail's help to push so that you can grab these vectors that you need, right? Because we came up to grab that last vector from the top of the bull market. These two vectors here got recovered with that push to 74. So now market maker's motivation is done at this point.
He's fire starter, like when you're starting a campfire. He's just the tin. Like,
Yeah.
He's the fire starter.
So at this point, market maker's motivation is gone. There's no price action above. You're in price discovery. It's going to take FOMO. It's going to take spot buys. It's going to take whales to push you through that. But if that doesn't happen, then market maker will let his foot off the gas, stop matching trades, and let the normal sentiment take over as he pays himself for all that. And then once he's done and he's paid and he's got all his money back and he's ready to push on to another level, you'll get your stopping volume candles. You'll get your reversals. And once the sentiment is in, then you get more green candles.
So when you see back-to-back vector candles, does that mean that's the same market maker just getting in and out quick, or is it multiple market makers?
Well, we look at them as one, but it's multiple, right? But they're just matching the liquidity, right? Orders are coming in, the exchange can't handle the orders, so they move to the market maker. The way it works is you've got you, and then you've got the exchange, and then you got the market maker. Right? So you come in and you say, I want to go long. Right? I want to go long 10x. And you send that order to the exchange. The exchange says, okay, send it to the market maker. We've got somebody that wants to go 10x. Market maker sends the money to the exchange. Exchange fills your trade. Market maker short is open. Right at the same price point. You make your money, you take profit, you go away, you leave, you won. That's how you win, right? That's how you get a W. Take your profit and gone. You don't take your profit, you round trip, and this money that came this way comes all the way back this way. Right back into his pocket.
He's getting paid to provide that liquidity too. So even if he doesn't do anything other than just provide the liquidity and get paid the funding rate, he's pretty happy. The exchange is happy.
Yeah. No, in the bear market, like, look at what happened during the last bear market, IQ. So our bull market here, look at how many vectors we left on the way up. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weekly vectors on the way up that didn't get reclaimed. But look at what happened during the bear market. Where do we come down to? So the vectors that are left on the way up during the bull market become the targets for the bear market. Right? If you put it on the monthly, you can see it clear. Bull market, bear market. Bull market, bear market. Or fill, I should say, not bull market, bear market. Bull market, green vectors came back, bear market, filled them. Left these vectors on the way down during the bear, filled them during the bull. And now we're grinding. Each one of these has been filled 50% already. So we haven't even started leaving vectors behind yet. So the chances are, remember, we've never gone underneath where the president is elected during the bear market. So the president was elected on the 5th. We were at 69.8, which means that this vector for me is going to get left behind. And this vector right here probably gets filled during the bear. Yeah, if you're bullish, 50% of the vector is fine. They won't come back for that if it's bullish. If anything, they come back later. Like here, right? We already cleared 50% of that vector. But this last chunk here from 78 to 69, right to that level that we're not supposed to go underneath, could very well be a target for the next bear.
Those liquidity pools, you get paid more when they're balanced. So if you put 50% ETH, 50% Bitcoin, the more balanced it is, the more the liquidity providers get paid. Once it gets unbalanced, they've got to rebalance it. And then once that liquidity pool gets so unbalanced, they lose all their money. That liquidity pool disappears. So their job is to keep the market stable, where you're looking for ups and downs. So
is this one of the market maker candles right here? Sell candle.
On what time frame?
1 minute.
And it's down low with it. Yeah,
really
just
figure out
remember
that.
that we don't panic at red, just like we don't get excited at the green, right? Because the green means it's going to come back in. So the red means that there's motivation to go up.
Yeah. I'm actually positioned all right now. I got 2 trades open, but
We're still trying to absorb that supply there. So you're seeing us dip into that, right? Dip into that bag of Bitcoin, but it's not done yet. There's still more Bitcoins. Now we could stay here and keep banging up against it and drain it, or we can retrace, right? Depends on the sentiment.
what's the
Hey,
next level up?
Hey, earlier, Dbloc, you showed like a volume indicator
I
that
see.
was specific to spot coin or something like that. Or I don't know if it was just the regular volume indicator, but you were trying to determine if more spot, like retail or spot volume was coming in, or if it was just market maker versus leverage.
Yeah, you want to check your CVD. CVD is going to go up with spot buys. And you want to check your open interest too, just to see what the leverage guys are doing. But you can get aggregated spot CVD is also an indicator that you can look at. But for the most part, you can tell with volume, right? Like if you put on your volume, like I'm pretty sure right now we're pretty volume divergent here.
What is divergent? What does that mean? Like no volume or little volume?
I'll show you. Hold on. Volume here.
Kind of means opposite. When things diverge, they go opposite.
Yeah, so like just like a RSI divergence, right? Where your RSI is going down, but price is going up. So right now on this last push up, we're volume divergent, right? Meaning volume is coming down, right? But prices continue to move up. So one of two things has to happen. We either have to get a volume spike that breaks this downtrend, or price is going to return to the mean. Right? One of these things will give. Usually price snaps back if volume doesn't pick up. So we'd be focused on volume here to make sure that this move is, so basically what it means is this move isn't supported by spot right now for the most part.
So that would mean it could come down just as fast, right? Since it's leverage.
What it means is when the market maker takes his foot off the gas, there's nobody pressing the buy button right now. Right, so it's more of a chance that you get retracements, but we don't have any vectors here, right? This whole thing has been sort of retail driven, even though it's not, like I said, it's not huge volume numbers, but you see market maker hasn't put much effort into matching anything going on the way up here.
And what would make him not do that?
maybe the desire to not come down, or knowing that the plan isn't to come down, because why would you set longs, or why would you set shorts on green vectors if you're shooting for higher targets? Right, very similar to what happened during our push here. If you would have set green vectors this entire way up, I would have had to assume that they're coming back to grab them all. But the fact that retail got us from here to here without market maker having to match any trades, and then he just stepped in at the minute to sort of test the sentiment, it takes away the motivation for market maker to come back down into this range, right? Because there's nothing there for him.
Nice.
Until, people get degens. Degens change the game. Because you get enough 100x liquidations, it doesn't matter if there's no vectors, and the market maker will go grab that, right? They also get paid to hunt liquidations from exchanges.
Yeah. People are gonna be at that meeting. There'll be a lot of all the big names from crypto, like all the heads from each top blockchain.
Yeah. See, this is increased volume, but in the wrong direction. But market maker leaving vectors on the way down, like I said, leaves an obligation to the top side, so we don't hate that. It does tell us that that supply isn't done yet.
So a pink vector candle has to be recovered like a red one?
Yeah, pink vector candle just means it's 150% of the last 10 candles instead of 200. So look at it like a yellow light about to turn red, right? Or a yellow light about to turn green. It hasn't become a full vector yet, but it's got enough tick volume to qualify.
Got it. And what about the blue? What is the blue one?
It's the same, it's just the bullish version of the pink. So green and blue are big and little, and then red and pink are big and little. I'm going to move this because it's annoying me. But just pay attention to this volume. And we pray for volume, but it needs to be green volume, right? We don't want to move on red volume.
Yeah, right now there's a lot of market makers that they'll invest early or they'll get allocations and they'll have a contract with the devs and say, hey, we'll market make you, give us some allocation. We know it's going to get wrecked, but we'll sit there and we'll go through the bear market with you and we'll stay years and we'll give you that volume, but we want that percentage. And a lot of it doesn't have to be disclosed too. A lot of the times these devs don't even disclose what's given to the market maker.
Yeah, if you look at the Discord here under education and you click on market maker, it'll give you a quick little rundown, right, of what the roles are, the different types of market makers. There's the market makers that work for exchanges, and then there's the market makers that work for actual projects. There's DEX market makers, AMMs, electronic market makers. There's
Yeah, Wintermute, they'll take like 5%.
the one that we focus are designated market makers. These are market makers that are designated to exchanges. There's also a little write up on EMAs 5, 13, 50. Another small write up on vector candles if you need a refresher on the percentages and stuff like that.
Got it. Okay, cool. Hey, Dbloc, when it comes to the sessions like Tokyo, London, and New York, do you have any that you like to trade more often than the others?
UK session is the easiest session to trade. Problem is it's the worst session for us to trade as Americans because we're all hugging our pillows at that time, right? So the way it usually works, let's just use this as an example here. Now, this is on a perfect day, right? On a perfect day where market maker is well in control of the game. You've got your Asian session. Your Asian session tends to set a range, right? So you take the high and low of your Asian session and you can draw a box out. That box would be your Asian session box. Now, UK's job is to set a trend, and US does whatever they want. US is like wild cowboy. That's the hardest session to trade. That's the most lucrative session to trade, but it's the hardest session to trade. So what we do with Asia is we take our Asian box, we take a fib, we look at the halfway mark, right? And then we watch UK's reaction to that. If UK pulls away from Asia's 50, it's going to trend up for its whole session. UK tends to go in one direction for the majority of its session until you get into the end. That's the overlap with US, and you start to get US influence in the UK market. So if you notice here, you literally just went in one direction, right? That was a good, would have taken long on the
When you
break.
say like,
Yeah, that was a good 4-hour trade, right? A good 4-hour long that you could have just sat in.
when you say like the UK pull away 50% from Asia's price action, how long have you noticed that's been a trend? Are you talking like months or years or?
For as long as market makers have been market making, bro. We can just scroll back to a random part in the chart.
Market makers like anyone. He sits there watching, then he starts trading properly, and then he starts gambling. It gets wild. He pumps his house money. It's always been happening that way, and the European market's always been the safest to trade.
Just a quick question. Dbloc, what's the indicator name for the market session?
I use market sessions. I like this one because it doesn't give it just breaks it down to the market maker market sessions. Yeah. It's called market sessions, and I think it's by TTC.
TTC. All right.
But it's pretty it's been pretty reliable for as long as I've been trading for a while, right? If you just grab a random session. All right, that's your Asian box. I'm eyeballing this, so that's your 50. UK lost the 50 and trended down for the entire session until it got into the overlap and then got some sort of US influence involved. But for people who are just starting to trade leverage, if you can be up during the UK session, it's the most stress-free, right? They tend to pick a direction and go in it. Even if it's not explosive, you're not getting a lot of chop, right?
That's when I was most profitable, when I closed towards the end of the European session, and then you get to go to sleep as well. It gives you a much better way of sleeping if you trade the markets like that. So you're not just doing it 24 hours a day.
My favorite trade is watch Asia at night, wait for the setup, wait for the signal from UK, go long, set my stop losses, and then wake up in the middle of the US session with my profits already hit, money in the bank. My good overnight sleep trade.
But in the middle of US session, you risk that US just dumps
Nah,
the
US is
whole
crazy.
move.
US is some wild cowboy shit. It's probably stereotypical, but the way I like to think of it is Asians have that whole yin yang thing going, right? So it makes sense that they like to create balance during their session. Europeans have that whole stiff upper lip, stick-to-itiveness, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, you know, so they pick a direction and go. And then US is just on some wild cowboy shit. We do what we want when we want.
Yahoo! Vegas! Yahoo!
Basically.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
I mean, I don't know if it has anything to do, but for me in my brain, that's just how I put it together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in Europe, so it would be perfect to just get up super early, just before UK starts, and then trade UK and watch US, but sometimes, a lot of times, I stay up late, so I'm up during like the whale session where nothing happens, or
Hey,
yeah,
Dbloc,
beginning to.
I just want to ask real quick. When we see a vector candle near the supply zone, a sell wall, is that more often than not? Does that mean market makers trying to he wants to bring the price up, or he's trying to push it down?
It's just a good trade, right? So think of it as he sees price is not absorbed yet, right? He knows that this price is going to have to be absorbed. So there's minimal risk for him to set longs on this candle. It's a high probability chance that price is going to retest this, so he's already paying himself now on this candle.
Yeah.
Just a quick trade.
It's the same thing I'm doing right now as well as
Yeah. It's just a quick trade. Like, it started up here. It didn't even become a vector.
So right now on CoinArc right now, I see I've been doing really well the past couple weeks. I just started trading again after taking a break for a bit, and I've been using the liquidation levels as like take profit areas.
Mm-hmm.
And so I won't necessarily expect them to sweep all the liquidation. I'll just look at the most concentrated blocks, like right into the beginning.
It's like a fish. It's like a fish finder. You're just looking for the hot spot. And you're dropping your anchor there. Yep.
Yeah, and it's like I'm just looking for them to barely come in. I'm not looking to wait all day for it to play out over the next day or two for them to take all of it. I'm just looking for them to grab that sweet spot, and that's been working really well for my getting out at, or like my take profit areas.
Yeah. Nah, definitely. That's how I use mine specifically. Main targets are 200x liquidations if the 100x liquidations if the 50x's are getting a little froggy and you see them intermingled, right? Where you've got 100x and 50x's on top of each other, they can catch it too. 25s usually don't get touched unless there's a reason to come down. Like if there would have been a vector down here, they're more than happy to come sweep the 25s as well.
Is that aggregated licks from different exchanges or just?
It's Binance US. Binance US. Imagine that'd be the worst indicator ever. It's Binance. No, it's just Binance Perp. You need like CoinAct to get the aggregated, but there's so much liquidity on Binance that most exchanges match. Right, their liquidations will be in the same places.
Especially for Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Yeah. I appreciate all the questions, bro. I'm sure a lot of people in chat had similar questions and they just hadn't asked them yet. So if you look in the chat, everybody's kind of thanking you for asking. So
yeah, I I've traded in the past, and I've made some money, I lost some money, and I saw your stream and stuff, and literally no one else has stood up to me so fast as far as like knowing that you know your stuff. And it's like I've been I would say I'm definitely a better trader than a TA person. And it's like your TA has really helped my my trading. It's been like kind of that 20 to 30% of what I'm missing to kind of put everything together.
Just make stuff click.
Yeah, it's like I know it's just been 2 weeks, which is nothing, but like my win rate's pretty crazy right now, and I'm just trying to trying to just put it all together.
Yeah, if you look up the vector stuff on YouTube, you end up in sort of all conspiracy.
You're not gonna find anything. Yeah, it's the same as if you go on Google. You know what's interesting though? I had a nice long conversation with DeepSeek about vectors and market makers the other day when I was trying to put together something sort of more concise on the market maker, and that ain't exactly what I was talking about. Can't go on Google and find it, but you let DeepSeek scrub, they'll talk to you. They'll talk to you about market maker. They'll explain a couple things.
Dbloc told me that it's kind of handed from one trader to the next. It's a trade. It's not. You don't read it in books necessarily all the time.
It's the type of thing that was gate kept a lot. It still is gate kept a lot. I'm probably the only channel that gives this information that's not behind a paywall. I know of 2 others, but they
Aussie,
both
that
got
Aussie chick,
they
that
both
one
got
Aussie chick.
heavy paywalls.
Yep.
Yeah, true.
I've watched the videos of these 2 others. They explain it in a good way, I guess. But you can't just hop on a Discord and talk to them. You'll have to pay monthly.
Yeah. And then the Discords are so full that good luck getting a one-on-one question answered. You get passed on to other people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I
Hey,
was here
Dbloc,
like a couple of months ago asking the exact same questions, and it still helps me now to just hear it again. Just go.
with all your experience, Dbloc, what's the thing you struggle with the most right now, or that you like need to improve? Not struggle, but maybe you can still work on, would you say? Even after all these years.
Psychology is still big, bro. As much of a robot as I come off as, there's internal battles and struggles, bro. Trust me.
I thought it was Drew.
There's Drew's number 2. Nah, it really is. It's psychology, bro. It's a psychology. Tempering, and not both negative, but also positive, right? Tempering the ego, cross-checking yourself even when you think you're absolutely positive. That's why I like this group, right? Because
Ego's low. Yeah.
Zeusy,
Ego's not.
that and Zeusy specifically, like he's gonna make me go over my shit until I find the flaw in it or I don't find the flaw in it, and that's important. Right, I used to never
I
worry
know.
about somebody questioning your strategy or questioning your TA or questioning the trade that you're in, because if it's valid, it should be able to stand up to questioning.
Yeah, he'll hold your feet to the fire.
Yeah, and if it's
Yeah, I know.
not, it'll expose it, right? So that's a good thing.
I know a pretty successful forex trader, and he sees a psychologist every week. He spends quite a bit of money on his
Bro,
psychologist.
I'm not gonna lie, that's not a horrible idea.
No, it's not.
Nah, man, you guys, no, I don't think anybody needs psychologists, man. All you
I
need
don't
is a
trust
nice
psychologists.
lift, a walk in the park, some exercise, some rest, some good food, maybe some head, whatever.
Everybody needs somebody
On this
that they don't
channel.
know that they can talk about themselves to, because I think people, when it's different, you can have all the friends in the world, but I think you'll be more honest with somebody you don't know.
You guys are my psychologist. This is a bit cheaper here.
Man, you're better off talking to a tree.
Hey, sometimes
Drew,
that works too, bro. Sometimes it's literally just somebody to listen.
Yeah.
Hey, Drew, I've heard you on here the past few days. I'm just curious, what type of leverage do you use?
I use max leverage, no X, basically.
Really, just
Balls
spot?
to the wall. No, you're just spot. Swinging big backs, spot. I have never touched leverage. Never have, never will. I mean, I've made side bets on some trades just for fun, but that's the farthest or closest I've ever got to leverage, is doing some silly side bets with some friends.
Yeah, leverage is tough from what I yeah. Hey, Dbloc, do you think, like, I know they say sometimes it's 5%, 10%, but what do you think's the amount of people that actually are consistently like yearly profitable leverage traders, would you say? Or do you think
5-10% year over year, not at a certain time during the year, but year over year, 5 to 10%. 15 for me is stretching it. You got to realize these contracts, the reason that like options exist on legacy is because 75% of them expire worthless. It's the same with leverage, right? The only reason the casino offers you the game is because they have the edge. Does that mean you can't beat it? No, of course not. We know people in this group that beat it consistently. But on average, out of everybody that attempts it, 10%.
I'd say your goal should be to be a spot trader if you're leveraging. If you don't have big capital, because I don't know, but the more money you have, the more you can stomach it and the more you can trade. But I found $100,000 position sizes quite stomach wrenching. So even if I had 100K to trade on spot, I don't know if I had 200K. I don't know if I'd be doing that any more than 100K. When you see 10K disappear at lunch, you don't have a very good lunch. It feels horrible. But maybe I'm not rich enough to handle it. But I mean, you start off, you're going up and down $200. It's making your stomach hurt, and you kind of get used to it over time. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe the goal should be that your spot positions are as big as your leverage positions.
I look at it like leverage trading is just like playing blackjack and basically borrowed money at the casino. You know, if you win, you're like, oh, I'm a genius, and if you lose, you lost
I don't,
everything, and then you're washing the dishes at the casino.
I don't like those odds of blackjack. I don't like any odds at the casino. Any of them.
And I'm just I usually use it as a kind of example, but you know, unless you like debt collectors calling you while you're having your coffee, I don't think you really do leverage.
Yeah, leverage is a double-edged sword for sure.
It's a great tool, but tools are used as weapons. You know, hammer's great for building something, but it's also great for cracking skulls.
One of my friends during 2020 in bull market when I was doing pretty good, he told me he was I don't know, like he told me he was more of an associate than a friend, but tell me there's one of his mentors who has a big 1,000 around single family portfolio, 1,000 units. He his mentor told him stay away from the 3 L's: liquor,
Leverage and ladies.
and leverage.
Yep.
Yep.
Old school.
And yeah.
I look at it like if you want to use it as a Kickstarter, or let's say like an engine of a car, like you have first gear, second gear, third gear, fourth gear, fifth gear. Let's say leverage you want to use in first gear, and that's it. But if you're going to be running on leverage when your car is already going like 60 miles an hour and you already got a fat bag built up a little bit and you try to pop that thing in first gear, you know, you can break your transmission. And leverage is just like, I think it's just a kick. You need to use it as a Kickstarter. Like, all right, you know, you're down in the ruts, you got nothing, and you need to kickstart your journey. And that's it. And when you got nothing to lose, all right, do a little bit of leverage to kickstart. But once you got something to lose, get the hell away from that leverage straight up.
Yeah, they say the easiest way to become a millionaire trading leverage is to start as a billionaire.
Yeah, see,
I can understand kickstarting. For kickstarting, it's great. But once you're good, man, just pretend you're doing leverage on spot, you know, and just go heavy on your trades a little bit if you like that excitement, you know?
Yeah. See, I lived in Vegas too, so that's all it literally was leverage ladies and liquor. That's literally
It's also important to know if you've got that bug. If you've got that gambling bug in you, my advice is stay away from leverage because it scratches that itch and that's trouble.
Yeah. It makes sense.
And it is too easy to slide that slider up a little bit, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I'm just doing 2x."
I found my gambling bug when I started leveraging. I don't like gambling. I'm a mathematician. So you can find your gambling addiction doing leverage.
IQ, the override means it's going to override the color of your candles. So if it's active, it'll give you the vector candle colors.
Hey, Fly, what do you think is too much leverage as coming from a leverage trader as yourself? Like, what would you consider as like too much?
Look, I never went 100 and 200 straight out. I'd use it like a DCA. So I'd start at 10. 10 leverage is comfortable.
That's high, man. For me,
2x is
high.
2x is too much.
But I love being at 200x leverage when I've positioned myself in
Once the trade is going and you find yourself at, that's what we were talking about, moving up your leverage as you go securing. But I would start lower than 10.
Yeah, I think 2x is too much. I'm not
2x is good. Like I saw those.
2x is too much.
I mean, remember what we're talking about here. It's double it's double already, and then you're talking triple, 5 times the amount. It's like,
I saw Doge back at 8 or 9 cents back a few months ago, and I'm like, 2x is safe because it's not going to 4 cents. Because so then I thought 2. And then I ended up at 10, and then I was at 2. I mean, I 15 times X my money, and then liquidated it next week. So
this shit can drop 50% overnight easy anytime. So it's like really 2x is too much. Me personally, I think like 1 to 5x is low leverage. Anything from 5 to 10 is like moderate leverage.
Doge dropped, and it hadn't been below 5.2 in over 2 years or something.
I mean, there's that. There's certain sweet spots where like it's like, you know, not much of a risk, but anything can drop 50% overnight. Anything. How probable it is, like the probability increases when you're talking about crypto, especially meme coins. But I mean, it's still like, I mean, even in 2008, the housing market fucking crashed 50% overnight, literally overnight. The entire housing market. So even something as big as that is still not immune.
I don't
I
know
don't
why.
trade for
I don't know why
outcomes.
anybody's going to sleep in a leverage trade. Like I was talking about earlier, when I traded leverage, it was for the impulse. I'm not going to sleep in a leverage trade unless it's literally just going parabolic. You know what I mean? Like,
Don't
not
stick to
gonna
the farm.
like
Don't stick it
like
on the
a
through the
short
80%.
duration.
I'm not
Short
gonna lie
duration type of stuff is good for, but
I put a
I'm not
list
gonna
of
lie, when I open a leverage trade and I go to bed and wake up and it's close to profit, it's like the best feeling.
it is. It's a great feeling. It's a good dopamine rush. But temper that
and
with
then
how
you
it
do it
feels when
again
you wake
and
up
again and
liquidated.
again.
You
Yeah,
know
you
the
do it
best
again
feeling?
and again and
What
again, and
we're
then you
trying to
wake up
do,
again and
right?
have money in your
What we're trying to do is that we're trying to amass rules that we can scale. Right? You're trying to develop habits that are scalable. So if you go to sleep on a leverage trade 10 times in a row, what's the average going to be on that, right? We can't look at the time that it worked. Like, look at, is it scalable? If I do this same thing 100 times, what's my win percentage going to be? Or did I just, was it just luck, right?
Yeah, I've been starting out. I've been like using 2x lately. So, but
I mean, you can afford to go a little heavier on your margin when you're low,
Okay.
when you're that low. But if you go anywhere over 5, like, use really,
that's
really
what.
small amounts.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah,
maxing
you're
it out
gonna be the higher
around like
your
4.
leverage is, the higher your leverage is, the lower you should be risking on the trade. Like, don't add to it, especially if you find yourself in the 100x's, which is like absurd. Like, don't ever add to a trade like that. Like, you're in 100x, like the price only has to move like 0.1% to liquidate you anyway. So there kind of is like no stop loss with that kind of thing. It's just like put it
Yeah,
in there and pray.
that's like a market maker's dream when you just have a bunch of 100xers.
Of course, that's free gas.
25 to 50%, 25 to 50x, I would consider high leverage. And then anything over 50 is really kind of just absurd. But also, like, there's a lot of different dynamics to it. So, like, the more you increase your leverage, the less money you should be using, the less margin you should put into the trade, and less risking, closer invalidation, and shorter duration of the trade when you're on higher leverage. But also, like, so say you've got some say you've got some total shitcoin that's like that moves crazy percentages, that's like super volatile. You don't need higher leverage on that because you'll get taken out right away. But then you've got Bitcoin that doesn't move by huge percentages. You can kind of like up your leverage a little more on that to get a little more bang for your buck. It's safer to do it on something that's not, it's safer to do higher leverage on something that's not as volatile. It's much more dangerous to do higher leverage on something that's much more volatile.
I don't know why anybody trades leverage on anything but Bitcoin. I'll be completely honest with you.
That's all I traded on.
I don't
Well,
understand it. I don't understand what the point is.
I'll trade ETH every now and then, but I'd say like 70-60% is BTC. Yeah.
New people, obviously, right? If you're old, you know what you're doing. I'm not talking to you. But for a new person, like, take away some of the variables, right? Why trade an alt where you have to be watching Bitcoin anyways to see what it's going to, you know what I mean? You're already going to be charting Bitcoin and finding your direction on Bitcoin and doing full TA on Bitcoin to make sure that your alt is safe. Why not just trade it on Bitcoin? Well, yeah, faster gains for
Even
sure. More money is always the reason.
even then, I mean, it's like you're still like your altcoin is never really safe. Like, you know what I mean? Because sometimes it'll do its own thing. Well, BTC, whether BTC is going up or down, it could be doing its own thing, especially when it comes to dominance and stuff. And the market cap, if it's like a really low market cap coin, then there's a lot more danger in it.
Is there
But
something going on with ETH right now? Because it seems to be deviating from Bitcoin right now in the 1 minute. Like,
it's helping the
So
alts too. It's looking nice.
so I found I've been trading just BTC and ETH primarily since 2021, and I found that usually when there's liquidation levels above one of them a lot heavier, uh, sometimes that one will deviate more to grab that liquidation, or they'll push it up to take that liquidity. I've seen that, but
Right.
yeah, I know right now we just took out about we just took out about 300, 400 million of liquidations for ETH over the past I don't know, just recently, like the last 30 minutes, hour or so. And right now we're sitting above we're just right below another 200, 300 million. This is just on CoinArc, but my guess would be that's why it's deviating to take out those
Yeah.
to grab that
Yeah,
liquidity.
you'll have small
Gotcha.
fluctuations depending on specific liquidation levels and stuff like that. When you see them start to deviate on like an hourly, that's when you have to stare at this dominance chart. You see Bitcoin and ETH deviating on an hourly, then you can expect to see big red candles on dominance. All right, the sun's down, guys. I gotta go break this fast. What's everybody doing for dinner? I'm starving right now.
Yeah. I haven't eaten yet today.
Eating
I was
bread.
thinking about going out. I
Are
gotta
you
take a
fasting
shower
for
first
Ramadan
before I
too,
go
or are
out.
you just being lazy today?
No, I'm just intermittent fasting because I'm trying to cut some weight.
I hear you. I hear you.
And trying to be healthy when you fast, you don't have to sleep as much either. But there was one more thing I wanted to say about leverage, which is something that like really helped me like understand the whole dynamic of it, and it's your invalidation. So if your invalidation of the trade is really close, you can kind of get away with using higher leverage. If it's further away, you want to use lower leverage. So for an example, so like understand what you're willing to lose, like know what you stand to lose before you even enter the trade. So if your invalidation is, let's say you go to take a long position and your invalidation is 1% below the price. Well, you can go on 10x if you're willing to risk 10% of what you're putting into the trade. So if you put
Yep.
$100 in the trade and your invalidation is 1% away and you're willing to risk losing $10, then you can put $100 on 10x as long as you're willing to risk $10. You know what I mean? So if you go up to 20x, you should hope that your invalidation is 0.5% away, and you'd still be risking the same
Yep.
amount, because if you put $100 on 20x, then and you know your invalidation should be closer, like if it's
Like when
half a
you,
percent away, you're still risking the same
yeah.
$10.
It's
You
like
know,
if you triple bottom, if you triple bottom on your stop loss, you're right at it, and you're thinking it's going to go up, you'll be up at 100x leverage. As long as you're not losing lots of money, you don't have heaps of margin. If it's a small play, you could go up to 100x. But I'm not saying do it, but
well, let's take the same example. You could go on 100x, and instead of putting $10, or instead of putting $100 in the trade, you just put $10, because you're still risking the same $10.
right.
Whether
That's
it's
why we shouldn't demonize spot or leverage. It's just that leverage for people that have shit house control of their emotions is dangerous. But no one's a robot. If you were a robot, leverage is probably not as
It's a
bad.
bicycle and a motorcycle, bro. If you see your
Yeah.
kid jump on a motorcycle and he hasn't taken the training wheels off his bike, you're gonna slap him on the back of his head and grab him before he kills himself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got to see him get nice on the bike first before you can get confident just letting them go crazy on the motorcycle.
yeah. I mean, even so, it's like the like yeah, you really like I don't think there's really any, like, the higher your leverage goes, the deeper you're going into the casino. But like basically the moral of the story, like the example that I gave is, if you're only willing to risk $10, then like base your leverage, judge what your leverage should be based off of that. So like I gave the example for, so you have your super extreme, you put $10 into a trade on 100x, then you still only lose $10. If your invalidation is 1% away, you can go on 10x with $100 and you're still only risking $10. If your invalidation is 2% away, then you can use $200 on 5x. You're still only risking $10. So it's like, the moral story is only risk $10. Like, know what you stand to lose if you're wrong, and be okay with that. before you even ever enter a trade, and then judge what type of leverage you should use based on where your invalidation of the trade is.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys, I'm gonna peel off for a minute and go eat. I'll be back in a bit. Yeah, for sure. That's right. It's Ash Wednesday. Happy Ash Wednesday. Happy Ramadan. Happy Wednesday, just regular Wednesday to all the non-religious people out there. I'll be back in a bit, guys.
All right, thanks.
A good example is like if say you've got $100 on your exchange and you want to make a trade and you see a great opportunity and you've got to wait 15 minutes to get another 100 across in spot, you can 2x leverage. You've got 200. It's magic money, but then get that margin back in there after that 15-minute transfer. It's a quick lend, but lending money is only good if you're not stupid with lending money.
So hey, what are your what are your signals going to be right now that we're gonna come back up here, or if we're gonna kind of break down?
I'm not watching anything too close, but the Australian dollar and the Australian futures SPY, when they're in the green, that's generally a risk on because Australia is very heavily banking and trading focused service industry. So if I wake up here and the Australian dollar's up and the Australian SPY futures is in the green, that can often mean a good day for trading. But I'm not following anything too close at the moment. But it looks
Okay,
like
I was looking at the chart and
kind of
thinking,
held the chart wise, we've kind of been building some on the shorter time frame. We've been building higher lows. So as long as we don't lose any of those higher lows since the big dip, then I suggest our patterns upwards.
okay. I was just wondering how far we're going to break down right now before we start consolidating or something.
So what I've been looking at with the liquidity heat map is that typically once we're right under a large amount of liquidations, it doesn't mean we're gonna pull up right to them right away. It could take hours or another day or so or two to come up and grab them if we are. But when I see that we've already gone up a little bit and touched them, and then we have a gap in between you know, where we're at now and then the liquidation levels below us. Right now, I don't see the next liquidation level, like as far as worth considering like any decent amount is until 89,750. So like right now, for example, that's where I have my stop loss because it's like if we touch I'm in a very tight trade right now, so that's not any advice, but that's just where I put my stop loss because I know that if we start heading that direction, there's more liquidity below it, and we're likely to maybe go just a little bit more lower. And if we go that lower, then we're making a lower low, and it doesn't mean we're going to break down, but it means that we're probably going to range longer before coming back up higher than we did before. That's just an example of like what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, ETH is still cranking it out.
Yeah, man. Trying to look at these. If you look at the heat map for ETH, that there's still like $300 million of liquidations, like right there between 260 and 268. So my guess is they're gonna come up and grab that. But just because they're gonna come up and grab it, from what I've been watching every day now, the past month, I'd say, um, it doesn't mean it's gonna keep going up, but just that concentrated area is like they're probably gonna grab that for sure sooner or later, and then if they're trying to sustain the price where it's at now.
I'd be looking at the RSI 6 on the 15 and the 4 hour as well. If we're starting getting overbought, oversold. 15, I like because if I'm not really focusing too hard on it, but RSI 15 on the 6 period.
Stochastic?
No, just the old school RSI. But don't forget the basics.
Yeah, I just I switched over to the stochastic.
I'm
Just
still
because
not.
I'm trading on
I'm
the
not
1
sure.
minute.
I'm not. I still don't totally understand stochastics because from when I looked at it, it's really good for the shorter time frames, but you can tune it for the longer time frames. So stochastics is like 5 minutes and below. That's what. But I've spoken to Dbloc and I think he disagreed with it. I'm not sure, but stochastic RSI oscillators are, as far as I understand, unless you tune them, they're better for short time. So
There's
if I'm
kind
going
of
up,
a basic difference between the two is a lot of people see RSI as like overbought, oversold. It's not like exactly that. Like it's relative strength index, so it tells you the relative strength of either the bulls or the bears. If you're above 50, the bulls are in control because the relative strength is to the upside. If you're below 50, the bears are in control. But a lot of people see it as overbought, oversold, or use it as an overbought, oversold indicator. So if you're above 70 on the RSI, you're technically in an overbought zone. But it can stay up there. It can stay up higher for longer. You don't really know. It's when it goes above 70
it
and
can
then breaks
redline. It can
below.
redline for ages. Yeah.
Yeah. Say it
Depends
goes
if you're
above
range
70
trading. Yeah. If you're looking for
and then
breakout, yeah, it's not necessarily great. You might want to look at the MACD,
yeah,
simple stuff like that. But
it
Bollinger's
also
RSI is good for range trading.
yeah, it does like sort of depend on like what kind of trading you're supposed to do. But the basic idea is, above 70 is overbought, below 30 is oversold. But a better signal would be if it goes above 70 and then cracks back below 70. That's when you're kind of sort of starting to like,
Yep,
all
that's
right,
exactly right.
like it's a little risky. And then also the same as in reverse, like if it goes below 30, yeah, it might be really oversold. It doesn't mean the price won't go lower, but if it
Well, you
goes
have to look
below
at the
30
divergence.
and
Yeah,
then
you have
back
to
above
really look at
30.
you have to look at the divergence as well. Definitely, like it's not
Yeah.
just the outside, but
Well,
I
that's the whole point of the
personally,
divergence is that if you
yeah,
you go below 30, come back up above it, the price can still go lower. But if the RSI stays higher, it means there's more relative strength coming in
yeah.
at that point where there was a lower price. So there's more buyers there.
I
So
just get
that's
really I get spooked out when the 4-hour RSI goes to above 70, no matter what. I'm waiting for a huge dump. I get wrecked on those ones, so I get
yeah,
pretty.
I mean, it's not good to buy when the RSI is at 70, it's not good to buy. When the RSI is below 30, it's not good to sell.
No,
So that's kind of like the gist of regular RSI. Stochastic RSI is really more about momentum. So if you go down to the bottom band, you say the stochastic goes below 20 and then the fast line crosses the slow line. That doesn't necessarily mean the bottom's in, but if it goes back above 20, you can tell that once it's gone below 20 and then comes back above 20, you can tell it, like if it does a bullish cross and comes back above 20, you can tell that the momentum is then shifting to the upside. And then the same is opposite. The same is true in the reverse. Like if it
yeah,
goes
you got
above,
it. Yeah, you understand
it,
it properly. Yeah, you
it,
explained it correctly. Yeah,
so as long as it's above, as long as the fast line is above the slow line and it's moving up and it's above 20, the momentum is to the upside. Where you start to get
right.
worried is if it goes above 80, if they both go above 80 and the fast line crosses back below the slow line and then drops below 80 again, that's when you've gotten your signal that you've lost momentum. And as long as the
Maybe that's why it works better on the shorter time frames because you're tracing momentum rather than sentiment at the smaller time frames.
Yeah, I mean, it's more lagging. The further up the time frames you go, the higher time frame you're on, the more it's gonna lag.
Yeah.
And the shorter the time frames you go, the more false signals you're gonna get. So sort of like right in between, I'd say is like a really good sort of spot to be able to use it. But that's kind of how you can tell. It's really that stochastic is really more. It's not really about overbought or oversold. It's more about momentum. So coming
Yeah,
below 20, coming back above with a bullish cross is being above 20. That means momentum's to the upside. Going above 80, coming back below 80 with a bearish cross, and it being below 80, that means the momentum's to the downs.
So
probably the best
just to
explanation I heard.
confirm, are you saying stochastic RSI is more for momentum and the regular RSI is more for overbought, oversold?
Yes,
Okay, got it.
those are that's really kind of like in a nutshell the basic difference between the two oscillators.
Yeah, it's actually the only two oscillators I use right now. It's just those two, and then I just look at the heat map. That's what I do. And then I looked at the vector candles on uh Dbloc's stream here. I need to get those set up though for myself.
Yeah, I use the RSI on the 6 because I think standard it's 12, but because crypto is a bit more volatile than forex, it's better to use a period of 6 for the RSI on crypto.
What does that do?
It uses less candles, I think. So like instead of using 12 candles to calculate the RSI, it will use 6. So it's reacting to shorter changes, more volatile changes. So, but yeah, a number of the guys that we used to trade with on other channels always believed in the 6. I know on Maxi they've got the 6, the 12, and the 24 by standard. So I think crypto market is pretty standard to look at the 6. You can go into your RSI indicator and change the, I believe it's called period or length. I think it might be length.
Yeah, it's length.
Yeah. But yeah,
I
the
also,
short.
yeah, the shorter it's just going off of a shorter model, like less candles, like you said. Like there's more. It's a shorter time frame that it's drawing data from, so it'll give swings. It's like more if something more volatile, it'll give you like the more sort of like up to date, like what's happened most recently, rather than what's happened over a longer span of time.
Stops you getting
I
front run a bit and handles volatility better. Yeah.
I usually just leave it at 14 myself, but I'm mostly trading on higher time frames these days anyway. But I use high, low, open, close instead of just the close for the source. Like when you go to source, not the length, but when you go to the source, you can do open, high, low, close, like OHLC. And it gives you a slightly different reading, but it's based off of all the data, not just the highs, not just the lows, not just the close or just the open. It's all of the data that's in the entire candle.
You guys, very off topic, but are you guys familiar with ENA? Athena?
The coin, no, I'm not really familiar with it. The project. I mean, I know of it, but I don't know anything about the project or the coin itself.
They have a stable coin. It's one of the, I'm pretty sure it's a Trump portfolio coin, which I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing at this point. It took a huge, well, not a huge jump. Yeah, a pretty big dump today. I guess there was a token unlock and some of the investors dumped. So everything was pumping today. And that's usually a super hype project. Mexi uses them for stablecoin trading. So you can use their stablecoin on the exchange, and then while you hold the stablecoin, you can earn yield. Yeah, I don't know. It's supposed to be a good project, but yeah, dump.
Even if it's in a trade?
What's that? What project?
You know, I don't know. There's some weird. I don't totally fully understand how it works. It's backed by. I think it's backed by like short Ethereum. I don't. You'd have to Google it. It's really weird. Whatever it's backed by, but super hyped.
Who was the one asking about the RSI and stuff, or talking about the RSI? I've got my screen up just because I saw like on the lower time frame a really good example of the divergence and how to, so if you go into settings using the open low, open high low close, and changing your setting to that, it gives you a better outline for the divergences. So you can see here that the RSI did get below 30, but it didn't mean that the price didn't go lower. The price did go lower, right? So you were oversold at this point, but the price did go lower. So you made a lower low. However, the RSI itself made a higher low. So that's a bullish divergence. So you can see how the relative strength started to rise as the price went down further. So that's a classic bullish divergence. So if you were to to take that and play off it and you entered here, then you could have had a decent trade up here. You also made like another lower low here, and the RSI continued to make higher lows right here. So you got above 30 at this point, right? Here you were still below 30. So you made a lower low in price from here. Even though the RSI
Breaking news. Sorry, sorry to cut you short, brother. I just got the tweet from the CoinDesk that the Mount Gox 12,000 Bitcoins on the move. Have you guys heard about it yet?
we've only heard about it 12,000 times in the last 10 years.
Yeah, but again, the $1 billion worth of Bitcoin moves from the wallet, the old sketchy exchange,
Mm,
Mount Gox is on the move.
thank you. But yeah, so you got, just to finish this up real quick, I mean, you did get this first higher low in the RSI, and it was still below 30. It didn't stop you from making a slightly lower low, and that was like, that probably took out the liquidity from here. So that was probably just a liquidity sweep to liquidate longs that took a long here, because people probably would have taken a long on this bullish divergence here. So if they took a long there and they didn't sell anywhere around here, which this would have been like technical resistance from the last, like, we're just on the short time frame, so the 15 minutes. So you had this level here where it first started to pump from, and then when it came down and tried to find support there, it fell through it. You did get this bull div right here, but not selling at this resistance probably could have costed you if you didn't pay yourself on a long entry, because your long probably would have got swept out here. So they took out this whole level. Anyone that did get a long there, they swept them out, and then the price ended up shooting up from there. But if you can see what the RSI did in the process of that, was you made that lower low on price. And this is where liquidity sweeps are really cool when they come into play with a bullish divergence. The RSI made a higher low, and not only did it make a higher low, but it was above 30. So that bull div above 30 RSI, when the price is made a lower low, it's a good way to spot a pivot in a trend. And then that's where you ended up getting this good nice trade over here for it. So you can, I mean, in the opposite, you can also look for a bearish divergence, which it doesn't look like we've gotten one yet, because there's no higher high that's been made. I mean, it's kind of like a relative equal high, but this might actually be higher than this. So yeah, it looks like this high is slightly higher. And then if you look at the RSI, it went above 70, and now it's below 70. So that is, like, technically, it's something that most people probably wouldn't spot, but that technically is a bearish divergence. And it also could be considered a double top. And what they did here is people were short. And if people shorted down to here, here, you just clone this. If people shorted here and they didn't take profit in this sort of like order block zone kind of thing here, say somebody shorted up here and they didn't take profit down here and it bounced, what they did was they came back and got those shorts. So these swing fail patterns that come up just make a slightly higher high and then come down. You can see that the RSI is, not only as it drops back, it got overbought. So it got into the 70s, or above the 70s, into the high 80s actually. And then on the way down, so we just put in a higher high at resistance, because this is technical resistance. If you look back on the chart, you can see a lot of places where that was support and now it's become resistance. So we're in a resistance zone as we speak. And if they did swing fail those shorts, that's also resistance right there. If they did swing fail those shorts, just to either stop shorts out, because a lot of people will put their stop loss just above the previous high. And if people didn't want to take a risk, well, yeah, they stopped out at break even or whatever. But this here, just focusing on the RSI. Let me get the magnet out because
If I can add something here shortly to your technicals, if you switch to a 5 minutes time frame, just a 5 minutes time frame, if you switch to 5 minutes time frame, you will see that with that small wick on the candlestick, it's a high volume, but the price barely moves. So it's a divergence between the cause and effect, because we have 1,300 bitcoins on a 5 minutes candlestick. The effect it's small, so it's a divergent thing.
Yeah, this is also like a volume divergence. You're losing volume as the price is making a higher high, which that's never really good too. When you have downtrending volume and the price makes a higher high, this is a classic like swing fail.
Yeah.
If you look at these, that's a classic swing fail pattern, just barely taking out the previous high, and then you also got these lower highs in the RSI. So the bears are losing relative strength. See how it was holding up? It was kind of trying to hold up above 50 for a while. Well, it's lost 50 now. So the bulls are kind of losing control of this 5 minute chart here. You can see, and then even on the 15 minute, it's approaching the 50. So if it loses that, the relative strength is then going to be in the bears court. So I mean, this could be like a swing fail or a double top type of thing. It could be, and then if we add just the stochastic RSI, I'll show you basically what I was talking about. There was this. You can also see kind of a divergence here because you're getting lower highs there with a higher high in price, slightly higher high. I don't want to get like too bearish here, but this oscillator here, you can sort of tell the momentum, when it's below 20. Like let's start again from this example over here. You actually had this lower low, but the oscillator was making higher lows, and so you were above 20 at that point when the oscillator made a bullish cross and a higher low. So you could tell the momentum was to the upside, and then came back, retested this middle zone like at 50. So you can tell that the momentum is traveling up. So the 1 hour is pretty good. I think like the 1 hour and the 4 hour is pretty good for that. As long as this blue line's above the orange line and you're above 20, like generally you're going up as long as you can make it past 50. Like and then if you cross over, it means like momentum is shifting to the downside. So this being a slightly higher high when your momentum indicator is shifting to the downside, and you're putting in a lower high on the stochastic, because this crossover here is at a lower high. So if this drops especially below 50, you can understand that the momentum will then be to the downside as well. So I mean, that accompanied by sort of this bear div in the RSI up here, they're kind of two different tools, but they work similarly. It's just one is more about momentum. Like, we had a momentum shift here when you cross back above 20. There was like buying coming in. And then ever since we crossed below here, I mean, you bounced off of 50, so you did go up a little further. But then as soon as you got this cross this is actually a slightly lower high, I think. Might be almost the same, but slightly lower high, bearish cross. You can tell you're starting to lose momentum, especially with this lower high here, and you're putting in a slightly higher high in price. That's kind of that's very indicative that it was clearing out liquidity just above that price, and it being a technical level of resistance from all over this area back here.
Yeah, this liquidity clear at 91,000 in price, Bitcoin action. It was also a swap liquidity on Binance, and on the heat map liquidity. You can actually see it at 12-hour chart time frame. Not on here, but on CoinGlass and CoinAnk.
I know that this is a vector candle here. Yeah, I can go over to CoinEgg in a second. I know that this is a vector candle here. I would have thought that maybe it would have reclaimed this area up here, but it just might not have the strength given these divergences. But I have to. Oh, let me actually put on.
On the entire chart, full momentum, we've actually been in a tangency with a drop momentum angularity. If you look on let's say on a larger scale, from 110,000, 99,000, 95,000. So we are doing lower highs, lower highs, lower highs.
Oh yeah, I mean if you're looking at sort of this.
Yeah, an angular trend, downtrend. Yeah.
Yeah, that's sort of. Look, is it like it's still a downtrend? Like basically until you clear these highs up here, you kind of have to treat it like a downtrend. Like that doesn't mean you can't try to catch a pivot. Like if this ended up being the pivot, like then, maybe it was. Who knows? But if not, there's a good chance we could come down a bit lower. But I mean, just focusing on the smaller time frames, you've got a lot of these red candles in a row here. I think it was on, yeah, this 1 hour bearish engulfing doesn't look great after sweeping that. What I could imagine was a liquidity sweep right there, which I guess we'll look at. But I would have thought that maybe, so if it broke this level, I would have thought that maybe we would at least come up here to 91.8 to get a 618 of this vector zone. But maybe there's just not enough commitment on the buying side, and we're losing momentum in the stochastic. So that could have caused a reason for that could be left alone. Like, that might be, even though there's reason to go up here, there could also be, if we're prevented from going up there, that might just be left for later the next time that the price pumps, which it inevitably will because it almost always does. But yeah, there's that. But I think if we look at CoinEgg, we might be able to see if some liquidity was taken and if there's still some left, how much there is above us. So yeah, looks like more people took shorts and there's still some short liquidity up above here. But I'm wondering if that was a target on like a bigger time frame. Did you say that there was on the 1 week there was a pocket of liquidity that was taken?
No. I was talking about the trend at 1 week, that you show on the chart. You can actually see it's a liquidity sweep and a let's say a resistance level.
See at a 91.8, it definitely is a technical level of resistance, so I could see some selling coming in, but 91.8 is you can see this sort of, there's a lot of liquidity right there still, which actually coincides with right here at 91.8, which is 61.8 of the 61.8% of this vector candle right here that hasn't gotten taken yet. So I don't know. I mean, there's could still, if we gain some momentum like later on in the night, then I think there is a chance we could go up there. But the other thing that I see on this is that we're kind of making a rising wedge type thing as well, which I don't know how many are like chart pattern traders in here, but this this rising wedge into resistance doesn't look great either. But if it was to, let's say it comes down and bounces off this and goes up to the top, it would have cleared 61.8 of this vector right here. And then if it rejects from there, loses this support and turns back into resistance, then, we're probably going to travel further down. That would be my guess. A measured move for this would be like, you just take the low down to there. It kind of leads you right back into this support zone, which is like this order block type area. A lot of support has been formed in there. If we throw on like the VPVR, probably will show that there's a pocket there. So we get this high volume node in the visible range. This is the 1 hour. I mean, it might look slightly different on the 15-minute, but the 1 hour, you could say that there is kind of a aside from this order block here, if that's lost, there's kind of not really much holding it up until you get further down. So that kind of coincides with this measured move for this rising wedge. Coincides pretty well with the point of control there. So, I mean, if we did lose momentum here, that's probably how I see it kind of playing out. Even if we did put in a higher high, if you continue to put in lower highs on your oscillator, then I would say that this rising wedge is probably going to play out and we'll end up somewhere back down near 85, 485 point of control. Maybe do some more consolidation. Because I don't know if that, I thought there was supposed to be some sort of really bullish news about Trump lifting tariffs today or something, but based on the lack of enthusiasm that's been showing up over the last couple hours, I'd say that might have just been a swing fail, a double top, or like I said, if we go higher and even reclaim 618 of this vector zone, that would probably be sufficient enough for the market maker to bring it down. The only problem with that theory is that I don't think there is really any vectors below us. Oh, well, there is. I guess if you look at the 1 hour time frame, reclaiming this whole vector here, this blue vector would put you right at that point of control as well, and it's also the measured move for the rising wedge if that was to break down. So, and what, like, again, to reiterate, the sort of bear div there, the decreased momentum, the decreased volume, kind of seems like it's gonna sort of try to gravitate to that area, in my opinion. We get the VPVR high volume node, not really too much in between where we're at and down there as far as VPVR goes. The highest volume node is down here. So that's sort of my take on it. I kind of think we're going down, especially like if this, we got 2 minutes left of this candle. That's a bearish engulfing off of a bear div swing fail. That would be, this is sort of my thoughts. I think my bias is sort of bearish for the rest of the night, unless somehow we boost up to this level and clear that zone. That would make sense too, but at that point I would see us definitely rejecting. Not definitely. I should never say definitely, but I see it being a good chance for a rejection zone, even if we do push up there. Maybe a short entry. Play it down to somewhere around here if we do have some more consolidating to do.
And if you put this also in confluence with the DXY that is currently starting to raise up, and with the Bitcoin CME chart, you will actually see that it's kind of going on the downtrend.
What is CME?
Yeah, BTC C exclamation mark.
Yeah, it's just at the CME chart. What is what is
BTC 1 exclamation mark?
Yeah, so what is different about that? Oh, hold on. Let me just bring it up.
It's only traded in without decimals, only in straight
dollars,
numerals, yeah. And the volumes are not high, I would say.
Oh, you're just looking at the volume. That's what you're trying to highlight.
Yeah.
Oh, look, my target played out. I don't even remember when I drew that. Yeah, the volume does look like it's decreasing here. And this right here, that's a clear volume divergence right there, because you have higher highs in price. So the price is trending up, making higher highs, but you're getting less volume. So this is kind of a distribution type of setup where you're getting lower lower volume. When the price is trending up, you're decreasing in volume. That volume divergence is sort of like a where there's like sort of
But
a
I like the only,
distribution type of thing trying to go on.
but I like that the only gap that we have is above us, kind of sitting there right now.
The only CME gap
I mean, the only gap I see that
Or-
hasn't been filled is the one above us.
or a vector gap. I mean, if
Just
you
a
look
vector
at
gap.
if you
I
look
just like
at
how
the
stable it's been filling and rising and falling and doing its thing all the way up here to our point we're at.
if you look at the spot chart, I mean, yeah, there is technically a vector gap up here, but there's also some that have been left behind down here. Like looking at the 4 hour, you have this whole big vector candle, which maybe if I looked at perps, it wouldn't look exactly the same, but let's check that out actually real quick.
I'm thinking 82.5. If it's gonna break this, if it's gonna break our uptrend, 82.5 area, bounce off the 800 again. Scare everybody out. Figure out that CME. Wreck the rest of these last time longs that went in. And get rhythm.
That's interesting that this doesn't show up as a vector on the perps chart.
Hi everyone, how's everybody doing today? Cruising.
We're preparing for Christmas, going on the downside.
This big volume right here too. Just this one more thing. See how you got big volume on the lower low? So you had a lower low with increased volume. And you got this bullish divergence here with the higher low and RSI. That's a classic pivot point type look right there. I'm sure if we went to the 15, it would be, yeah, see you got the volume spiked as it was coming down. And you got higher lows in the RSI and lower lows in price. That's the classic pivot point right there. I wouldn't have tried to do the same thing over here. I would disregard momentum because you can tell, like in a downtrend, the momentum's obviously a downside. But when you're looking for a pivot point, I mean, this would have been helpful to see that it's making higher lows and crossing back over above 20. And all of these in conjunction with each other, the higher lows and RSI, narrative there, and the huge volume spike would have told me like, hey, it's probably getting ready to pivot. I'm trying to form the bottom here. I mean, it's a higher low. I don't know if you could call any of this technical support, but yeah, that's forming a higher low there. And I would think that this is still making higher lows. The RSI. So that's why the RSI, like, you don't have to just look at it as an overbought, oversold. You can look at it as relative strength. So, but I've already gone on with like long enough with that whole explanation. So I'll spare you guys the rambling, but I figured I would just point that out.
No, that was very valuable. You went over everything good. When you said what's the CME, did you mean which chart or what is it?
Are you asking me or the guy that brought it up?
Oh yeah, because you just asked what is it. That's all. I was wondering what your question was.
No, I was just wondering what he was trying to. I know what the CME
Yeah,
is.
yeah, cool. I thought you were trying to. What does he mean by that significance of the CME at the point? Yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah,
Nice.
because so there's like the vector gaps. So like this is a vector gap that hasn't been filled. And like if we go to like the 1 hour, it should be there too. If I get, yeah, so this is a vector gap. So I didn't know if he was talking about a vector gap,
Yeah,
like on the perpetuals chart, or if he was
I was
talking
just
about
referring to Dbloc's charts. What I was doing is just kind of just referring to Dbloc's chart there. Remember how he was explaining earlier how he rose up earlier there and it all filled in? Kind of created one vector, came back down, filled it, and then now we're kind of up in that secondary one, but it came down, filled that one. I'm just saying, I think we might want to come up here and fill the secondary vector gap above us before we want to tap down here. If it doesn't, I mean, I think this 513 and 50 might tap off of this rise we got again. Trick everybody in, get everybody excited, fill the rest of everything up top, clear a bunch more liquidations, and then make its move down if it really wants to direct the rest of the longs.
So those vector gaps are left behind because the market maker had to take on positions that people were jumping out of, and that liquidity there is trapped. So that's like, in order to clear those vector gaps, that's like in the interest of the market maker getting out of positions that he's stuck in.
Now, what I keep saying is that all the vector gaps have been filled. I understand what the vector gaps are, how they come back for retracement, fill them all, do it. Absolutely. I don't see any that haven't been filled, is all I keep saying.
Oh, that hasn't been filled? I thought you were saying the
On
only thing that
Dbloc's
has...
chart, all those vector gaps have been filled since we've been rising up here. There hasn't been many. It's been slow and steady, slowly rising up. Any ones that were created have been filled. Is it going to make its next rip up? Here's what I'm kind of given some incentive that I think that's where I'm seeing if it bounces off of this 50. Now, if this 13 and 5 and 13 drag below this 50, we're going to definitely come down and tap that 200, but I think it's going to have a lot of momentum and fear behind it. I don't think it will come up and retest back up that way, and it would fall hard through the CME gap down to the 800. But that's what I was mumbling. I didn't mean to make things not clear, mumble like I always do.
No, it's all good. I just didn't know the gentleman that was asking me about it before I didn't know if he was referring to, like, because the CME gap is different than the vector gap being.
No, I was referring to the CME chart.
Yeah, I know. I think we all know what the CME gap is. I'm just happy to ask the dumb questions, man, because sometimes we're all on different questions. That's all. I'm just trying to understand where you're at. That's cool. I couldn't imagine you didn't know what the Chicago Mercantile Exchange was when you know that much about the RSI.
Yeah, it's just the open and close of the candles, because they're not 24 hours. If there's a lot of price action that happens over the weekend, it will leave a gap. But I think what he was trying to, he said, I was talking about the CMA chart. Is the volume what you were trying to point out, or was there something else?
The volume on the chart, yeah.
Yeah, so that's clear that we are getting decreased volume in CME, so there's not as much interest there for CME.
I just don't like how this market dominance looks like a bull flag right here. It's like, oh man, don't go tap 62 up there. Don't you do it. But I think if it starts rising up here, like I'm saying, up into like 93,000, clear this vector gap, I think dominance is going to drive with it hard.
I don't know. I feel like if that's the best they could do with what was supposed to be bullish news from the tariffs, then we're starting to lose momentum here. People might open up in China and be like, "Oh, this shit's going down."
And I bet a bunch of shorts start developing, right? And
Yeah, there is.
You can make money by rising it and clearing out liquidation. So it's part of the structure. It's part of everything that he's planning. Part of everything that everybody's doing, running on emotions and feelings. That are just taking their time and understand what's in front of us, and or behind us too.
There is still liquidations right here that go up into this vector gap. So there is liquidity there. It's just there has to be commitment to buying before market maker is going to probably end up sending that up. It's like, might need some assistance because they don't fight the trend either.
And so many days bullish over, like it might not just be today, but as long as we don't break the higher lows on the last week or so, we're pretty good. Pretty damn bullish, really.
And that's what I'm feeling. I feel like it come down and a tap off that 800, it would actually be rising up over that time, and it'd be a little bit higher than those lows. So that's what I'm thinking. If we want to really come down and tap that 800, scare everybody out in that bullish trigger zone or the bearish trigger zone again, you know.
It's arguable that this could be sort of like a symmetrical triangle forming right here. You have that, and then you have kind of these highs. That could kind of be like a symmetrical triangle, and that would lead you right up into this resistance. If it was to pull back, maybe come down a little more to there, put in a higher low, and then maybe we could break out of that to the upside and move up. So, I mean, it's arguable that that's sort of a symmetrical triangle could be forming, or it could be a little tighter than what I'm drawing, and maybe it's already started like that instead, where you're meeting resistance there, in which case get rid of this scenario And we're then looking at maybe something like this, where come down here, break it to the upside there, and then go.
Yeah, but in order actually this let's say symmetrical triangle to actually play, the smart money will actually dump the price even more higher, below to 78,000 area, play the downside of the lateral side of the triangle, the downside of the triangle, much harder, and after that they will actually sweep back into the triangle and push above the triangle before we reach the tip of the triangle. Yeah, I was thinking about 70, around 77 to 73,000 area that will actually fill up the previous vector gap that we had in the past at I don't know, 1 day or one week time frame.
Yeah, I've got this. See this drawn out here. I think that March 13th, if we continue in this downtrend, I think it will end on March 13th because we have a full moon coming up on that date. So maybe it does, if this is what you're suggesting,
Yeah,
sort of come down here, maybe a big capitulation, V-shape recovery, break this, and then break above that, and then we go off.
yeah, and you see actually see an accumulation here horizontally, just by crossing a horizontal line here on this lateral side area that is currently forming. The swept liquidity, the sign of weakness, and after that followed by a spring momentum towards the upside hasn't been formed yet on Wyckoff accumulation phases.
Right. Well, we also, let's see, has there been like a lot of volume? Let me switch to the daily. There really hasn't been a significant amount of extra volume today compared to where we were at the top or coming up towards the top. But I do see how this could be like a 5-wave structure down. If you were looking at it in terms of Elliott waves.
Yeah, ABC or XYZ.
Well, you could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Or you could count it sort of like this, where you just go A, B, C.
Yeah. And C is the biggest correction. 1618, fib retracement.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you drew it like this, it would kind of be like that.
Yeah.
The C would be biggest. But you know what they say about Elliott waves, it's really easy to spot them after they happen.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't pull this out of the cards. Like, I think something like that could still be on the cards, and you'd retest this structure pretty well.
Elliott waves sound like marriages.
Yeah.
What's the moving average there that it needs to touch at 1 day time frame? It's the 200.
I don't have any on my chart. These are anchored VWAPs.
Ah, okay.
So the pink one is from the August low, which we actually did come down and tap that wick right off of it. So that was pretty bullish. I don't know if you can see with this thing in the way. Let me see if I can just move this.
Yeah, it was a rejection from the market because there was high volume, but a low spread on the candlestick. It's like a dragonfly doji.
Yeah, this is a pretty good dragonfly right here, and that long wick came right down to that anchored VWAP. This green one here, it's closing all these bodies above the green one, so that is slightly more bullish. I would have thought that it would have come down and traded in between these for a while, dipped slightly lower, and then
249.
but this pink one down here, that's anchored from the previous all-time high that we broke back in March of last year.
Maybe we need to test it.
On the
Maybe.
one, that's 200 at the like at 2. Wait, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong chart.
It kind of looks like a 200 moving average or an exponential moving average or something similar.
Yeah, I mean, I can throw that on just so we have some reference to see where they're at.
No, you're over.
Shit.
Make it with the red line, or
No, you're
Where
over.
is it?
I'm on the 1 minute.
Yeah, we're looking at the daily.
Yeah. Oh, I thought he asked about the 1 minute.
Yeah, so the 200 EMA is at like 85.8 right now on the daily.
you know the momentum need actually to trade below 200 to actually dip up a bit and create a bullish momentum. It always does that trick.
Yeah, there's usually a good bounce off the 200 daily. But the SMA, I'm out as far as the daily. I like to just look at the regular moving average, which, where did that go? 9, 200. Yeah, so that's about 82,888. So you can see all these wicks both these wicks came below it. So you had a higher low wick. So you had a wick down to the anchored VWAP, body closed above the 200. You had a another wick, higher low, body closed above it. So we haven't had any bodies closed below the 200 SMA yet. Usually pretty good bounces off of there. Every time it kind of was above it and returned to it, there's a bounce. Well, I mean, I guess in this, you can see it bounce off really nice there, and then it sort of was below it for a couple weeks here. It was below it for a while here, but yeah, returning to it, that's kind of a good reset, I guess you could say. It's arguable that the bottom could be in. I kind of feel like we're going.
Yeah, it's
we
gonna go
might
below
go.
200. Yeah.
I feel like we
Twink.
might go a little lower just on a liquidation or capitulation wick. Like if we had a massive liquidation and people capitulated at the same time, we might get down this low and then bounce.
We haven't actually felt the fear and greed index on our skin.
Yeah. Well, what would be cool about that is if we did make a lower low and the fear and greed made higher lows, like above 10 or whatever it got. I think it went to 10. If it made higher lows above that, but the price made a lower low, that would be a divergence as well.
Would be interesting.
But yeah, he did get that 1 hour bearish engulfing. 15-minute might have a lower high there. Got the lower high on the stochastic. So I don't know. I would think that we're probably losing momentum at this point. Is my guess. Still doesn't rule out that we could come up here to like 91.8, but I don't know. My guess is that it looks and feels like it's losing momentum to me. So I would think what's more likely is we come down the 200 on the 15-minute is actually at 86K, 86.8 rather, which is kind of close to the point of control if I'm not mistaken. If I put this back on for a second, yeah, the point of control is down here, 85.8.
Hey QI, thanks for sharing the TA here recently. I was gonna ask you, do you have a typical trading strategy that you try to do?
Well, when I'm scalping or when I'm swing trading or like, because
What do,
I have different strategies for different setups.
what are you more consistent with, your swings or scalps?
My swings typically are better and like they pay so I have bigger positions that pay better on swing trades, but I'm in the trade for a lot longer. I'm not really that great of a scalper or day trader. Like I can scalp, but like I'm not as good at it.
How do you
Yes, I
pick
am a
your
switcher.
spots for your swings?
So one strategy that I've been working on for a while is a 4-hour strategy. I'll have to get rid of some stuff. Here, let me actually go back to the just a regular um Coinbase chart because oh, that's not the right chart. Then I can delete everything. All right, what do I need? Yeah, I'll clean up my chart. It'll probably take me a second to get this set up. But what I have is a mean reversion channel and I accompany it with the RSI. And here, let me make sure that the settings are right on this.
Is this mean reversion more accurate when we're ranging, or is it any specific like
Yeah, a wider range is usually more accurate. It doesn't really work the same on the 4-hour when you're in a trend. But I'll give you an example from back here, how I used it to plot out some bigger swings. May make this a little bit more so you can see it better. And where's the MA? I'll take that off. All right, so this is the mean reversion channel, and I usually wait to go long when it's below it. This is the 4-hour time frame. I usually wait for it to dip into this lower cloud before I go long if I'm taking a long position. And if you look here, you made a bullish divergence here with the RSI. So dipping down into so basically I'm still working on the strategy, but basically kind of my rules are the RSI goes below 30. You dip into the lower band of the mean reversion while the RSI is below 30. And then you look for a lower low in price and a higher low in the RSI. So that's a bullish divergence while you're in the cloud. And you take a long entry there.
and you use this on the 4-hour?
Yeah, I usually use it on the 4-hour. This one I think didn't work out. This might not be the best example right here, but you can also use it to short. But let's say so this
Where's your
would
take profit area usually? How do you you usually do it back at the mean or on the top end of the
you can try to take profit up here. The only problem is sometimes you end up with some bullshit like this where it stops you out and then it does actually go up to your target. So you can stick with like if I make like a 1-to-10 ratio, I'm out. Like even a 1-to-5, but if you're on higher leverage, like so what I like to do with um what I like to do with profit taking is in stages. So I'll have like I first you got to know your invalidation, which I guess would be in this case would be below this um capitulation wick, or this was like when Coinbase everyone's balance was 0 whatever. So if you put your stop loss there and you take a long here on this divergence, you shouldn't get stopped out. So you'd be risking 1.5%. I mean, I guess you can make it even 1%, right? 1% below your entry. So if you're on 10x, you're risking 10%. And then so I would do probably a smaller take profit at a 1-to-1 ratio, and then a slightly larger one at 1-to-2, but still like very small, like taking little bits off the table. And then another one at 3. So 3.5 is where I typically target. Let me turn this magnet off. A 1 to 3.5 risk to reward ratio. You only have to be right 20% of the time to be profitable. So that's 1 out of 5 trades. So you could use a strategy, like pretty much any strategy. If you use a 1 to 3 to 5 risk to reward ratio, then you only have to be right 20% of the time. And I try to find the average of 1 to 3.5 risk to reward. So if I'm risking 1%, I want to make 3.5% no matter what, right? But let's say I take off a little bit at 1%, and then a little more at 2%, and then slightly bigger position at 3.5%. So let's say I'm like half out at this point. If you're gonna go up to like a 1 to 5 and then a 1 to 10, if you're taking smaller amounts in the beginning and smaller amounts at the top, you most of the time average out to 1 to 3.5 ratio. So, or like, sometimes if you get lucky and you're able to hold on to a position up to like a 1 to 10 ratio, you end up getting close to, and this is like, basically taking segments off.
What's
So
that
say I was,
indicator called?
it's called the mean reversion channel. So let's say I had to take profit. If I entered there, which, I wouldn't have gotten that entry, that low of an entry probably, unless I was like looking at the really small time frames. But let's say that's my entry. I have a take profit here, and then 1 to 2. So let's say right there, and then 1 to 3.5. You have another take profit. 1 to 5 would be another one. Then you got 1 to 10 would probably be the last. And then I guess you can moonbag it for a 1 to 20, but I almost never make those kind of ratios. So if you were to hold for 1 to 10 ratio, you would get out pretty close to the top, right?
Other than
For
the
at least
RSI and
some of your back.
this mean reversion channel, do you use anything else for your entries?
Yeah, I mean, a lot. I use volume. The stochastic helps to give me confirmation if I'm in a good
One
trade
thing
or
that
not.
one thing that helps me, I would maybe check out too, for my entries. I'll look at critical support levels and volume and RSI too. But when I see that those have kind of bottomed out, and then we just took out a huge liquidation level or a good chunk of, yeah, we swept or took out a large amount of liquidations. To me, that's
Oh,
helped me determine like pivot points too, or
yeah.
like
I use
reversal
this.
points.
I use this chart from CoinEgg that shows like the liquidation levels. Like I always
Yeah,
look for
that's what I use.
liquidity sweeps. Like is really helpful when you accompany it with this strategy. You can tell like, oh, a bunch of liquidity just got taken out, so it's got all these other signals, so I'm gonna go in. Like, I mean, this would have been a good trade, even though that would have been a good long trade at 1 to 10, even though you made a lower high, but you could have gotten out without knowing that this was going to happen afterwards. You could have gotten out pretty close to the top. So that's sort of one example. And then if I take this, I'm just gonna,
But to be specific again, you say you wait for it to come deep into the channel, right?
yeah, like it should touch the bottom side of this channel. I'll do another example. Right here, you didn't really have a bullish divergence, so that doesn't really count.
What did it do this recent bottom we had a week ago when we went down to like 79?
So that actually
Oh, we went
is,
out of it. Wow.
yeah, we went below it. So this is where it gets kind of sketchy. But if you look at the RSI at the same time,
You're making higher
you,
highs.
you can see that so you had this one plus
Bull-
this one.
Bullish divergence. Yeah.
So those are two consecutive bullish divergences in a row.
Yeah, I saw that when I was I ended up trading this, but I got in just a little too late. I think I got in like at 80.1 or 4. I wasn't comfortable with that based on the size of my position, so I broke even on it. I put my stop loss too tight, and then I missed out on it. But yeah,
So the
but
problem with this would be I don't know where the invalidation there's not support until down here.
how
So
often
you'd
does
have to
it come out of the bottom of the channel though, like that? I would think in a
not very often.
yeah, like during a bull market, pretty rare. I would think.
Let's say bull risk 2%. That would still be almost a 1 to 10 risk to reward ratio
I
if
feel
you
like
got out there.
I feel like targeting the mean is a good take profit area for this strategy.
Look at all this resistance here because you could have went long on this consecutive bull div. Put your stop loss below the previous low, like 1 or 2% below, and then
You just use
rode
low
it up to
leverage
1 to 10,
and scale into it. Yeah.
risking 2% to make 20%. That's not a bad trade, and then you ran right into this resistance. So that's where I would have logically taken profit if I had entered down here. At
Yeah.
almost the
What did
bottom
it
of
look like
these wicks.
August 24th when we had the last low?
August, you mean last year?
2024. Yeah, when we had the
Yeah,
yen
that was this.
came out of it again. Yeah.
So you went below 30, no bull dip though, because the RSI made a lower low too. But really, what I use this more often for is like here's sort of a short entry right here. So you had two of them actually. So you had higher highs at the top of the channel, and then you had lower highs in the RSI. So that's a bear div. So you could have gone short here. That probably would have only made you
It went right to the mean too again, and then bounced.
yeah, that center band is pretty cool. If you just shorted it down to there and you put a stop loss, let's go for the 2% again. That would be a 1 to 3.6. So yeah, back to that 1 to 3.5 ratio. Can be pretty powerful. You only have to be right 1 out of 5 times, and if you have a good setup and a good strategy that's consistent, then
What does it
uh,
look like right now at the for the where we're at right now?
you can make it 1 to 3.5. Well, I think we're like right in the mean reversion right now. But
Okay.
see, so this one it didn't really quite touch the cloud, but you can see how it put in another higher high, and then the RSI continued to make lower highs after that. So you're getting this whole thing. It's like a big bear div.
And then you've got the selling at the top of those candles too, the selling pressure.
It's like
So
the
if you're
buyers are rejecting the momentum because it's a relative strength index. It refers to momentum, and that's why that would have been a good entry on the top of the cloud, or when it should have been touching it, but it didn't touch it.
this one,
What,
you
what
definitely could have ridden 1 to 10. If you had a 2% stop loss of 1 to 10, you would have already been out even here, which would be right when it dipped below the mean reversion. And you wouldn't have had to wait for the bullish divergence. There was no bull div actually, and you were way oversold. Like the RSI was at 8 here. So you'd be out by now if you were in a short, and that's risking 2% to make 20%.
What do you use for scalping? What's your strategy for scalping?
Well, my scalping strategy, I really use more for altcoins rather than Bitcoin. I can show you that one real quick if you want. And
Yeah.
these are, I use a lot of different strategies, but these are kind of just my two main ones. So
How long have you been
here,
using this mean reversion channel strategy?
I made it up over here, I think. somewhere in this point last year I started experimenting with it. It's when I kind of just developed myself, but I found that I use it on a lot of different time frames, and I found that it works like pretty, like it's lower risk on the 4 hour. All right, what was I doing? My scalping strategy. All right, so EMA cross, and what we're going to change them to is here, we're going to make this one green and this one blue. And we're going to, oh, you can't change this? All right, never mind. Hold on. We're going to have to just do it the old fashioned way. EMA. Add 2 of these EMAs to your chart. Making this blue. And we're going to, this is going to be the 50 EMA. Then we have, I know, wait, hold on. The 50 is the shorter one? Yeah, okay, so we'll make that green, because I think I'm doing it backwards. Then we have the 150. Well, we'll make this one blue first. This is the 150. Did I do it backwards? I might have done it the right way beforehand. All right, changing the colors back. These are the colors I'm familiar with, so I'm like trying to. Yeah, all right, that looks good. So you got the 50 EMA and the 150 EMA. And the 50 is blue. The 150, the 150 is green. And if we do this on like the 1 or 5 minute time frame, these crosses can be pretty good, but there's another indicator that we need to add first, which is just the stochastic, not the stochastic RSI, just stochastic. And when you go to the settings, go to inputs, change them all to 5. Okay. So here's the, and then we can add one more just to get a good one. Adaptive trend finder. Let's see if that even brings anything up. Yeah, that's not going to work for the 1 minute. All right. Anyway, this scalping strategy is sort of like based on momentum. So for Bitcoin, I think for Bitcoin, it tends not to work. I feel like it works better when for a short than a long. But let's take for this, for example, we're kind of cherry picking because it's the bottom of the move. But what you want to see is you need it to be making, you need the price to be making a higher lows, higher highs and higher lows, which sort of, it took out this level here, is making higher highs, and it's been making higher lows the way up. So that's the first thing you want to see. And when the 50 crosses above the 150, that's sort of your first signal, but you don't want to go long on that signal. What you want to do is you want to wait for it to come back down to the 150 hold it as support. You want to see like some candles closing above it. Like you don't want to see like more than one candle closing below it, let's say. And when you see that happening, when you see it come back, so it basically the price has to be above both of them and then come back and retest the 150. When you see that happening, you want to look down here in the stochastic, which we have our settings here all setting to 5. This bullish cross here is what you want to see to take a long. And then you want your stop loss below the previous low. So with this one, I guess your stop loss here, I guess your stop loss would kind of have to be all the way over here. But say you were to enter here, you could kind of wait to see if there's any candles that close below it, which these two actually did. Kind of got 3 there actually. But say you were to wait until this entry. So you gave it a chance to see if it was gonna either hold as support or drop. So let's just say like we'll cherry pick for this one specifically. Let's just say it holds support and the candle closes above there, so maybe you enter at the top of this candle and you put your stop loss below this low right here. The reason why you would want to enter here is because you did get this bullish cross. You could take a chance and enter here. The thing is, if you put your stop loss below this wick, you probably would have got wicked out right there, which I guess that's technically okay. You could try to re-enter here if you got wicked out, because otherwise you're kind of risking too much. Like if you were, let's say you were to enter here, you would have had to put your stop loss all the way down here, which is 0.68%. I mean, 0.7%. Like, you know, for just a scalp, if you're on higher leverage, that's kind of a lot. But let's say you're willing to risk 0.5%, and you're on what, 20x leverage, so that's 10%. So you're really risking 10% of your position if you're on 20x with a 0.5% risk. So you could put your entry there and then target a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio. Like that one would have hit, you know. You wouldn't have got the very top, but your 1-to-2 would have hit. I mean, you could have even put a 1 to 2.5, and that would have hit. I usually like to keep it like 1 to 2.5, like when I'm using this strategy, especially. But I mean, that's one example of a trade, or you could have chosen to enter here where there's more confirmation and just target a 1-to-2, or like, you know, even a 1-to-1, 1.5. You could have been out there. You could have been out here, or you know, you could have left a runner for a 1 to 2.5 up here. You know, and you would have gotten out pretty close to the top if it was 1 to 2.5. So I would try not to go over 1 to 2.5 risk to reward for this one. So that's one trade that kind of played out. If you're closing, if you get a lower low, or this moving average kind of, like say the 50 goes below the 150, then it's kind of invalidated, especially if you get a lower low. So I wouldn't think to enter a long position if the 50 crossed the 150. So here, if you wanted to sort of take a risk, it's not good to see so many candles closing below this. But if you wanted to take a risk here, because you were above both of them, you came down and you tested the 150, but you know, this hasn't crossed yet. So say you wanted to take a risk here, you are getting higher lows in this oscillator. If you wanted to take a risk here, I would say wait until, you know, you get a candle close above the green one, and then maybe if you want to be super safe, above the blue one too. So if we take a long there, let's say we open on the close of that candle, we put our stop loss below, what do we do, 0.5%? Yeah, 0.5%. and we'll target a 1 to 2. You would have been out at that spike. If you left a runner 1 to 2.5, you would have been out over here. So you would have kind of missed out on this part of it. But if you were to leave an even smaller run, so say you cut your position in half, like right here.
Let's go,
And then
Bitcoin. Let's go. Dominance dropping down. Let's see if it breaks down through this pendant we were coming up with. So Sparrow's flag looks like it's actually dropping in dominance. Bitcoin is pushing it up here through this vector gap we were talking about. Let's see what happens.
Let's
Be
go.
ready here. People aren't already having orders like we were talking about earlier to sell stuff or something like that. I think
Good
things
on,
might be moving here if it busts up through.
Ondo, 2 days in a row, double-digit gains. Nice. Huh?
Did you get any good scoops at Ondo or down in the 90s? Were you able to grab any more down low?
Yeah, I got it in the 80s, man.
Oh, nicely.
Yeah, I was buying all the way down.
I know you've been talking about it for a while. I'm just glad you're able to reacquire down low.
real quick, just to finish up the explanation for this strategy.
No, I
You
apologize.
could-
I was like, Dominus, you drop it. Come on, here we come, Bitcoin. Let's see it. Tip out of here. I don't really care about explanations at times like these, so be ready for it when it happens.
This is your 1 to 2. 1 to
Already
2.5.
started vector gap. Bam, we already need a first retracement back to this zone when our first vector gap is already forming right here. Indications I was referring to earlier, whatever you want to look at. It's hitting. You ready to sell? Me too excited. We'll grab orders in place.
XRP ripping. Bitcoin ripping. Something got announced. Something's fishy's going on here.
Yo, that fucking thing came in like bow.
Let it rip, through.
Another cool thing about this, you can move your stop loss
Wearing,
up
not
to.
bad. Sorry, Dbloc, I forgot I came in here hot.
You can move your stop loss up to the 50 EMA if you choose to. Before hit it, like if you've hit one of your targets, you can move your stop loss up to the 50 EMA and then leave a runner of the rest of your position. Move it up at that. This was also an entry right here, but I think you kind of get the picture. Whoever was asking about it, I think you kind of get the. I hope you get the picture of like sort of the strategy. That's just kind of a cool little scalping strategy that you can use in the 1 minute.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks for sharing that.
You guys also seeing up to like 94.5 kind of thing? Got looking gap
I'm
up
taking
that way as well.
profit, baby.
Nice, Drew. What have you been jamming? You back in and out of
I
pump
just
still
quick
doing the thing?
scalps, man. Just really quick scalps. I like this little pump. I was accumulating like down at 84 for this one little play, but I don't want to hold it too much longer. So I just took profit right here on this little pump.
But
Who you
look at
been
that.
playing
It's
with?
pumped in, huh? Look at that. Weehaw.
What coin you been trading, Drew?
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Let's go.
I
Rockets,
don't even want to
rockets.
say because I'm ashamed of this one and I don't want anyone to get hurt.
No, all
But
right,
I
that's
will
why
be.
you didn't put it out. I was like, all right, there's a reason he didn't
Why
say
are
it.
you ashamed,
But,
Drew?
but I am going to be looking to get back into position with Trump a little bit later tonight.
Why are you ashamed, Drew? What are you ashamed of? That you're sidelined?
Well, no, that my last position. I just don't want people to get into these kind of poop coins with low liquidity and low volume.
Oh. Yeah, I get you. You hold more than 1%?
Yeah, I was
no?
having a little whale party.
Market making?
I was wallet number 14.
So that move, that 91.8 move that I was talking about, cleared that 618 of that vector gap. So, well, of the vector body. So it's taken back at least 1.618 or 0.618 of the vector candle over here on the left.
Man, I came in this trade a little high and I loaded up as we came down. And then literally I got scared and I way down low. I took my I closed my trade at break even. But had I left it open, I would have hit my target of 91.3.
That'd be 10 push-ups, soldier.
No, we've increased it now. It's 20.
Oh, 20. Jeez.
Yeah, don't you remember the inflation?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I
You
forgot.
even said 25, I think.
That's right. I forgot about inflation.
Yeah, I put too
The
much.
inflation
Like,
hits us everywhere.
yeah,
Everywhere.
That's it.
size was too big, so I
Well,
was like,
depending on
Push-ups have inflation. There's inflation on push-ups.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
depending on
Yes.
where you're from too. Now we have to account for tariffs.
They
Oh
inflate
my.
your
Dominance is
muscles.
pushing back up too, darn it.
They inflate your muscles too.
We got our boom chakalaka going on here.
Chakalaka.
I just don't like how dominance is pushing back up, though. I was just getting excited it was might falling down, but that sucker's driving with it.
Don't
I was
blame
doing
it on
Pushing up.
I was
Yeah.
doing 100 a day, and I injured my shoulder.
Yeah, my
Bitcoin's,
arms are bigger than my thighs these days.
Bitcoin's pumping, so dominance is going to go up if they're buying Bitcoin and not buying alts. But XRP pumped a little bit, but there had to be some fishies going on here because the whole market just went crazy.
It's just a little pumperoonie. It was like a 10:45 or what 8:45 candle, so it was a new 15-minute candle. That channel was about to break. It was like a inclining channel, but then it was a fake out. Right when people thought the channel was breaking, people went in shorts, and then bang, liquidation happened.
Guys, look at our alt index. Our alt index is at 15. Down at 15 for alt index. I was like, oh my goodness.
all about Bitcoin.
That's pretty low. Is this good accumulation time, or is this just watch the F out?
Bitcoin's the only thing that's going to be around for the next 20 years, guaranteed.
Come on, man.
Depends on
you
what
talking
you're in.
about? Stop
Come
smoking.
on, man. We all want our altcoins to pump here. We're not
Bitcoin's
Bitcoin monkeys,
Bitcoin's
bro.
dead.
The only one to be running into the ground for the next 20 years if it's following Drew's ideas.
I think all the tokens that are going to be at that meeting Friday have a good shot. Like all
Yeah, I mean, it's on the timeline a lot, so the price is probably going to be cooked in a little bit by then. What's today? Wednesday? Today, tomorrow. Hopefully, there'll be some good action, but just be careful on Friday.
Yeah, what time Friday is that happening? Do you know?
I'm not sure. Got to find out.
There's some big names there. I put a list of names that are going to be there in the chat.
My 2 cents on this pump, it's like a liquidity sweep is happening on the upper side.
First time in a long time. Vitalik and Charles are going to be back together.
I agree. It's a little liquidity sweep.
Nope. This is building structure. If we cross this descending angle, that's another indication that we're going upward. It's not just liquidity sweeping. This is building structure from the lower level. Up and up we go little by little.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, I think, because the hourly, we're just going up and up a little, and it's building a bullish structure because it's going to have to break this on the hourly. It looks like it's going to have to break this channel, right? Sooner or later.
We
Okay,
just were,
so
what, a week
you
ago?
see over here, we dumped down to now we're coming up here. We got to do the middle. Now we're touching the middle. Now it's time to come up this way. We're going to pass this area right here, and we're going to climb up to here. We might not do it all in one fell swoop, but this is the action that we are involved in here. And then the pullback will be a little shallower because your angular is now moving beyond this middle. We've ditched that, and now we're building a new structure up above here.
BJ,
So
you almost
the
made me
pullback on
lose.
this side is this way.
I
And
totally choked on my tea when you said that. Drew was like, we're just going to get liquidity, and then you come on the mic and go, nope.
I'm so sorry.
I about lost it. I was just, I can't. I about like all my tea went on my lap.
I'm
Nope.
sorry, Drew. You know, I
Oh
don't.
yeah, no, it's good. It's all good. Yeah,
No,
it's like
that's what I like. He's totally cool with it. That's what's
You and
funny
I,
about it.
yeah, we argue like this all the
yeah,
time.
we're good. We're good to go.
Same with Pepin. Same with Dbloc. This is what we do.
I think it's healthy. I think it's healthy to
I
have,
love it. So
opposite.
funny.
But yeah, I just think the hourly needs like, it's bound to break because there's no right now it's at the top of a bullish structure. I agree. Like, these last, let's say 10, 12 hours, but how far can this go, without it breaking its structure? So I do agree it's, on a bullish structure, but I think it's topping its bullish structure right now.
No, we're trying to find a bottom of a structure. That's what we're
Well,
doing. We're in the middle. We're in
what
between here and here. Once we get over this 800, you start building another structure from this point up. So we're going to go from here to here. That because this is where your 800 is on the 1 hour.
What time frame are you on?
1 hour. See, we're going to cross this 800 here. This is major. This is not minor. This is major. This is a major descending line here that we just came over. This white one at this 90. This is a little bow tie right here. Now we go across this angle, this red. Okay, that satisfies this this pump right there. These fibs bring the whole structure up and over this what do you call this, oval, you see? And those lines carry you up past this. Now this is the midpoint. You sweep down. See, we just passed that now. And now when we cross this level right through here, okay, and you look left, that angle starts here. So that kicks off this deal. Okay, go up and you go over. So we reach this point here at 96.6. That's this side of this oval. And then you get the sweep up. Yes, we'll have to cool down, but you cool down this way and then you bounce back over. Because the 800 will then be support. You're going to build, come up here, right? You build from that 800 that we cross. Okay, this is all if we actually cross it. So, there's still in the event that we don't, that this becomes new resistance and we can't get out of this ditch here. Okay, so this is all predicated on the fact that we do get over this hourly 800 that has been descending way down here and it's crossing here. And there it is. It's this little green line. I'll have to do this. So the pivot point, see, here it is. Look at that. Look at that perky little fella right up there. You go straight up and you see this.
On 5
and then
minutes
you have
time frame,
candles over
it's
that.
just a liquidity sweep because the traded volumes are too high on a 5 minutes chart time frame.
Yeah.
And also, go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
At 15 minutes, we have already traded 10,000 bitcoins on Binance futures.
Oh,
and this liquidity sweep, it's also in a correlation with the DXY dropping at 30 minutes, because currently DXY is dropping, but it's gonna bounce back because Bitcoin is actually doing a liquidity sweep on the upper side. You see a trend reverse here.
And I'm not saying that you don't come back down here and
look to the left too a little bit, zoom out, because you're on the hourly, but there's a lot that's happened on the left of us. First, they're like zoom out, not in, the other way. Zoom out and look back to the left. Zoom out, zoom out a little bit more, keep on zooming out. Just a little bit more, bang. You see that the bottom, right there, the bottom of your left side of the screen, that was previous support. Down there. So we're in that area right now. So it's not going to be that easy to get up on top of that.
No, but here's the support from the 800 grew all the way up here, right? And is now higher than that previous bottom support. So that means it's built up to this point. Most of the trading has been done above this 800 level. Most of it for all of this time. And the 200s have been up here. So you've got, from the hourly, you've got most of your price action above this point. That's why the pivot point is here, because once you reach this level, you move up and you build a new one like this, and you get back to your mean where you used to be.
Well, yeah.
We had all this structure.
Once you build that part, you have the confirmed reversal. So that's what I would kind of wait for, like wait for the confirmation of the reversal, and then I get more aggressive. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. But we would have to have that part that builds to the right to confirm, just to make, I guess, a little bit above 92,000, maybe 92,400 or something like that.
Right here.
Yeah, just a little bit above that to say, all right, at least we completed a potential reversal, and then hopefully have a confirmation using that as support, and then I'm bullish.
Exactly. Yeah. There you go. So let's look at this 4 hour. See, not only does the 1 hour, but look at, we've crossed this 800 on the 4 hour, which is right here where our price action is currently. This is another reason. All of this price action has been going on above the 50 MAs and the 200 MAs. And then now we're looking at coming back over the big doggy, you know, the 800, and that will be at the bottom of the structure. So it is similar to this area. When you have your 800 already at the bottom, when you take off from there, that is very, very bullish, especially when these MAs bend back and loop up around. That is bullish. It's not bearish. Look at you got a V here, you come up around, and this MA is in support. So when price keeps going up through here, crosses the 200, which is larger than the 50, and puts his butt down on that, and our candles go this way, even if they go sideways, it's still above the mean. We're still riding above that and building on top of where we couldn't get to, on top of, over to the left. We couldn't maintain it in this area. So now we've come down and we've built it up again, and we're ready. Oh my gosh, we have crossed it. See, that's, oh doggy. We are at 91.440. Okay. Yay. So now we should look at the daily. Oh, and see with this 5 EMA, it'll come closer up here as the price jogs through that level and cross that 800 to go in a racehorse. Oh, makes me shiver. Yay. Okay, so now, oh, look at that. Did you see that? 91,655, 91,7. We're almost at 92, ladies and gentlemen. How can you dig?
Jay, let's go.
This is a grand point of control on the 5 minute, this larger yellow, that's 98.3.
Got an alert for a Texas Bitcoin reserve bill.
So, do we want to pump tonight?
Okay, so this area or this pattern or whatever you want to call it is what I call the bloom. This is the bloom phase. Bloom, like a flower blooming. You see the petal and then the petals. And the other thing is that it's that heart shape, and this is the cleavage right there. So there you go, Joe Aspen. There it is.
Get him, BJ. Go get him with the cleavage.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go into dinner. I'm over here at a different mountain and stuff. We're going to dinner, but I hope everybody gets excited.
Yeah. Good night.
Not overexcited, but no,
Yeah,
not good
not-
night. I'm just going to dinner, so I won't be paying attention. I gotta like sit down with people and stuff. So
Yeah,
when
not
BJ's
over.
this excited, it's telling us something.
Sorry.
Only thing I don't like, BJ, is dominance. Dominance, I just don't like it pressing this hard, but it needs to. It's gonna press up to these areas. It's gonna need to.
Yeah. You gotta have a little bit of violence. Violence to the upside. All right, so we do
Good
have
luck,
this
guys. Let her rip.
resistance here. All right, so I'm looking for 91,772. This 91,754 is not enough. We need 91,772, and we would rather have 92,276. And then to get over the next level, we need 92,8-ish. Okay, and so the end of the road up there on that curve would be 93.4. See, here's the middle, and they see how this side opened, and then this side is it's like the opening, so that your flower is blooming when you look at it that way.
Which one of those gets us our $3 XRP?
Okay, so the XRP chart, I'll show you. Okay, so XRP, oh, it just popped the living daylights. It's over that number. Well, not over it yet, but 252.81 is where I need it to go. Hang on. Ooh, boy.
Come on, baby. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
Actually, my husband does need a new pair of shoes. The dog chewed up his boots, ate the leather off of. I mean, it was just ridiculous. One night he woke up and one of his boots is just like missing.
Did I hear somebody talking about $3 XRP? Because I love $3 XRPs.
Not quite. We have to achieve some levels before the $3 comes again, but we're getting there, Nick.
XRP is gonna be the world reserve currency. We all know that.
Oh, yes. Oh, the world reserve.
The funny thing is, the XRP army was laughed at so hard, and now it looks like it's not even that unlikely that it's gonna be integrated in some way. And
Yeah, just
Yeah,
goes to
Brad
show you
Garlinghouse is going there Friday, so and then he announced something about something today, but I mean it's gonna be involved at least. So that's a huge thing going from nothing to something, but it's just exciting whenever something that nobody even seen coming, or like wasn't even it was on the map back in the day, but it wasn't on the map for the last bull cycle and a half. It was kind of just chilling.
No, I
Nobody
need
thought-
XRP, dude.
What's that? Okay.
Right.
I think he had trouble with his mic or something.
But yeah, I mean it's kind of cool. It could be any crypto though. It could be anything that's just not on the list, and then all of a sudden every single influencer's talking about it. Like they had it in their list the whole time. Oh, this is what I believed in the whole time.
Well, the one thing that XRP has going for it is it has jumped through all of the hoops of certification and being transparent, and more so than any utility token has. Any of them, literally any of them, XRP tops the list with regards to safety and the way the banking cartels would like to tokenize a system for their banking setup. So if banks are going to switch over to a blockchain ledger March 10th, then, and XRP has been named twice and also by POTUS, in writing even. But anyway, if it was to happen, XRP would definitely be the one that has proven the transparency and certification.
Hold on, open mic, buddy. Yo, can someone get him?
Yo tengo los brazos ya bien grandes, tengo pecho. Ahora perfecto.
Get away.
Yo, DK, you got an open mic. Can someone get him? Because I can't. Here, let me try to get him now. Is that DK that got open mic?
Way away.
All right, go ahead.
Dbloc put him in the open mic gulag earlier, but he came back.
Let's go. Can I get 253?
Can we get 93 Bitcoin, please?
I don't know, man.
I mean, we're almost there. There's a vector gap from 92 all the way to 93, and we almost touched 92. So
Yep,
I'd think that we go up there and grab it.
you can get it. It can be done. We'll have trouble
Yeah,
at
93.
93.
It's
Yep,
very
go ahead.
close. Yeah, it is very close to 93. What else you got? Resistance at 94769. If you pop that, once you start using 98,200 as support, people will be in there like swimwear. But this is the fight right here. I don't know if they're going to win this fight. Once they win the fight, maybe I'll play around.
I mean, it does make sense that we pump into Friday. It's just a question of if we dump right now to grab some liquidity and get some fuel for the pump.
Thought we were gonna dump tomorrow.
I don't actually believe we're going to dump, to be honest, but people are saying that, but maybe Friday after it all builds up, but
Just knowing how heavy Bitcoin is, though, you have to admit it's a hard fight to get it back in that range of 100, and knowing how much weight's on top of it. Right now, you have the low 90s, man. It's still tough to hang out here, let alone with that vector gap that's still below us. We've filled it in technically, but there hasn't been that much price action in between 85 and 74, especially between 79 and 74. So there's still a magnet that's slowly kind of trying to pull us there at the same time. Besides that, the selling pressure from on top, I just don't know. It's like seems like all the rabbits were pulled out of the magician's hat, and that was with the XRP, ADA, Bitcoin, Ethereum tweet with Trump. And now Trump gave us the signal. He said we're going to have some slight disturbance. And I think that's going to play out in all the markets. But Friday, yeah, I think the one thing is this meeting on Friday that should create some kind of bullish sentiment, but I still feel like it's going to be a sell the news event.
I mean, the slight disturbance, though, could be everything that's happening right now. You know, the slight disturbance could be like him gauging the way he said that, like him gauging the markets, like based on the last, month or so and the tariffs, whatever else. Like, I think he knows the market's going to be a little bit crazy, but if this all pans out,
I
depending
mean,
on
mid to long term, we look really bullish. DXY is dumping, bonds are dumping. People are talking more and more about rate cuts getting more likely,
Yeah,
and
I
I don't
think he was
think
talking
Trump's
short
gonna
term.
keep thinking. Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
worry,
he's talking
guys. I spoke to
like the
Trump
next weeks.
earlier. He said we're all good to go.
Oh, he said we're good? All right.
Yeah, he
All
said
right.
Did
we're
he
good.
say that he's gonna be pumping our shit coins too?
I didn't say all of that. He already said what he was gonna do. You know what I mean? And we gotta believe the man based off what he's already done.
Yeah, he pumped his own bags and then dumped on all of us.
100%.
Yeah, but he's America first. He's America
I think
first.
he actually round trip though. I think he's actually I don't know if he really made any money.
I don't
He's
think he
not
has time.
trading.
He doesn't have time
You
for
can't
that
be
stuff.
It's all
serious.
Eric and Baron who are doing
Yeah,
the trading.
he
They
doesn't
did
have
wrong.
time for that. He might do some stuff for fun, but when he wants to have some fun, he'll go play golf.
So talk about
Yeah.
so nobody's got Baron's information to see what he's buying? Because you know
Yeah,
he's
that's
gonna be
what
the
I
one
want,
buying
man.
it.
I don't know if you want to be buying what they're. If you found out that they're buying something, you're probably too late, and then they're gonna sell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it depends who knows about the wallet. If everyone knows about it, then it doesn't work.
So look,
Copy
guys,
trade.
I'll be honest with you. Even though I voted for Trump, he's a businessman. And when you hear a businessman like Trump say, I love Bitcoin, I love Ethereum, that's top signal, my friends. Sorry to say.
Damn,
I
Drew,
mean,
you see how you just
top
made the whole
signal,
room quiet?
short-term talks, top signal, or long-term talk, top signal.
Short term, especially with the
Right.
sprinkle after that. It's like then you put a sprinkle after that and say there's going to be slight disturbance, and it's like, all right, it gives you. I think they're going to want to scoop up low. These reserves, they already had their stacks, so I think they already had the bags. And of course, he loves Ethereum, he loves Bitcoin, but they know these markets and how liquid they are, and it's not like they're not going to sit there and wait 6 months to regain profits off of their pump. They pumped and dumped it. It's like they know what they're doing.
They also have their own exchange
I'd
launching
bet
too in a
against.
couple
I'd
weeks
bet you
here.
one X.
Ethereum stopped? Like at 2K?
What's that?
You think if ETH topped at 2K or like 2,200? Is that so
No,
low?
not for like not forever. No, but I'm just saying like right now locally, it's just like I think we're gonna have to reset some things. It's like Bitcoin did its thing, Ethereum didn't do its thing. Hopefully it's gonna do its thing next. I'm rooting for Ethereum to do its thing, but I just think right now the way everything seems like this, the vibes for these next few days, it just seems like it's not the best, and then things should turn around for April. That's how I'm thinking. Like April is usually pretty bullish.
I'd bet you one XRP that we're gonna blow off the top, but that would be too valuable of a bet. So maybe we have to do like one Doge. I don't want to bet an XRP especially when they're gonna be worth $10,000. You know what I mean?
But it's just like
XRP will never be worth $10,000.
I read it on a
No,
Discord.
it'll be worth $1 million.
I saw it once on a Discord. It has to be true.
People are fucking down bad, man.
No, I'm just kidding.
I read it on Cointelegram.
Man, people like really take me serious sometimes, man. It's $10,000
Yeah,
XRP.
but doesn't XRP have a burn feature?
With USD, yes. But
Yeah, that's how people get the super high price target. Is because in theory, if it's implemented and used as a system, then they'll be actively burning and making the XRP more valuable. That's a big if.
Nobody
Yeah,
really.
it's just gonna have a $250 market cap.
Yeah, you don't want to burn things that are valuable usually, unless it's like some other kind of scheme. Because there's no real definition of money glitch.
I'd be very
XRP
happy
is
with.
valuable. If it was made of paper, I'd burn it.
I'd be very
made-
happy with a
If it was made of
$6
weed.
XRP.
Hey, never say never, man. That's all I learned.
Man, if XRP goes up to
it's
$300, bro, I'm millionaired out right now.
If we'll all be, if XRP ever goes that high, it'll be in 1,000 years. Like, there's not enough money in the world.
No, but maybe you get lucky and you're on a low liquidity exchange, and you're in position on an exchange that has like no liquidity, it only has like $10,000 of liquidity of XRP, and someone, you don't have, maybe you only had a few $100 in, but somebody got in there and they did a huge market buy, and they could spike it up to $6, and your few $100 might have turned into a few thousand, maybe even $10,000 right there, just because you were on a low liquidity exchange when some whale came in and got reckless slippage.
There would have to be one limit order on the entire order book, and it would be one person's order there at $10,000 for one, and then that person would have to, and then that would have to be the only order in the entire order book, and then somebody would have to
Well,
come
no,
in and
if you
put
not
$10,000 in
necessarily,
and put a market buy.
or if you're doing a bunch of market sells at the same time, right there. At the same time, you can get lucky sometimes on the market sells they catch.
All right, I'm all in. You guys convinced me. Thank you.
Like someone got lucky on those scam wicks on Binance.
Yeah,
Binance US.
Dang, dude.
Why is Discord so loud today? Is that like that for everybody?
Yeah, it is pretty loud.
Like I have my headphones from across the room.
I mean, that's a good thing. You want Discord to be low. You don't want to hear what's going on.
I think they were having trouble with something. They finally fixed it, I think.
Oh man, you guys need to go watch yesterday's stream, man, and watch the chat. I've been freaking out over the freaking volume, man. They were freaking out in chat, like saying they can't trade right because it was too loud, and getting in arguments with like Kelly, one of the new people. Dude, it was super drama. It was funny.
It's because when you first join the stream, like a lot of people like myself, I just left it on, and I have it on my speakers, and so I would like fall asleep with it on, and then all of a sudden somebody would come on, like, and their mic was just incredibly loud. It just scared the crap out of me.
There was some guy in there saying, I have this $8,000 stereo system and it's just super loud and I can't trade.
Turn it down, buddy.
No, I made fun of him. I said, with your $8,000 stereo system, it didn't come with the volume knob. I said, that's a bad deal. You should probably take that back to Best Buy.
No kidding, you control the volume, man. But it is
The
a
problem
lot
I run
louder.
into is one person's talking really quiet, but you want to hear what they have to say. And then one person's talking, or, their settings is really loud. And then there's some people, all across the board. So you kind of have to have it loud so you can hear that one person who's quiet that you want to hear what they say.
Hey, I don't know if it's just for me, but God, everybody seems loud today. It's wow.
I thought it
Had
was
the volume
hilarious.
button.
I got my volume halfway and
Well, Woody, you seem really low, actually.
Do I?
Yeah.
That's weird. I think there's something wrong with my headphones. I don't know, because I got the volume.
Yeah, maybe wiggle it a little bit, dude, or something.
I don't know.
I turned Wooney up a long time ago because I wanted to hear his. I
Wiggle
wanted to
it.
hear his dominance. freakouts.
I don't know. I think there's something wrong with my headphones. Better. Testing. One,
Yep.
two, three.
Much,
All right.
much better. Much better.
All right. Input volume.
What was it?
Input volume. I had the input
God.
volume down.
Now I got to turn you down.
Don't turn me down.
No, I had you up like 125% because it was hard to hear. Now I can just bring you down to 100.
That was the reason. Plus, I had the volume on my mic down, on my headset down too, because everybody else is just so loud. Hurts your ears, man.
If I was a leverage trader, I'd put a 20x short from here down to 74K. Liquidation up at 99,000.
96.
99 to be safe.
Yeah, but then you can't play with 20x.
You got to feed it a lot, huh?
Yeah, or you could use cross, I guess.
I don't know, man. I see it in the charts. 74 is in play.
Shake before the bake.
One big dump before the Giga Bull.
Yeah, you get like a bullish, let me see, maybe a bullish megaphone out of that, or
I mean, we're trying to reclaim this range, right? We might just reject from the old range. I see what you're saying. But if we do reclaim the old range, that would be really bullish.
put on your scuba equipment.
How deep are you diving?
Man, I'm going deep sea fishing tonight.
Deep sea?
Yep.
We're in the shallow waters here. Shallow waters.
Is it like the trench or something? The what you call it, trench?
I'm gonna go try to get me some mackerel.
This is the shallow water. You have to be
He's got-
careful with your motor because it's shallow water.
You try to get one of those blind fish, the ones with no eyes?
Oh, not that deep, man. That's a little too deep.
Have you ever seen that fish that has a clear head and you could see his eyes inside of his skull.
Yep. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. Do you know if you'd go down there, your brain would implode by the pressure that's down there? Like your skull wouldn't even be able to resist that.
My God. What is it called? The Mariana Trench or something?
I don't even know.
Something like that. It's so deep. It's like deeper than like 3 Mount Everest.
Well, that's freaky. You can see the thing's brain and everything. It is completely see-through. A
Oh,
barrel eye
you looking
fish.
at it?
Yeah, a barrel eye fish.
Yeah, that thing is sick.
You can see, God, they're holding it in his hand and it's completely see-through. That's cool.
Crazy things down there.
Yeah.
They got these squids that are completely translucent too.
Probably so much that we have never seen. There's some pretty big fish too that are transparent. Fish. Ugh, that thing's ugly.
I'm still catching momentum too late. And I'm getting caught, trapped. I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, were you guys in before this momentum shift happened?
Yes.
Yep.
And then how long ago, like when did you get in?
When it dipped hard.
Yep.
You gotta have an invalidation, man.
Yeah, I
Like,
guess normally I would be trying to buy the bottom too, except now I haven't been doing that because I've been trying to wait for momentum.
but if you get in late and the momentum doesn't continue, you gotta know when to cut it. Every trade you take, you should have a plan.
I cut it when it closes.
Yeah, my plan
below
sucks. I suck. So yeah.
Like if it
Well,
closes a
do
candle
better.
below the 150 or 200, depending on what's going on, I will close it. And take the small loss.
Dude said do better.
You're dead. So, my God.
Yeah, kind of
That was a little
real nice,
blunt.
bro. Thanks.
That's what we're here for, though. It's to
Yeah,
do
but he
better,
didn't.
right?
He didn't mean it in that way. I know him. He didn't. He didn't mean it like that.
Yeah, I love that get good attitude. That's great. It's helpful.
Well, okay. So I do have a You asked how much margin and all this. I do have a little thing I'm gonna post for you, Jerry. I meant to earlier, but I got caught up and busy. So just give me a second. It'll be over there in the chat. Okay, let's see. Do we see it up there? Doesn't look like it's there.
Nice.
Oh, I put it in profits and losses. I put it in the wrong place. I told you the chat.
Yeah, I wish. That would change my life, you know?
Okay,
That's why I
so
keep
but this
trying.
is
You know, I'm not
yeah, this
giving up.
is
I'm just having a hard time.
but you were asking how much, you know, and so this is one example of a trade that you know, it cost on the margin was $144. So say 145. That gave me 5,000 Ondo, right? And so then you can see the price action. This was before I took a screenshot of this before I closed the trade.
And how long were you in that trade for?
This was not very long. This might have been overnight. This was on the 19th
Wow.
of January. Yeah.
And how much, what was the 50x? See, I've never taken a 50x long for more than like 20
Oh
minutes.
yeah, I can do that. But you then I listed another one on here where I have 10 trades, and you can see that I buy a little tiny bit at the beginning, and then the larger chunks are kind of staggered in the middle. And because where support and resistance are. So the middle is like putting your toe in the water, making sure that it's gonna go all right.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I
just
mean,
telling
I'll
my
even do it
timing
on
is terrible.
270 some levers. Yeah. But you gotta know your gunk. Where I
Yeah.
get in trouble sometimes is if I get froggy and I decide I might want to try XRP along with my Bitcoin and maybe a little Doge. And then all of a sudden the Bitcoin decides to, you know, go the wrong way or the other way that I was planning and I wasn't ready for it. And then I've got too many trades going south. That's where I have problem. I tell myself I'm not going to trade more than, you know, this and that. And then sometimes I just do it anyway. And so I break my rules and I suffer. So you should not break rules.
Yeah, what kind of when you enter a trade, are you using a strategy?
Yeah.
No,
Strat.
I'm talking to the guy that's having a hard
Oh,
time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to do scalp or short swings. And the issue that I've been having, I mean, partially has to do with the exchange that I've been using, just being eaten alive on fees. But also managing my leverage. So, for example, I was using a larger margin amount and lower leverage, and I found that switching to higher leverage and a smaller margin was actually better
Well,
for the short scalps. And then, but the issue that I've been having, guys, really is just figuring out because basically what I'll find is, and again, like I've come over from spot where if I see dips, I'm just kind of buying throughout the day and I don't care. I'm trading over the long term. So the issues that I've been having is like coming in at the bottom of a move with like 50x leverage, and I've tried to catch the bottom and I just get either stopped out or liquidated on a wick. And so
okay,
that's why I've missed all the bottoms. So
so
that's what
Bro,
I'm
that
wondering is like,
50x is way too
so
high, man.
yeah,
what's that?
50x is pretty absurd.
Yeah,
That's a
no,
really high
no, no.
leverage.
50x
But
with like $10. That's what I'm saying. Rather than doing like 10x leverage with, you know what I mean? Or even 5x. Like I found that I lost less money using the higher leverage with a smaller margin.
all right, well, back to bare bones though. Um, what is your strategy? Like, what are the prerequisites for an entry and an exit?
So I want to see um higher lows, higher highs. If I see a break of a level, my problem is pinpointing the entry so that I'm not like I
When you
said, getting
say a
stopped
break of a
out.
level, do you mean like a previous high, like a resistance, like it breaks
Yeah,
resistance? So
exactly.
you're trying to do a breakout trade.
Yeah.
Well, you have to combine that with the momentum, because there's oftentimes where it will break out on a minute, 5 minute, even 15 minute, even a half hour. But it's really just where they're coming to another resistance point that's key, and you've got a 4 hour that that is going to be testing a low. So that may not be with momentum yet. So you might be then waiting too long to take the profit after it does. Let's say it does break out. You know, we see this all the time where you get a nice big huge candle and you hit this line. This is, you know, a descending resistance, and that's also met by an overhead. There's usually 2 sets of resistance. You got to pop this one, and then you also have to pop the ascending resistance. And if you don't, if we don't get this angle here, see this right there? If you don't get that, you fall. Look at you fall over the ledge. And many people don't realize that you not only do you have to do a horizontal, like if I put a straight line here, yeah, I might get that number, but it's not enough because of the way Bitcoin moves. Bitcoin moves this way, and as it goes forward, it falls because of where the 50 is. See, the movement on this structure here on 15-minute is still this way. Yes, it's peaking up, but look at how far its structure is, and it's staring right up there. So any forward movement that falls underneath here and here is prime location for a dip into that corner.
I don't mean to be like, I'm having a really hard time looking at your chart. I think just because
yeah,
I'm a beginner, it's like
it's
I
okay.
can't even see it.
What's your name? What's your name in the server?
Jerry.
Cherry in. Oh, okay, Cherry. I got you. Here, I'm gonna send you a message. I gotta go for a few minutes, but I'll be back in a couple.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, if you could
I'll
tell me
hit
the
you up.
set, yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you. BJ, do you have I guess you won't be able to go back and see that trade. I just love to see like the chart and like where it was that you did that, because like I can't imagine leaving a 50x trade open
Oh
overnight.
my gosh. Yeah. Well, I'll try, and if not, then I'll try to do if I'm because yeah, I can do. I don't do very many trades that are low leverage at all. Not on leverage. I mean, spot trading is a whole different thing, but when I'm doing leverage trading, yeah, I know where I'm going, and I know where I got to start, and I know where I'm going to finish.
Yeah. I used to do so good spot trading, like because I mean I had a lot of money not a lot of money, but well, yeah, I had a lot of money to throw
Oh, I
around. I
understand.
made
Yeah.
pretty good money in like 2017 crypto, and just kind of kept that going. And then, I think for like a lot of people, this COVID threw a wrench in things, and so I don't have much to work with. So I just really want to. I mean, I'm on here every day, all day. I'm like not the best. I'm not the best studier. You know what I mean? Like I learn from doing and observing and talking to people and asking like really specific questions.
Well, can I just
So
break in and just say something? That kind of trading that you want to do, it takes a lot of effort. I mean, a lot of effort to.
yeah, I'm ready. That's what I'm here for.
Okay.
I
That's
mean,
why I'm
you
here every
also
day
need
doing it.
Focus.
to have like a very clear strategy with all kind of different metrics. Like, if I understood you correctly, you're trading like a small, low time frame, high leverage scalps.
Yeah,
Is
I'd
that
like to
correct?
be able to just keep, I don't want to go to sleep with any trades open, if I
Like
can.
just a quick in and out, high leverage, quick,
Yeah.
low time frame. So for that, there's different strategies, but you'll have to look at a lot of different metrics and find some confluence. I can
Yeah, I
send
think
you some stuff if you want.
I think
Some
also
quote.
stop losses too are really getting me because I'm just, that's how I missed, some of the bottoms was I knew we were at the bottom, I just wasn't expecting a wick straight down to my trade and then go back up like 10,
I mean, what
15%,
Qui-Gon was saying is true. You need a clear plan with an invalidation and like know exactly what you're doing. You can't just trade it like you're trading spot or low leverage.
What
If
what
you're
leverage are you
trading
trading? I forget. You said what leverage was it?
I mean, it depends. But like for the really short ones, feel like 50x leverage. But that's with like $10 and I'm just trying to catch like okay, so like you see like the here. It'll be easy if I pull up the Bitcoin chart and I could
But I
tell
was just,
you
dude, like
where
anything above 10, bots will go after you and hit your limits. They'll just chase you.
Hey Jerry, another thing I've been doing lately is using Chat GPT and screenshotting the chart.
Does that really work?
Depends on what model you use. If you use a reasoning model, it'll work.
What's going on, everybody?
Just these guys are trying to give me some advice. Just, I'm still having some issues.
Yeah, I
Well,
was
I think
listening
the
in.
thing to do is to build up a bag first, either on spot or just on your own, like they were talking about. Just save and build up
Yeah, that's where this is where my
money.
money's going. This is it. Like I have like an extremely minimal income, and I don't have a lot of options to make money. I think people were trying to tell me this the other night. I don't want to get into like personal shit, but there's a reason I'm trying to do this and a reason I'm devoting this time to it. You know,
Yeah, dude, I've
problem
heard you
is the
ask
learning curve.
a few times, but I don't. And please don't. I'm not trying to like dig into you, but it seems like every time someone keeps telling you that you're in a trader's game where you have to be like super babysitting this stuff and you need to know like as an advanced trader, I just get this feeling you're not accepting that. And I but I could be
no, I'm
wrong.
accepting. I'm coming in here and I'm asking for. I joined this Discord because I wanted to be in a group and have the camaraderie and to learn. And there's been some times where I've come in here with questions and people have basically tell me get good. Like it's a fucking COD lobby. And
Yeah, well, I'll
and
never say that
that
to you. I'm just saying like you're everything is up against you, not just you
yeah,
personally,
I'm
but
coming
like
for constructive criticism, dude, and this isn't constructive criticism. So I'm gonna take a break.
well, I'm telling you, dude, anytime I
Yeah,
go over
you know,
10x, the bots chase me, dude. Anytime I
all
go
right.
over 10x, they chase me. If I go below 10x,
I
they don't chase me.
All right, I
So,
appreciate
like,
you trying to help me.
I
I
want to
got
ask
I gotta
one.
take a
Wait,
break, guys. I'm sorry. I gotta
before
take
you
a break.
take a break, can I ask one thing? Have you ever looked up swing failure pattern? And I'm like, I'm a new trader too, so somebody jump in and if that's a good strategy or not. But because he said he's always getting hit with his stop losses are always getting hit. I've heard like that's a good thing to do if your stop losses are getting hit. So maybe that's
I've
something
been
he
paying
needs.
attention. I think it's getting to the point where there's a bit of revenge trading going on. Taking a break is probably not a bad idea. Just to breathe it off, because if you keep chasing it, like
That
right now,
too.
there's not a lot pumping. So I mean, getting into something while it's ranging, you're gonna get a lot of fake outs. You're gonna get stopped out a lot. The patience,
Yeah, that's what happened
the
at the end
patience
was
waiting for a really good setup is what it is, right? If you have a little bit of patience waiting for a good setup, even if it means you don't trade for a whole day, you'll make up for it, right? And then you're not gonna lose on the way there.
Yeah.
I walk away
Yeah,
a lot,
today
bro. When that happens to me, and it happens to me all the time. I notice it when I take days off, right? If I go on vacation or something, come back, you're literally out of sync for whatever reason, whether it be emotional, whether it be you just haven't been watching the charts, whether anything, it could be a million things. But when I get out of sync with the market, I walk away for a bit. Watch it. You don't have to walk away completely. Watch it, but just don't trade for a minute. Wait till you get a really good setup because you need a W right now or it's going to hit your confidence.
Yeah, I feel that for sure. I mean, it
And
already
this
has.
market has been really easy to get out of sync with, man.
Nah, hey, listen, like I said, this really is advanced mode. And some of the stuff that you're trying to pull out right now to do it in this market, like BJ showed you the thing that she did, but she's been doing this for a while, right? She wouldn't have been able to get that same result, 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
To be fair, man, a lot of people have been saying the same thing you just said, Dbloc.
Oh, it's very well said, and yes, and no, I would not have been able to do that. And my goal is to be better every day. So
Yeah.
it takes a lot. And yes, he's right. If you're not in sync, you gotta stop, just walk away because it'll just eat at you and shatters your confidence. And then you start getting timid with everything in during the trade and all that. It's no good.
Yeah. So it can snowball.
Mm-hmm.
Revenge trade, like I've done a lot of revenge trading and like burned through a lot of money. And I'm a new trader. And it's the psychology. Like I've learned a lot listening to them too. The psychology of trading is such a big thing. Like you have to step away. Like the less you trade, the better. Um, and it sounds like you have a lot of learning. I have a lot of learning. One thing, like, I don't know if you've heard of Piper Academy, because people are really advanced on here. Like the Piper Academy is just it's a really, really small YouTube channel and they just teach. Like it's free and they teach. Like, and there's not a lot of like trustworthy, like free shit on YouTube like this. And like they're one of them and you can just search and they're on every day, multiple times a day. So it's just a resource like that you might want to look up.
Yeah, I'll check
Some
that
of,
out.
some of my best trades have putting them on like 3 or 4x and walking away and coming back in 2 days and seeing that I lost very little, but then when it worked, I totally won big.
You're asking the right questions, bro. So you're good. You just need to chill for a little bit. But just from the conversation that we had today, you're asking the right questions, right? You're on to it. You just can't force it.
Yeah, it's like I'm not failing every trade. It's like, if I look at my order history, I got, 1, 2, 3, 4, my last 4 out of 6 trades were in profit.
How many trades have you taken today?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Yeah, you're trying to make something happen.
Yeah, and then that doesn't
It's too
count,
much.
obviously, like when I got, stopped out or my, just my order wasn't filled.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can get those little profits, but then it's like the other ones that I'm not getting out
You're
of.
honestly trying to squeeze blood out of a stone right now with Bitcoin taking 6 trades in the last 24 hours. I mean, not that there wasn't money to be made, but you really are like, you know what I mean?
It's just driving me nuts that I didn't manage to just get in, like we've made so many gains
Yeah.
since the big drop that like I'm like, how did I just not get
I mean,
somewhere into the bottom and then I'd just be chilling? It's like it's blowing my
I
mind.
can
It's
I
never
can totally
happened.
Yeah.
understand
Don't let
that
that wreck you
because
though.
It
I can
won't be the
totally
last
understand what you're saying because I've been there as well, where I saw Bitcoin made huge moves and I was like, oh man, that was it. Why didn't I get in? But that's like a scarcity mindset. There's always gonna be the next move. Like
Hell
you don't
yeah.
The
have to
biggest
count
change,
on
yeah, the
doing that.
biggest change happens in your trading when you realize that that last move wasn't the only move. There'll be another move tomorrow. There'll be another move after
Oh
that. There's always going
yes.
to be another train leaving the
Amen,
station.
brother.
I've done 2 trades in 1 year now, so I'm practicing watching it go up.
Okay, you might be taking it a little too easy.
No, man, I'm chilling, bro.
You have the
I'm
opposite
not.
problem.
I've been moving the
I
couch.
gotta ask one question. Do you have trading rules for yourself?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I try my best to follow them. I'm not, I mean, usually what it is I'm wrong about my entries. And then I'm getting trapped,
He's getting
or
caught. He
like
just got caught in a lot of this chop today. I mean, if you look at the price action on the 30-minute, you can see the chop. It's very easy to get caught up in this trying to make something happen. You know, you get chop, 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 and then finally something goes, and then more chop, and then it go. You know what I mean? So it's not. I think it has to do with the difference between trending and ranging.
Well, it's that too. Where you say it's really hard to buy red. People have a hard time buying red because they think it's going to go down further, and that's just you got to do it. You got to do it.
Yeah, I did that. See, I try to do that. So earlier, try to give you an example. Well, maybe it's not the best example just because of fundamentally what's going on with it. But ENA took a big dive today. I think because of unlocks, right? So it started bottoming out, and it started getting higher lows, and then getting really wicky at the bottom. And so I put in an order near the bottom of the wicks, and then that got filled. I went up got into 5% profit, and then it just dropped me.
Came back into the wicks.
Yeah, right back and just stopped me out, and that was on that was a high leverage trade. So like, I wasn't gonna not put a stop loss on something that's like possibly in a downward discovery mode.
Terragato in
I,
chat
I
just said ENA's pissing me off. You're not the only one. This shit's whipping everybody around by the nads.
I would say just focus on Bitcoin. Try to master that one first. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's what I've
maybe.
been doing. I used to also trade leverage trade
Bitcoin's more
alts
forgiving
when I
for
was
sure.
getting started, and then I realized that, like you get way more scam wicks, and like if Bitcoin goes down, your altcoin will also go down most of the time. So you'll have to monitor Bitcoin as well, and might as well just master Bitcoin and
Yeah, right.
yeah.
Yeah, because most of my
And
trades
yeah,
are in alts. I'm not usually trading Bitcoin because I'm scalping. I'm trying to get those larger moves,
The
but I guess
problem
that's
the problem is
double-edged
that
sword.
the problem is that your call could be perfect on the alt, and then Bitcoin could drop 1% and dominance could pop up while that happens, and boom, there goes your stop loss is just eaten.
10%. Bam.
So if you're gonna have to watch Bitcoin and Dom anyways, you know what I mean? Then it's like you might as well. Neo with the super chat, big super chat.
Thanks for the knowledge again,
and
Dbloc.
with Dbloc's
Everything is starting
analysis
to come
here, you
together
get
now.
like
Appreciate
if
your
you watch it
consistency and
every
the
day,
value you
you
bring
will
to the
get a
space.
good feel for Bitcoin, how it behaves, and it's more predictable, and you can get away with more leverage on Bitcoin because the moves aren't as huge.
I
Like, it's
appreciate that,
still
Neo. I appreciate the support, bro. I was really generous.
like, you know how you say don't trade off of somebody else's analysis, and I know that that's true. So you have your own, and I'm saying this is for me. Like, I'm not saying this to lecture anyone, but just to, like, something that works for me. When I've already decided I know that something has momentum and it's going to go up for the next couple of days, it does feel good to have BJ going, Yeah, I don't see it dumping here. Now, I didn't use her call out to help me trade, but when I'm in a position where I didn't get in at the right momentum and it's bleeding a little bit, I just DCA because when I see Dbloc's chart and then I see BJ's call outs and her chart, and then I am already convicted, I have conviction, and I just double down on my trade. It's never failed me. And if anything dumps, it's dumping for everybody. Like I don't feel personal that I made a bad decision because everybody will be feeling the pain if they're all wrong.
Hey, yeah, man. Thanks, Dbloc again. I've been watching this stream for almost 3-4 weeks now or so, and yeah, man, it's been your TA is really spot on, and like I said, it's helped and stuff. So I've yeah, just trying to pick up as much knowledge as I can.
I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a rough couple weeks. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, been some extreme volatility. I mean, we've gone from completely dead price action to $10,000 swings, you know, within 12 hours of each other. It's been a crazy week.
One of the biggest Sunday pumps in a long time.
Yeah, it's crazy. But just try to keep everybody on the same page so that Twitter doesn't freak everybody out, man. Really all it is. It's the sentiment. If you can keep your sentiment under control, and keep your eye on the bigger picture, then somebody was asking earlier, what percentage of traders is successful, whatever. The real question should be, what's the difference between that 15% and the 85% that doesn't make it? And for me, it comes down to psychology. For me, it comes down to doing the hard thing at the hard time when everybody else is freaked out, right? And taking profits in the middle of the party when everybody thinks it's going on forever and ever, and you're the one wet blanket in the corner talking about you're taking profits.
I was with you, Dbloc, because I'm not in position, so I can tell you take it. Dump it. Yeah, I've been a moon boy plenty of times. We all have.
Well, that's why you see people in chat going, dump it, because they want to get in on that really crazy red candle.
Yeah, I want it to dump for the next year. Keep dumping.
Neil's got me in the giving mood. Let's give out some memberships.
Yeah, I leveraged my couch into the other room this morning, Dbloc. Or afternoon. So I've been leveraging couches.
Nice. Welcome to all the new members. If you're not subscribed, you can just throw me a little thank you by hitting that subscribe button. Smack the like on your way past it.
Hey, Dbloc, if you don't mind me asking, how long has your trading journey been?
I mean, the first time I bought crypto was early, but I can't call that, trading, because I was buying it to buy shit on Silk Road, and I had no idea, bro. I threw away so much money. Threw away ridiculous amounts of money. Well, what would have ended up being ridiculous amounts of money, I should say. Talking about buying weed and shrooms for Bitcoin. The dumbest thing, literally Bitcoin up in smoke. But it wasn't until later, right? So maybe about, I'd say a good 12 years, actually. And then after probably a good 10 years, confident in knowing what I'm doing.
That's what I was gonna ask, how long it took before you became very,
It took me a good 2 years, bro. I had to, and I only think that it took me that amount of time because of when I came in, right? I came in through most people's story, right when we were at the top of a bull market, everything was flying. Except at that time, there was no 4-year cycle really. It had only happened once. So there was nobody around saying, hey, this is going to go down 85%. And don't worry because it's going to come back up and it's going to keep going to the moon forever. So trying to learn what I could within that bear market and then having the balls to swing at something that had no promises is what made the difference.
Where did you learn most of the stuff you picked up?
I mean, I tried to talk to people that were trading. You know, there were chat rooms and stuff like that back in the day. Nothing like this. You had to learn most of your stuff from legacy guys. I went into Forex to really learn how to trade. I'd say Forex really made the biggest difference. Because that's where I got like introduced to the market maker and, you know, that whole liquidity providing and the importance of liquidity and all those good things. But I think the biggest what make everybody gets wrecked, right? It either runs you away, it chases you away, you're like, screw that, I'm not doing this, or you get mad at it, right? And you're like, there's no way, there's people around me that are doing it. They're not any different than me. They got the same brain I have. There's no way in hell I can't figure this out. And then you just kind of take it personally. I revenge learned. Like a healthy sort of revenge trading, right? Like I revenge learned how to do TA. And then I just kept getting so many different, try this and do this, no SMC, no this, no the other thing. And then it's like, no, use this indicator. And then you go through that journey where you're looking for the magic indicator that's going to give you all the signals you need so you don't have to think. And then it just struck me one day, like, just go back to first principles, right? Like, just go back to the candles. Learn the TA, the boring TA, raw from scratch that all these indicators are based on. And then you don't really need anything else.
What are some of your what's your go-to trading strategy? I know you've mentioned it a couple times already, but I think you call it your bread and butter.
That's the 5 and the 13, the 50, the scalping strategy you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just waiting for momentum confirmation on the 5-minute before you get in. Right, waiting for 13 to get above the 50. Volume, nice volume candle for confirmation. And then riding it using the 50 as my stop, using the 50 as my trailing stop loss, but using the 13 as my trigger, not price. Right, so I
What
don't
time
care
frame do
if
you
price comes down under the
what time
5
frame
minute.
do you find that? Oh, 5 minute.
Yep,
Okay.
5 minutes most effective. Those are trades that I'm not paying attention to, but remember, those are also spot trades, which gives me the luxury to not pay attention to them. Right, so it's a little bit of a looser, trading style, but it's supposed to run in the background, right? It's like not my main trade or not my main 1 or 2 trades, but just things that happen to have volume that are catching momentum.
I can't wait for Dbloc to start his classes, like really starting from the beginning and then going to more advanced. I think that'll help
Well, I'll be honest with you,
a lot
like
of
that's why
people
I
out.
don't mind the questions, because at this point I don't even remember what the beginning is, bro. Like I find when people ask me questions that I realize like I don't remember exactly what it's like to come in brand new, where somebody tells you, yeah, just look for a bullish candle, and you're like, what the hell is a bullish candle?
Well, if you need
You
a
know what I
student in
mean?
Dbloc, I could be your first student.
Bro, you've been here for 4 years, hella puff.
Nah, I know, I know, but at least it's a student that has more of
Bro,
an understanding.
bro's been here for 4 years, hasn't learned a damn thing.
Nah, bro,
Nah, hella puff got it, man. Hella puff got it.
this isn't really this stuff isn't really easy, bro. Like
It's
it's
not though,
not
you're
really
right.
an easy thing. Like there's stuff that I have to go back and like relearn sometimes because it's like, oh shit, that's what I missed. That's why it's not working out. Like everybody trades on the 5 and 15. Yeah, I trade on the 5 and 15 too, but on like because I'm like kind of stuck on an app basically, I have to do basically my trading on a day, which I really can't do because I'm not gonna get that daily low on the RSI right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's certain things that I have to do to get in the middle of a play. Like when we just took this last dip, I got in, then something crazy happened. We dipped again, and I think I got out and got back in, and I got out again, and then Dbloc comes on like an hour later. No, guys, we're still following the trend. And look, and I'm like, oh shit. So it's like certain little things that I'm missing that I don't realize that I'm missing until it's too late and I already sold. But it's all good though.
A lot of it is patience, man. You know, like it's just patience.
Hey, Dbloc, how many trade setups do you take a week, would you say? Like, or have you, like, for example, the past month or two, how many trades would you say you're taking a week?
Today, I literally haven't even started a new trade. I'm still on yesterday's trade. And I'm not trading any alts right now. So for me, today's been staring at the screen, watching money go sideways and up and sideways and up.
I'm those back at the top of that candle from
A regular day for me would be like 3 or 4 trades. But there's some days where I don't take a trade at all. Like there's some days where I just, and now that's different because I don't short, right? So if I wanted to, I could find a long trade every day. I'd just go looking for something super small market cap, you know, that has volume. But we're not in the right sort of environment to be playing with those type of coins. So right now it's spot and chill.
You said that so humble. You said I'm not trading alts right now, and you just blow it off like it's, dude. There's a lot of thought that's gone into why you're not trading alts right now, and I've been trying to tell people that are frustrated that there's a reason why he's coming to that conclusion. Now you could obviously regurgitate the reasons why. I think we've heard it a million times, but like I think people that are frustrated and they can't seem to find momentum or they can't seem to get into a good trade should really take that advice. Even I take it when I'm frustrated and I can't find a spot.
Yeah, man. Sometimes just sitting back is good. You know, no trade is a trade, right? Like sitting in stables is actually a trade.
Yeah, ask what's his
I'm in the
name?
trade.
Ask Warren Buffett. He's
Yeah, exactly.
he has a lot
Warren
of
Buffett
cash
is
right
in
now.
a heavy cash trade right now. And he's up, right? Because everything that he sold has done nothing but gone down since he. So it's like, is he shorting the market? No. But is he benefiting from the market going down? Yeah. The more patient he is, the more he benefits.
Did you say earlier that you're short? You mean in a sense that you're in cash?
Oh, me?
Or did I just
Oh no.
mishear?
No. I'm pretty well invested. I'm heavy Bitcoin right now. I am trying to take 20% out when we get up to this measured move though, because I want to free up some cash.
I tell you what, it was hard just staring at the market today because I got frustrated. Like I did well yesterday, and then this morning, you know how they jerk you around, and I'm at work, so I was just like, you know what, I ain't got the mental for this. I just watched it all day. I did not put a trade in, and actually, I didn't watch it. I just didn't trade it.
Same,
I popped in every once in a while.
Spot is
I
for
was
the
so fed up.
spot is for the knife catching, right? Like leverage to me is for when you know you're getting an impulse, when you know you're getting the breakout, you're getting that big move, and then you're gonna leverage your way through that big move. But you just
The
have to
bottom
wait for
has
things
already
to heat
gone.
up a little bit. Yeah, you just gotta wait for things to heat up a little bit. Because this price action today has been horrible. Not that there wasn't money to be made, but this is just choppy as hell.
Well, at least Coinbase made an awesome decision today. They decided to change their UX while it's been sideways instead of doing it in the middle of a dump, which is they're learning.
Oh shit, they're going band for band in the chat. Slime with the 5 gifties. Mike with the 10 gifties. Appreciate y'all, man.
What's the membership?
YouTube membership is like $2.99, and it gives you your name and it gives you your it'll give you your badge to see how long you've been there. And then like when it's really crowded and they're asking for TA, you know, if you've got a membership, your TA is gonna get answered before any of the tourists.
And you get a free Drew degen indicator for your charts.
But there's different tiers, right? The second tier has sort of priority for Monster with the 10 gifted. It has priority for super chats and more sort of in-depth TA. Because the thing is, like, when someone asks me for TA, like, I'm really sitting here for 15 minutes looking at that project. You know what I mean? And like, so now you add 10 to that, or 20 or 30, and you have to be able to filter it somehow. Or else people will just come in here screaming out tickers. And then the highest level, obviously, are our patrons are just people who want to support the channel. And they get the Cypher family role with that, portfolio reviews. Mike with the 3-month renewal. Scott with the 3-month renewal. Y'all are killing me right now. Stunting on here. Let's go. Appreciate it, y'all, man. W members.
What about Discord? Is there any membership or anything in there?
Yeah, Discord's got a free section. That's the reason we've got to deal with these scammers and shit, which I apologize, by the way. If anybody's getting hit by these scammers, just ignore them and block them. But yeah, there's a $50 one-time fee. Right now, everything is in the free section except for a couple things. But when the market starts to pick up a little bit, we're moving into the private section, right? So not anybody can just come into the free part of the Discord and then jump on mic on YouTube in the middle of the night while everybody's asleep, you know, like that type of shit. Try to cut down on the bots. And then I'm going to be adding value. It's only a one-time fee. We're not doing the subscription thing.
Man, you just made me think of an idea. Like, I wonder if this isn't happening. You'll have bots come into your chat. I wonder if they've got the text-to-speech bots coming into Discord voices now.
It's possible. I mean, eventually we're going to have to deal with AI agents coming into the Discords. It's going to happen. Shilling their projects.
Can you imagine that?
Or sitting and building relationships for like 3 months and then shilling the project. You know what I mean? They're going to get clever. They don't have to sleep. They'll be on all night.
Some guy comes in with some bot with the Arnold Schwarzenegger freaking voice.
It would bump you up.
And then they start talking to each other in voice chat in the middle of the night while Dbloc's sleeping.
Nah, it could get crazy. Give me a second. I got some groceries that just came in. I got to grab them from outside. There's like 2 dozen eggs out there. I gotta grab them before somebody steals them. You know how that is.
Oh yeah.
Worth more than Bitcoin right now.
They did go down a little bit. I was at the market today. The cheapest ones were $9.
I just watched a Instagram video of this group of people running into Costco. What do they call that? Like a flash mob robbery. That's what they went. They went after the eggs and ran out. Ran right past all the 70-inch, 80-inch televisions. Ran right to the eggs.
See, that's how you know they're idiots, because they got saffron there, and that's what you really want to go after. When you're thinking about stuff like that, licks, non-financial advice, you want the lightest thing that's the most expensive with less weight per gram, and that would be probably saffron.
Maybe, yeah, but I think they're going after demand in the sense you can set up an egg stand pretty much anywhere.
Maybe.
And just
Okay, that's true. I see that. Saffron. There's not a big demand for saffron.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Is they're trying to collect as many eggs as they can, and then they act like all Mr. Super Nice Guy at the corner, like he never did anything wrong. And
That's great. That's great.
you come by my.
Buy my egg. I love you long time.
Do you know how much is the price for the eggs in my country right now? $1, like 4 eggs for $1.
4 for $1. That's not bad.
Yeah, yeah, right.
What, $3 a dozen?
Yeah.
Yeah, but does your country have a chicken in every backyard, though?
What country?
Thailand.
Thailand. Cool, cool.
Yep, you got chickens in your backyard.
Yeah, that's a lot.
How much are eggs in the States again?
Depends. They're between $6 and $10.
Yeah, the cheap ones are $10 a dozen over here.
I got 20 Australorp egg chickens in my chicken coop, and man, they are egg laying machines. They lay about 1.5 to 2 eggs a day.
The hen lay a half egg.
Well, half meaning that it goes into the next 24 hours, you goofball. I knew you. As I was saying it, I was like, "There's going to be some jackball who's going to make a comment on that."
All right, you guys ready for a dip?
And by dip, you mean pump?
You never know, do you? Huh?
A reverse dip. Inverse dip.
XRP really looks like it wants to pump, like no.
Yeah. There's a lot of them like that. ADA, XRP, Ondo's been looking like that too, man. Yeah. The tokens
They're
are
all
supposed to
gonna
be at
pump
that.
at the same time, I guess. And then
all
they're
one-
all gonna jump at the same time too.
The ones that are supposed to be at that thing Friday. Like a lot of them, all of them are
We're gonna
doing
do the
pretty good.
4-day or 2-day countdown. Better put a timer up,
Pretty
block. Doomsday.
Hey, Woony, what do you see in ADA right now, man? It feels like it's playing games. It looks like it wants to break its trend.
I haven't even looked at it. ADA, huh?
Hey, Dbloc, have you at some point, I would expect you have, but anyway, I want to have this little conversation with you. Have you sat and watched Bitcoin chart at the same time that you've watched XRP?
Dbloc
he's
stepped
not
away.
here right
Yeah, he stepped away for a little bit.
I'm sure he's watched a lot of charts when he's watching Bitcoin because he always has Bitcoin up.
Yeah.
All right, how about you,
And he
Drew?
always
Have
has
you?
dominance up as well.
Who, me? Yeah, I mean, I think what you want to look at is not next to each other. If you're really interested, go find yourself a Bitcoin XRP pair and look at that.
I like that. So anyway, what I was gonna say is, what I've been noticing is, the alts, most of the stable alts anyway, not the new memes, but stable alts, they follow Bitcoin because everything follows Bitcoin, and this is a fact. We know this. But the interesting thing that I've noticed because I've been watching XRP and I've been watching Bitcoin charts at the same time frame and have been doing it for like a long time. Anyway, because I've been into XRP way back with the Doge pump. But anyway, I've noticed, hey, they all follow Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the dominator who tells the other coins what their move is going to be. However, I've noticed with XRP, XRP will be the first to the jump on the move, and it will experience the most volatility of the move, but it almost appears like it does it seconds before Bitcoin does, but Bitcoin is the one dominating the move. It's the trippiest shit, man, I've seen, dude.
I noticed the same with Pepe. The same thing yesterday. Exact the same thing.
Right. So dude who was saying XRP, man, looks like it wants to pump. I'm sitting here watching it. It totally does, man. And Bitcoin, I mean, but Bitcoin is the one dominating the movement for XRP, but XRP seems to be making it first. It's so weird, man. But I've been kind of noticing that. It's
Hey, yo, is that dude Jerry still in the chat?
No, I think he left.
Jerry, you there? I'll see if I can tag him.
Dippity doo da, dippity day.
Pumpity pump pump, pumpity pump pump.
I'll jump in on the pump if we break 92. I'll do a little quick breakout trade. Get bullish with you guys for a little bit.
I don't see how it gets bullish. I mean, it doesn't look bearish at the moment, but I don't see how it gets bullish unless Asia jumps in and is like, yeah, let's bump this. I feel like it kind of already did what it needed to do. Like that 90, what was it, 91.8? Soda was my target.
Yeah, I mean, if we follow the usual session structures, then we probably just range here.
We're still under the point of control from like the last few months. Like if you look at the meat of the bone from November, early November, still a little bit under what the point of control would be for that time segment.
I got a range pulled from, when is it, 13th of November? Volume profile. And on that one, we're just entering the value area low. We're not even in the range yet.
These little doji candles on XRP, man. Come on.
Yeah, it looks like that dude muted himself. Well, he's muted and deafened, so can't hear us. I was gonna try to give him a little pet talk, but
Oh, is he still in here?
he's still in the voice chat, but he can't hear anything we're saying because he's
I
deaf.
think he said he would take a break or something. Yeah, trading's tough, man. I know that Tino always says it's the easiest, hardest way to make money.
Yeah.
But it's the
And
most
it makes
difficult way to
sense.
make easy money.
Yeah, you think it's easy when you first start, and then you realize it's quite the opposite.
Yeah. It's very, very difficult.
It's fun though. I like it. It feeds into my inner nerd. And there's just so much you can learn. Like you can never solve the puzzle. Just always more to know.
Yeah,
Sometimes
there's
I feel
always
like it's not even a puzzle. Like it's just you gotta hunt and be patient and sit there, be the camouflage, hidden, no market sell. I mean, no stop losses, no limits, no levels that you're exposed. And just when you see something, you're ready, bang, market sell, bang, market buy. Nobody sees you coming. Nobody sees you leaving. You come in there like a ninja. You leave like a ninja.
Yeah, it is really like hunting, where you spend a lot of time waiting for the right moment.
Drew, you just described my exact trading strategy.
Yeah, baby.
Dude, I love buying dips. It's so satisfying. Like big, retarded, ridiculous dips that are oversold.
Can we get one,
Like
please? What's up?
liquidation events where everyone is panicking.
Yeah, we need
That
some
is
fun.
absolutely the best time to buy. That is like the greatest. Everybody's freaking out. I'm like, calm.
Best
Like,
time to
Dude, it
sell
is.
when everyone's having a good time, laughing on Discord.
Yep.
Hi,
Yep.
he. Oh yeah, I told you guys this is it. I'm like, yep, bang, sell.
Why do you think Dbloc is quiet when we're peaking? He's over there like getting out of his positions.
Yeah, he gets sad because he has to sell when everyone else is happy.
"2021 was pretty wild. I'll say that. 2021, people were really freaking out.
Yeah, I was definitely playing it risky in 2021. Sheesh, the kind of bags I was throwing around.
Yeah, dude. Drew used to manipulate charts. He'd freaking like, you just come in and pump a chart. You go in to
Yeah.
buy something, they'd be like, "Oh no, sorry, sir, you can't buy that much. You can only, you have to lower your order count."
Yeah, I forget something like that happened to me. They wouldn't let me buy that much. I think it was either on Binance US or something.
Were you one of those guys who nuked charts?
Yeah, on Gemini, I nuked a few charts.
So we're back up around the three. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
We're back up around 3 trillion market cap right now, which is a good thing. What's interesting is, the charts haven't moved quite that much, but I mean, it's slowly but surely building, which is a lot more stable. Dang near recouped that whole Sunday shenanigans. If we can hover above 3 trillion, that's a nice thing for crypto, really.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not over 3 trillion. Like we went back under. That's kind of crazy.
When it creeps up like this, though, and the fear and greed's not moving a whole lot, the altcoin season index isn't moving a lot. Like, we could not have that crazy pump to 100 and whatever. It could just gradually increase itself, which I mean, I kind of would prefer, but I don't mind a big swing to
That's when you
accumulate.
get the big dumpage, man. You creep up slowly via bots for like a week, and then it gets erased in like 15 minutes.
Well, yeah, you got to sell a little bit and then look for that. But I mean, the pump, this hasn't been exactly, I wouldn't say that this is bought terror. I mean, there's definitely bots buying, but there's two crazy swings here in the last week. Definitely, I mean, every big move is what? Bitcoin, there's 2%. What's this one? 2.6%. 2.27, actually 2.45. Let me switch over here to the daily.
I'm back. I'm just off mic for a minute. I gotta handle something.
I mean, the daily on XRP, man, it's just.
If you look on the daily of Bitcoin and you pull a volume profile back into November when we first pumped, we're just at the value area low. You could make an argument that we're entering back into the range, and then the target would be at least the point of control, which is at 96, 97, something like that.
$96,515.
Let me check. Wait. Oh, it's at 97.3 actually, 97.4, the point of control. I'll post it in TA.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. No, I just had to move some stuff. So why?
W gifties. Appreciate you, Slime. Alright, we got our bullish trigger above, but we're sitting right in a big volume gap here, guys. We've got some mean reversion to do. Problem is we've got our vector gap right underneath the 50. So we could take a little bit of a trip back down to 90 here. We'll see. Let's see if the 50 is strong enough to hold this on the 5-minute. But we're losing support. You see the volume gap, right? This big chunk on the side. Good short. Yeah. You shorted right at the high volume node. Right at the POC when it lost the POC. So the POC was right there. As soon as that broke, that gives you the first sign that things are going bad. Price usually moves from the value area low to the point of control to the value area high. And on retracements, it'll do the same, right? Point of control, if point of control doesn't hold, it'll seek out the value area low. The value area low is at the bottom of our vector gap here. Yeah, we'll go naked chart for a second. So that's just your volume gap there. So the yellow is your point of control, and the blue are your value area low and your value area highs. Appreciate you, Slime. Definitely welcome to all the new members. We can move this vector gap up. We cleared all of that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 618. If you take the vector gap on the 1 hour and on the 4 hour, and you draw a fib like just from the top of the body down to the bottom of the body, we definitely hit those levels before it claims 60 you know, the 618 level of the vector. So I think it doesn't necessarily have to go clear the whole thing.
Nah, it's if this then that. So your 0 mark was the point of control. Right, that breaking was what's important. First level would be the 50 EMA. Second level would be the uptrend. Third level would be our major uptrend. Fourth level would be the 200. But they don't all have to hit. Those are just the targets. You've got good confluence around the bottom of this, well, the middle of this vector, I should say. If we were to pull a fib, it probably looks like 6. It looks like the 618.
Hey, Dbloc, is there a crypto trading journal like online that you would recommend?
A journal like
Like there's I know there's different websites that you connect your API to your exchange account.
yeah, I
And they'll
haven't. I've
like
never used them. I had an old school journal, but I probably would have kept journaling had I had something a little more Web3. You know, I haven't, but I'll look out for it. If I see anything, I'll tell you. If you find anything, tell me too, because it'd be
yeah, I know
good to.
Coin Market Manager's good, but I'm trying to find one that I can use for free again, or try it for free just to,
Yeah.
yeah, I already connected mine in the past to Coin Market Manager, so I can't use it again. But do any of y'all in the chat know any good, reliable, trustworthy yeah, online trading, crypto trading journals?
Man, I tell all these people to journal. They don't listen.
Like a blog, or like what are
Like
we?
something that tracks your trades.
It shows you like
Oh,
your win loss percentage, like whether you're winning your longs or shorts more, what's your average like gain or loss per trade, like what's the average time your trades are being open, like all that type of info.
isn't there something like that you can do on TradingView?
Maybe if you can hook your API up, but none of us really trade through anything that you can API to TradingView. At least I don't.
Dude, that dude that I took downstairs earlier was he connected his Coinbase Advanced to TradingView.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I think you can do that.
It's
I'm pretty
convenient.
sure.
I gave that dude the freaking cookbook on support and resistance and trend lines. I was like, here, dude, mess around with this for a little bit. Just practice.
A built-in journal would be great for TradingView. I mean,
they
to
have
the
notes.
yeah, but nobody ever uses them.
There's like a notes section, but I mean, you would have to like document everything yourself. I just feel like there was something that showed like your win and loss rate and stuff. Maybe I'm thinking a strategy tester. I think strategy tester shows a like an average win and loss rate based off of a like the parameters for a certain strategy, but I don't think it shows like your actual trades.
Yeah.
Cooley, I have a list for you.
There you go.
You ready? And then I'll post it too. But I'll say it in voice so that those that can see can hear. So there's one called Edgewonk, EDGEWONK, Edgewonk. That's a customizable trade journaling. It has advanced analytics and performance tracking. It works for all asset classes, including crypto. It's paid, but offers powerful features. The next one is called, are you ready? Trader Sync, TraderSync. And that S is capital, but it's not two words. It's Trader Sync. That is an AI-driven insights, it's AI-driven insights and analytics, performance tracking with detailed trade analysis, cloud-based with mobile access, and it's subscription-based. Number 3 is Coin Market Man, all one word. Specifically designed for crypto traders, automated trade importing from exchanges, risk management tools, and P&L analysis. Seems like that's what you wanted. And it's free and paid plans. So that one was called Coin Market Man.
Nice, appreciate that. I'm gonna check those out right now.
There's 2 more. TradeZella, TRADE, capital ZELLA, all one word. It's designed for serious traders. Custom tags, trade replay, and journaling features. Focused on self-improvement and trade analysis, and it's a paid subscription. That was TradeZella. And then last is Journalix, or Journaltix. It's JOURNALYTIX. Oh, Journalytics. There you go. It's AI-powered journaling and trade tracking, real-time news and alerts, broker/exchange integration, and it's subscription-based. Now, there's also a suggestion that you could use Notion, which would be free, Google Sheets, and Excel, where you can manually track your trades.
Got it. I think that's good. Appreciate it. I'm gonna check.
Oh, and I thought it was cool you asking. I'm sorry.
That was a dry run of our BJ AI agent.
Thank you so much. I
Thanks,
appreciate it.
BJ. Thanks.
Thank you.
When you searched that, BJ, what was the search term that you used? Where'd you search that and find it? Was that
You want me to give away my secrets again? I will, though.
well, yeah, I mean,
I'll be right back.
Okay, I asked ChatGPT. I said, is there a good digital crypto trading journal? That's simple as that. Now, let me tell you this. After that, it asked me if I want, it says, let me know if you want a template or need recommendations based on your trading style. So you can go deeper to get exactly what you want.
genius.
I love you all so much. And I want you all to come back and say, I am now living on my own island and I am free from any worries in life. Well, you got to have some worries in life. Otherwise, you would be just, like rubber. It wouldn't be good. You got to have, things to get over. Makes you stronger, right? I love y'all. Have a good night.
I'm pretty sure Dbloc said when he gets his island, he's bringing us all out there, so he's got people to hang out with and chill. I think
And
he said that.
he's gonna call the island winning.
Yep, winning. Love it. Okay.
That was the most beautiful thing I've heard all day. Thank you,
Oh,
BJ.
thank you. I love each and every one of you. You are all worker bees and you're trying to make the most of learning and challenging yourself and getting across these hurdles and celebrating your wins and keeping yourself grounded and having the courage to try. My goodness, it takes a lot of courage to keep in there, doesn't it?
Damn, dude, BJ with the ultimate pep talk.
Yeah,
Especially
man.
this last week.
It's not as hard if you get words of encouragement like that. Thank you, BJ.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, you could take it that way, or you could take it to like right before, like when you've been shot and the paramedic comes up. It's like, you're doing okay. You're doing really good, man. Just keep your eyes focused on me.
Okay, so that reminds me of a
That's
real life situation that I did have. I was nearly dead. This is the truth. I'm not exaggerating. I had I had to have a port, to have my fluids given to me through a tube. Okay, so it's called TPN. That's neither here nor there. But when you have to have that tube flushes by your heart, right? So the flush had some kind of poison in it. Anyway, it got in my heart, and I was in an ambulance, and got to the ER, and I was literally near death. And the doctor asked me, do you know why you're here? And so I said, all I know is that I'm about to die. So if you can't help me, please tell me now. So I'm telling you what, you do know when those moments come, and you got to be ready because it can happen any moment. So please smell the flowers and look for beauty every day that you are here, because it could be gone in any second. I gotta go because I'm getting kind of emotional. Love you all.
Love you, BJ.
Thank you, BJ.
Man, I needed that. Y'all don't even know. Greatly appreciated. That was great.
I'm back. Excuse me.
Man, you just missed the pep talk.
What I miss?
You need to rewind that. It was pretty good. BJ giving her mic drop moment.
Nice.
I just explained to a bunch of DJs just how important life actually is.
Making moves towards this bullish trigger, but don't trust it just yet. Still struggling to get above this high volume node here.
I don't trust it at all. You want to jump on my chart real quick? Just so I can show you what I'm looking at. It'll only take like 2 seconds.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, that vector gap is not looking friendly.
Well, like I said, when it's bullish, it only has to reclaim 50%, and it double bottomed off of that 50%. So it's not mandatory. I just want people to be aware that it's there, because if that 50 breaks, it's gonna get sucked down into that.
Oh, look at this fat gravestone doji that just came a 5 minute. Yeah, this could be a little like head and shoulders type thing. I don't want to jump to that conclusion though, because it never really broke the neckline, but still that could be a lower high and that gravestone doesn't look good. But are you on there? Dbloc?
Yeah, I got you.
Alright, so this is the vector candle that I guess everyone's been looking at, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So this on the 1 hour, just drawing this fib here, it brings you right up to where we were. That was the 618. And then even if you take it out to the 4 hour, this candle, this was a whole vector candle too. And bringing that down to there, that ends up being a 618. And what's kind of got me really sketched out is this rise and wedge looking type thing that we got going here. So I would say that this would be, if it was to break down out of this, it rejects from that level because it already kind of cleared 618 of that vector. If it breaks down at that level with the bearish retest, this is the measured move, and it's this BPPR.
The problem is that the right side. Okay, squish your chart for me.
Like
squish it more. Squish it more. All the way to the last drop. So you see that massive W? The right sides, the right side of W's are always rising wedges.
Higher.
Yeah, the right side of W. Yeah, more times than not. You'll notice it. Like now that I say it, you'll notice it. So yeah, I have the same rising wedge drawn, but I am keeping in mind that it is putting the right side of a W. So the amount of liquidity that'll come in on a W that size of that time frame breaking will invalidate anything that any bearish momentum that rising wedge was putting in.
Yeah, we definitely need to pop out the top of it. That's why my
Yeah.
stop loss is here. I mean, I guess there's a little bit of leeway if you were to push up there.
Yeah.
But the other thing is like at this 618 level, I extended the lines to the left. You have this sort of resistance here from yesterday or the other day, whenever that was. And then zooming back, I mean, you've got that whole range. Here, I'll even go on the 1 hour just so it's easier to see that whole range where this is all a resistance zone. We did pop up back above it before and tried to hold it, but then lost.
The one good thing about it is that it's like Swiss cheese. There's a support there, but it's been killed by so many wicks. Right? Like if you draw a box from the very lowest body to the very lowest wick, and then you notice that big gap of just wick, right? It's just like no real support there. It's literally just wicks all the way across, which is about where we are now, give or take, right? So we come up to our real resistance here. If we pop over 92, that'll be our bullish trigger. We should see 932 pretty quickly if we pop. And then that'll give us the top of that W, and then we got a decision to make, right? That's when we find out. We find out who's really in control.
I mean, it seems like we have a lot of things that could pull us up here. We are entering the value area low of the range that we entered into since election basically. We have that W, we have the vector gap, and then right where the W starts or breaks, however you want to say, there's also a 50, and we're in an uptrend. I mean,
You
yeah,
know what
it's
this kind of
gonna be decision time soon.
you know what this kind of reminds me of right here at the same time. Like even though I kind of have a bearish bias, with this whole part right here, this little W bottom, with this little W bottom down here with a higher low after capitulation, that really reminds me of right here where you had this higher low, you had this big capitulation and then this higher low here, and you slowly stepped up. You eventually made a slightly higher high, slightly higher low, and then you broke this whole range, this whole downtrend that we were in. So that's kind of what it reminds me of a bit. Oh, I drew this completely wrong. So I'm wondering if something similar, because this was a rising wedge too. Like this whole thing right here was a rising wedge too. And that was invalidated. Broke out the top of it. So it'd be interesting to see if it does that same thing. Because I think we did have a higher low in price, and the fear and greed might have gone lower, but I didn't really keep track of it. I guess I'll have to put the fear and greed on my chart. But yeah, I see what you're saying though. This right here was like almost like a W,
Mm-hmm.
and then it had trouble, but it eventually broke
No,
out.
it didn't. Yeah, it was slow but steady.
And that rising wedge, every rising wedge that I've seen since FTX, that's on the bigger time frames, like the 1 hour, 4 hour, whatever, they all keep breaking up. They don't break down. It's just the small ones that break down. And then what was the other thing I was going to look at? Oh yeah, I can put this right on the chart. I think. And greed. So let's see if we did get a higher low or a lower low. I think the fear and greed was higher too. Yeah, see, this one was down at 10, and then it made a higher low at 13 with the price. So there's no divergence there. Oh, it would have been cool to see either a lower low on fear and greed, and then make this higher low because that would have been a hidden bullish divergence, or it would have been good to see the price drop lower and then make this higher low on fear and greed because that would have been a bullish divergence, but we put in a higher low, so there is no divergence there. That's kind of my problem with it. But if we were to somehow have like a freak flush out,
Mm-hmm.
like a liquidation event or something, put in a lower low,
Yeah.
and then this fear and greed remained higher than 10, that would still be a bullish divergence. And
What
then
are we at right now?
it says
Back in
25.
still in extreme fear. We're like right at the edge, right? 25 is the edge of extreme fear.
Yeah, it's like right at the top end of extreme fear, but it's still in fear. Fear is 26 to 46, and
Fear
extreme
is good,
is
man.
0 to 25.
Fear is good. We like fear. Fear makes
like
people buy higher later and sustain our pumps.
Yup.
It sucks, bro. You try to tell people, but you can't save everybody. And
you just
it's
gotta do the
PvP,
opposite of
so as much as I want everybody here to succeed, I don't really care a whole hell of a lot about what the guys out there are doing. Those are the ops.
Yeah, you gotta do the opposite of what everyone's doing. If you want to be cool, man. It did kind of come up to that trend line and see how I was like riding this trend line and then fell through it, came up and bearish retest from it the other day. And that trend line goes way back to over here during this round. Well, I guess I could have drawn it much better. It's really it really should be something more like this. So I guess it doesn't really count. I thought I found a cool little Easter egg, but probably doesn't line up to anything when you actually go, oh, well, kind of does. A little bit. Anyway, yeah, that vector, just that part of the vector, the 618 of the vector getting taken is kind of like, I feel like it sort of did what it needed to do. So if it can't get past this point, even if it does what? It fill that whole candle and then we go down. The other thing I see is, so this is the spot chart and there is this big vector gap right here, but this vector candle doesn't show up on the perpetuals chart. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean unless there was like, if this is market maker liquidity for the spot exchange, or if it doesn't really count. The only reason it's a vector is because there was a lot of volume on spot, and then the perpetuals chart is the one that really tells you if the market maker is involved right here in terms of perpetuals and whether or not there's liquidity to go grab. Because that would be short. There's also no blue candles either. This candle is blue.
There's plenty
all
of
the way down
time.
here.
If they want to come back and get it, they'll come back and get it. Doesn't have to be now.
But would the perps guys do it? Because this doesn't show up on the Binance perps chart. It's only on spot. So I feel like if they were gonna bring it back here, it would be just if they were to offload here, just to bring it back here so that they could buy it again at the same price that they got it before, and then sell it to people up here again or at higher highs, like if it goes up to these gaps. And I don't think there's no like CME gaps or anything either, so I don't know. I feel like this whole little consolidation, what it reminds me of the most is back here, way back here when we were below the 200. Is that what this is? That's the 800. So yeah, the 200 on the daily. Basically, I mean, we were below it. We were below the, let me just put the 200 daily on there because it'll be easier to get a visual. And this, I think this was after like a full moon or something, or after a new moon. Sorry. Actually, here, instead of doing that, I'll just switch it to the time frame. Daily, 1 day. All right, so that's the 200 daily SMA. And see how we kind of fell below it, and we were below it for like, what was this, 2 or 3 weeks, and everyone like hated the market. Damn, this was like 2 months. 58 days. Yeah, that was a long time. But I kind of feel like this spike up here was like what we just had the other day. Like if I take a bars pattern, kind of get an idea of like whether or not this thing is following at all. They're gonna feel like the drop down. It could lead to a slow grind like this and maybe even a slightly lower low. I don't know if this, like, that spike up just kind of looks familiar. And then keep in mind, before this yellow part, before it starts, there was a huge drop. I should have taken the fractal from a little bit earlier on. So you had this big spike up, and then it came down, a smaller spike up, ended up ultimately putting in a slightly lower low, and then we sort of grinded up and put in higher lows until we took off. I'll try to take the fractal again. Let me go to the daily because it'll just be easier to move around that way. Right here.
You do have a bearish bias, don't you?
Yeah, I do, but I'm not like a macro bear. I'm like a macro bull. I'm just like looking to see if there's gonna be better prices at all. I mean, this does kind of line up a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it depends what we do now. If we reclaim the high from Sunday.
You
Yeah,
playing
like this
slot machines over
this
there?
big spike up. That
Oh
sounds
yeah,
like
I'm
a
listening to the tape. Sorry.
yeah, that sounds like a liquidation thing or whatever the order flow.
Yeah, it's
For Bitcoin.
basically just aggregate of all the Bitcoin buys and sells.
You know, it kind of had this spike up. So like this spike up would be like this spike up here, and then this smaller spike up would be like this smaller spike here. It would probably look more similar if I took the fractal on the 4 hour, but I don't really feel like going through the effort. That's just, but you get the basic gist. It kind
Yeah.
of is like at or below the 200 daily SMA for a little while. You get this slow grind up, and then bam.
What I don't think, like, I don't see how we don't reclaim Sunday's high by Friday. Just because of the bullishness of this crypto summit. Now, if we sell the news and dump after that, that's another story. But I would think that we put in at least a higher high into Friday. Because it's not that far away from here.
Well, I drew this earlier. We kind of, at the moment, we kind of have this symmetrical triangle sort of thing going. So, I mean, it's also kind of in the cards that we come down to here, put in another higher low, and then just squeeze in before we break out.
I mean, if you go on the 4 hour or the daily, you can basically pull a downtrend all the way from January 20th, and it lines up with the horizontal of the W pattern.
Do we have a bear div here? Yeah. Look, see, there was another bear div on the 5 minute too. You got this higher high and then the lower high in the RSI. What I was really looking at, what I was really trying to stick to was a 15-minute because you never took out this high on the 15-minute RSI. So that's right here, this higher high here, and then in the price in the lower high here. Is that bearish divergence?
What does it imply? I'm not really familiar with RSI, to be honest.
RSI, it's just like the relative strength is weakening. So you're sort of like there's not as much buyers showing up at the top side after it gets overbought, which is usually like in these like above 70. If it ends up falling below 70 and the price makes a higher high, like it and like especially on decreased volume, your RSI making lower highs means it doesn't have as much strength. The buyers don't have as much strength at these levels as they did back here. So even though it's a higher price, it's sort of like a weaker move, like the strength of the move is diminishing. And then we had volume on earlier. Where's the volume? Where's all the volume?
Is volume also making highs?
See how the volume, see how the the price is going up. Hold on, let me get rid of that.
Yeah, volume is going down as well.
Yeah, see how you have higher highs on lower highs in the volume. So like that's a volume divergence. So you had higher highs in price, and then you have lower highs in the volume.
I mean,
That's
isn't
a
it normal
volume
that the
divergence.
volume is pretty low during Asia session and pretty high during New York session?
Yeah, I think it's usually higher during New York, but
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Asia comes in. It depends on the day, really. It's like hit or miss with Asia. You never know what they're gonna do. But I feel like when New York puts in a lower high, Asia's like, okay, it's a downtrend. Let's just sell it. Or something that like, or like sometimes they just do nothing, and then Euro session comes in and they're like, oh, it's a downtrend. Let's dump it, and they dump it. They're really like, they go one direction, and like
Yeah.
if the chart looks bearish, they're just like mega bear. They come in as like mega bears and just dump it, like for whatever reason. Like they just see a downtrend, they're just like, all right, sell it. And but I mean, they pump it in the middle of the night too, like when nobody's looking, like when nobody from the States is looking, they'll pump it, but only if it's already going in that direction. If they come in and like they see a downtrend, they usually dump it. If Asia does nothing, we kind of don't really have much of a direction, like a full force direction to work off of. It just kind of seems like
I
it's
mean,
getting tired to me at this level. Like to
but we
slow
did
down
put in
and
higher
increase
highs,
volume.
and higher lows.
Yeah, I mean the trend is still up. It's just like
And
so part of the and like
I'd
if
say,
deep I guess Dbloc has a point with this where it's the right side of the W.
yeah,
That
and
could
I'd
just
say that like sentiment-wise, macro politics looks a bit more bullish than like 2 days ago. Things seem like they cleared up a bit.
well the stochastic is also showing that like we're kind of losing momentum to the upside. I mean, the 4 hour, I guess it hasn't really topped out and turned over yet, but like on some of these lower time frames, I was like, okay, well that's a bearish divergence because it made a higher high in price, but then the oscillator made a lower high. Like so, see how this is a slightly lower high, or see how this is a slightly higher high, and then down here on the oscillator you have a slightly lower high. So it looked like it was losing momentum even there, and then you shot up here. That looks like kind of a liquidity sweep, but usually liquidity sweeps, they just go up, reject immediately, and then come right back down. So it looked like that forceful move to the upside initially did look like a liquidity sweep, but it didn't come straight back down. So, I mean, maybe it's not.
Yeah, I think there's a case for both sides right now. We're like kind of in between.
I think bounced perfectly on this. This 200 SMA on the 15-minute. I guess maybe as long as it stays above here, we're still good. I thought if it broke down 85 that we were going to make a lower low, but it didn't actually make a lower low. It did it did make a lower low, but you put in this, you had a lower low here and then a high, and the RSI was below 30, you put in a higher low on the RSI, so that's a bullish divergence. You put in one more lower low here. This was a liquidity sweep right there because it shot right back up. So that's like a that's like a really clear liquidity sweep is right here because it swept this low and then just shot right back up immediately. So that's like a swing fill. and at the same time you had higher lows in the RSI, and your RSI made a higher low. Even though the price made a lower low here, your RSI made a higher low above 30. So that's like that's a really good bullish divergence. And you had two consecutive ones. You had one here, and then you also had one. So from here to here, so from here to here, lower low, but the RSI after being below 30 made a higher low at that low. And then this next one, price made a lower low again, but the RSI then continued to put in a higher low, which was above 30 the second time. So that second consecutive bullish divergence with the RSI bottoming out at above 30 is a pretty good divergence, and that ends up showing that there's a lot more strength in the buyers here. Like a lot more strength in buying than there was back here, and then there was back here. So the strength is increasing here as a trend as the price goes down. So the lower goes, the more buyers there were, and then eventually just hit this point where a bunch of people bought it up. But I think a bunch of people got either stopped out or liquidated right there as well, which also triggered this impulse move back up. Sort of like an automatic rally type of thing. That was a good one though. Both of these are pretty good. If you could have caught the bottom of that one though, that's a golden entry right there. That would have been like 11%. Pretty
Yo,
good.
11% on Bitcoin is pretty crazy if you think about it. Like 1 or 2 months ago, we would move
Yeah.
percent a day. Now we have so much volatility.
Well, with the bear divs, the same thing is also you don't want to ignore the fact that like right here we made a higher high, and then on the RSI we did put in a lower high.
Are you trying to convince me to take profits on my trade right now?
I mean, nobody ever went. I'm not gonna tell you to buy or sell, but nobody ever went broke taking profit.
Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, there is a like a case to be made that we can continue going up. Like if we were to fill the rest of that this vector candle and break back past this, and this would be the W that Dbloc's talking about. Breaking this W would be crazy, because then that would probably put us a price target. I don't know if it's the bottom of the lowest one or what, but let's just say it's the bottom of the lowest. If we were to break this neckline, that price target's 114K.
Yo, let me
We'll be a little bit more
you
conservative
want
about it.
I'll show you my
There.
chart on the higher time frames.
That's 109, 110, which is like where we topped out before, but well, I guess time will tell. I'm just waiting to see if this one of these trend lines breaks, because that's kind of all I really have to go off at the moment. Either this breaks down like this, or it breaks up like this. That's what I would think. If we were to reclaim this level, should go higher. But if it does break down this trend line, then I would expect that we're going to go lower, especially if you break this VPVR, probably fall down to this one, and then probably even this one. If you lose that one, this one, I guess, but depends. I mean, you do have these couple levels to sort of watch out for. If it falls through here, like if it falls through this level, all this volume right here, then I would think we're kind of
I mean, if
probably
you
fall
think
right through
about it,
down here.
just look at the daily. We're just mean reverting right now. On the daily, we we were above the 50 since September 20th, and we broke the 50 on February 11th, and we haven't reclaimed the 50 ever since.
Crap, I don't know how long I was just muted. I don't know
Just
how long I just had my mic muted, but
not for long.
yeah, did you want you said you wanted me to look at your chart for something?
Yeah, I can just show you my chart for a quick look if you want. Let me see. Which one is the right one? Can you see it?
Joe? Yeah, let me jump on there. Yeah, I see.
So we have this W right here. I can also go down maybe to the 6 hour. Then we just entered this volume profile, which I pulled from like election pump. We just entered into the value area low. So this is kind of pulling us up towards the point of control. Then we have a vector gap here, another vector gap up here. We have this angular downtrend, which has been there since quite a while, January. So this to me looks like a big decision point because we have the 50, we have the vector gap, we have the angular downtrend, we have the horizontal line of that W. And if you zoom out a bit, we've been above the 50 almost this entire time, dropped down. Now we're basically just reverting back to the mean, going back into this range.
What time?
And
Is this the daily?
yeah, this is the daily.
Yeah.
So we could still reject here, of course. Maybe find support here or on this uptrend. I mean, you could also say this is like a triangle, although it's not very symmetrical. Yeah, it's going to be interesting what happens tomorrow and on Friday.
Can you zoom in the short position you have put? It looks like a flag. If you can, it can go up.
You're so bearish, man. Is this a valid bull flag though? Because it's making higher highs, right? It should be making higher lows on the bull flag. Lower highs, I mean.
Yeah, let's see.
I have a feeling we're gonna pumping anytime soon, any minute.
You think?
Pepe pumping. Look at Pepe on the 1 minute. Pepe. Same thing. It's just about to flying.
I think it could have dumped like really fast, but if it's staying there, it's trying to break the barriers and go up.
This whole trend has been up and slow, like just a grind up the past day or two. We're literally sitting right under a couple $100 million of liquidations. So yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see if we eat that sell wall. Anybody in any trades right now?
It is trying. There's a bunch of short liquidity above here.
Yeah, I'm in a long trade on BTC
Yeah,
from 90,
I'm curious,
90.4.
like, if everyone's so quiet, are y'all in shorts or
I
what?
don't even I don't even know how long I was just muted for. I was like showing the whole doing this whole
Flying,
bull
guys.
flag thing, and then yeah, this thing does look like it's trying to break out right now. The moment.
It went
I'm
up.
on long from yesterday.
It went up above 92 now.
Grabbing a liquidity. Wait for it. Come on, for more power.
Let's see what we got on the shorter time frames. Oh yeah, there's definitely liquidity up to 93,500. There's a decent amount of liquidity there.
I got my take profit at 93K. Let's pray, guys, that this gets to 93K. I'm just messing
One more
with
up, one more up.
Yeah. I mean, I am in the trade, but I'm just joking about the praying for me.
I'll pray for you anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like an ascending triangle that kind of just broke out, to be honest. And that price target is for the measurement would be like 94.2. So does that translate to liquidity? I mean, this goes all the way up to 93.5.
Yeah, they don't always grab all the liquidity though, but yeah.
How many percent gain is 93.5?
From here, like a current price.
I mean, we have vectors all the way up to 94.3.
It would be 1.5% from here.
1.5?
I'm wondering if I should move this into
I'm gonna not be
2%.
I'm gonna not be greedy and go ahead and take my profit right now.
Yeah, I mean that might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm just worried it could be a sweep, but I don't know.
Would this be considered a market maker buy right here? This green candle?
Yeah, it looks like a vector candle, yep.
Okay.
If that is one, it could be that more.
You said what?
I say if that is a big candle, I think we're gonna see more.
All right. Thank you.
All right, I'm back to after dinner. We smashed up through that vector gap. What's been happening, guys? I see a massive that vector gap we were trying to smash up and through is where it left the vector gap behind, right? 91 to 92, 90,200. What have you guys noticed? What have you guys been seeing? The thing is dominance. Dominance still keeps poking at the stars at this point.
It's probably because BTC is probably going to pump. Actually, I saw a few other things pumping today, but not a lot.
It's BTC driving the dominance. This one. I mean, unless Ethereum's ripping it up there.
What do you mean? I mean, look, the
XRP.
BTC. Are you talking about BTC dominance?
I'm looking at market cap BTC dominance, and it's just still sticking up here.
Yeah, that's just what percentage of the total market cap is in Bitcoin.
Correct. It's a big form of the equation we all are paying attention to for a long time. When's it gonna come down? Until then, altcoin season is right where it's at. Come on, Bitcoin, let's see it.
Not non-existent.
But if you look, there's not that many liquidations just up past like 92,200 to 92,400. I mean, look right there on Dbloc's chart.
If you look on CoinArc, there's like still
but if we hold up here,
a couple 100 million up to 93.6.
Exactly. But if we hold up here, it's gonna hold up here for a little bit. But how long is that gonna be? We have this much built up below.
Might just break out if Asia decides to do something.
It might just re-enter into the old range. I mean,
let it rip. We've been waiting for it. We've been more than waiting for it. Let it rip back into true range. Unless it wants to stick in the scared everybody out and freak everybody out and whatever they want to do and accumulate in the regions, but it only can happen for so long.
Rip us into Friday, dump everything again, shake everyone out, and then pump it back up.
What is
Pump
that
it up there,
event?
wait for everybody to be able to put their paychecks in there, then dump the liquidity right out.
What's that event that's happening this week?
Oh, there's a crypto summit on Friday where Trump meets with all the crypto people, and they're probably gonna announce the strategic reserve. No one knows exactly what's gonna happen, but it is probably bullish and very likely a sell the news event. But then we also have another event next week, I think Monday or Tuesday, where Senator Cynthia Loomis is gonna do some kind of announcement, and she's the one behind the strategic Bitcoin reserve. So
Isn't there
yeah,
aren't there the Fed rates also March 19th? Fed meeting?
oh yeah, we have FOMC coming up too, right? I mean, if they announce rate cuts, it's go time.
I know that the last time they cut rates were summer of 2022, and then summer, I think June of 2022 and June of 2020. So a lot of smart money is guessing it's going to be again
So
in
just think, when
June
was the actual last rate cut we had?
June of 2022.
Oh shit,
I
this was
mean, they
almost like
don't
2.5 years ago, really?
at this point they don't even have to cut rates. It's enough if they just announce that they're gonna stop quantitative tightening and announce a rate cut for the next FOMC. That would be already enough to fuel speculation.
I think if we go up here, it's just going to be another slow grind. I don't think we're going to get a pump up unless UK decides to bring it up.
This is weird though. I wouldn't be trying to trade this.
Yeah, I took my profits already. I didn't want to.
And don't forget, it's about to be 12 o'clock too. So I remember like 2 nights ago, it shot up crazy at 12 o'clock. So who knows what's about to happen?
Looks like they're about to make a run for more liquidity.
Yeah, well, this is where I would have put my original stop loss. So that would have got taken there. It's reaching this trend line here. I put it a little bit more up. I gave it 2% instead of 1%. So if it
Man,
doesn't clear this second trend line, then it probably won't
I
make
should have
it.
left my
But
take
this,
profit at 93K.
all right, man. Not everyone broke taking profit. It hasn't even hit 93K yet.
I know that's what I'm saying. I should have put my take profit high. I should have left it. I took profit sooner. I did this twice.
Yeah.
It's the second time today I did this. I had 2 trades earlier where had I let them run, I would have made like 4 times as much rather than taking profit
You
early.
won.
But
You won. You won the trade, right?
yeah,
You don't have to sleep on it. You made money. Nobody ever went broke taking profit, bro. And some of the best legends in the market, dude, like say that they made their fortune by getting out too early. It's better to be out too early than it is to be out too late.
Oh yeah, and I don't think you heard the rule. If you say I could have, should have, or would have more than 10 times in one evening or one day, you're automatically kicked. Automatically kicked from the server.
Got it. I'm making making note of that.
I'm gonna
Shoulda,
Google
shoulda,
that
and
real
woulda
quick.
are the 3 richest traders I know.
Are you short right now? I don't hear the big buys.
Nah, he's sidelined. He's looking for entries.
Me, I'm chilling. I'm over here hunting.
Yeah, it looked like
Hunting
he was
and
gonna go down for a minute, and then now it looks like it's breaking out.
Yeah.
Maybe
Look at Dominance too. Dominance just keeps driving it.
maybe
They want
Dbloc's right
Altcoins
about
are
this
selling into
W.
Bitcoin right now.
they want the
Is money coming
liquidity.
into the market and only going into Bitcoin, or is it coming out of alts and staying in Bitcoin?
Well,
What's Total
good.
Cap
It's the
doing right
cheap.
now?
It's the cheap altcoins I want. Look at others divided by BTC. I can bring it up right now.
Yeah, is that going the opposite?
Let's see. Well, we can look at others, and then we can also look at others divided by BTC, which will show if it should show that that Bitcoin's outperforming altcoins, but
Dbloc,
others are
what's
ripping too.
USDT doing? USDT doing compared to that Bitcoin dominance? Remember when you had that blue line up behind it as well? That was a good reference when they were driving against each other with each other.
USDT is going down. USDT
Price
dominance.
is about to go off the screen.
Dominance going down, BTC up. So it was a helpful little indicator when you had that streaming on there when stuff was ripping.
Others is rising with BTC right now. I want to see others divided by BTC though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that's the
other
altcoins are
dominance.
still not. They're still not outperforming. They're still going sideways. Versus BTC, the BTC is definitely still outperforming the alts at the moment.
We just don't want to see people selling more alts for BTC. We just don't want to see money. We just want to see the money coming in. Stick with BTC. Drive BTC up. After that comes out, flood it into those little guys down there. But
ETH is pumping though, and ETH BTC is up.
something
Yeah, I
like
think
Solana ripping.
Yeah, it's also kind of ripping.
This is
Let's
the
go,
best.
baby. Let's go. Let's rip it.
This is the best Ethereum's looked in the last couple days, just from 2000.
there's a strong case to be
Man,
made that
Ethereum just
altcoins have
took
bottomed
such
out
a
too.
hard beating.
Yeah, stuff might not go any lower. The altcoins might not go any lower.
Let's go, baby. Break out, break out, break out.
Yo, didn't we say that about the altcoins already several times?
Yeah.
Same with
Last words,
Ethereum.
right?
Hey, Joe, did
Oh, taking some liquidity right now.
you still got your long open?
Yeah, I'm still in. I got my stop losses, moved them up,
What's your
protected
take
my
profit at?
profits. Huh?
What's your take profit at?
I'm just seeing how it goes, to be honest. I mean, I see us going, clearing the vector candle
Is it
above us.
So it's a swing trade?
Nah, it's more of a day trade. I see a vector candle all the way to 94.2, but yeah, if we see some weakness, I'll just either hit my stop, which is in profit, or close it. What about you? Did you take profit yet, or are you still in?
Yeah, I came in with the scalp. I came in right up at the high volume node right there on this 5-minute. So I entered a scalp. It's a small 2x trade. Well, like not a small trade, but just 2x leverage. And then
Yeah.
I just had my stop loss on the lower low, and then the way we were creeping up slowly and all these vector candles and we're sitting right under the liquidity, I thought we were gonna get the push, but this should have been like let me look at my do this real quick. 1 second. 91. It should have been like a 3 RR, but it was more like a 1-to-1 because I took profit early. But I don't know. I still didn't. I just don't like it. It didn't make the move that fast. So I just nobody ever. I don't know how's it go. Nobody ever lost money taking profits.
Nobody ever went broke taking profits.
Yeah, nobody ever went broke taking profits. So
On the other side of that, there's always scared money don't make no money.
yeah, but I've heard.
That's the true crypto original.
Yeah, but
That's
I've
a
heard
true degen
I've
original.
I've heard a lot of people say that, and then I've seen them broke not shortly later.
Yeah. That's what you say before you ape some random shitcoin with no liquidity.
The trick is to find the balance between the two.
So my old
Yep.
wealthy friends, they would say no risk, no risk, no Rari. No risk, no Rari. As in Ferrari.
Does any one of them have a Rari?
Yeah, which one of them
Yep.
got a Ferrari?
Couple of them.
Oh,
Gotta risk it for the
that's
biscuit.
cool.
That's another one I hear often too, yeah.
No guts, no glory.
Drew, if you ain't in yet, we're gonna be at $100,000 before you decide to get in, dude. We were down to 80.
Yo,
I'm
I
up
kept saying I'm not gonna buy Bitcoin until it goes to 75. And like
hanging.
obviously it never gets there, then shit.
Yeah, I'm just hanging in USDC, splashing around like Dr. Scrooge, getting
Dude,
my.
we'll sell you some at 138, dude. No problem.
You never know. I might buy. You know, I'm always buying the tops, man. I might buy a breakout.
You're a top blaster?
I do a lot of breakout trades, but I won't stay in the position. I'll just do a quick in and out, like bang bang.
Oh yeah,
The only
that's
time I'll
literally
ever buy BTC at
Are you even
138
gonna
is
buy
like the
Bitcoin or are
bottom
you
of
just
the next bear market.
Like if there's a lot of hype and momentum, like right now, if we break out here, and it looks like, I mean, there's a little bit of momentum. I'm not gonna lie. I got my finger kind of on the trigger, but the thing is, we want to hold over this previous candle on the hourly at least. Let me see where that's at. It's looking pretty nice. What time is it now? We just got a new hourly. Okay, that's what I was looking at. That funny. Yeah. Let's see what happens here. The midnight candle in New York's usually pretty interesting in Eastern time. Just turned 12 right now.
Man.
Well, I mean, we're officially at day 4 of the crypto bull week, so week 2.
You are in short?
What
so
do y'all
what
think
was
about
your
the sell the May
what
go
was
away?
your
Y'all
prediction again?
think we're gonna get pretty high towards the end of April and then take a hit in the first week of May like we usually do?
Yeah.
I think if we're continue to be super euphoric, not euphoric, but if the FOMO keeps building up like it is, and I think we're gonna have you know, if you look at the times crypto has gone on these FOMO runs, they typically only last like 3 to 5 weeks max, and before there's a decent pullback or correction. But I don't know, it's so strange with the fear and greed being the lowest it ever, all-time low like 11 at the from where we're at in the bull market. That's what's really confuses me.
Yeah, it's because of the macro bearishness, because of the war and tariffs and Trump doing some crazy stuff and being unpredictable. But once that all flips bullish, once we get like QE, tariffs get resolved and war's over and all that stuff, that's when we will have the real euphoria.
And if all
Until
those
then,
things happen to fire off even remotely close to the same amount of
yep,
time,
yep. Like until then, I think we'll just have pumps and dumps and pumps and dumps.
Yeah, I'm all here for the pump and dumps. I like the volatility.
Yeah, man. I mean, a month ago, Bitcoin was just ranging, doing like $1,000, $2,000 moves in a day. Now we get that in an hour.
I like volatility when the general consensus is it's growing. So like volatility and growth versus like volatility downtrends, just keep downtrending. I like when it's like uptrending and then have some volatility because it's like, oh, this is cool,
Yeah, I've had
I'd
my
have the one without the other, I
No,
guess.
yeah. I mean, I'm just like 2017, 2021, like I mean, 2017, you could just close your eyes and pick something. And even if it was volatile, it would probably continue to grow.
I wasn't even into altcoins back then. I knew about Litecoin, but I didn't buy any. I knew someone who bought Litecoin with this Bitcoin and then it went down really bad against Bitcoin.
Hey, y'all have
Did you?
any stories, like trading stories of like your whether like all-time good or all-time bad?
I sold a half a Bitcoin for $500 once.
Was that
Oh,
around the
I
same?
sold more than 10 Bitcoin back in 2016.
Why'd you sell it?
Oh man, it was just different back then, man. I needed the money. I didn't believe in it really. Like I knew about the theory, but you didn't know that there was cycles and that would go so crazy.
Yeah.
I look back at that trade every once in a while and I'm just like, damn.
Yeah, I mean, I think almost everyone that got in like super early when it was under $1, they must have sold at 20K or 60K. You need to
One of
be
them,
like,
they were out by 1,000.
yeah, you need to be a little bit crazy to hold it for that long. Like Max Kaiser.
I got a horror story. I'll even walk you through it, the whole thing, if you want to look at my chart.
Oh, you can just tell us.
Well, I have to look to get the dates and the percentages right because it's kind of.
I got a quick story that's going to take less than a second. Once I invested in this thing called Voyager because Mark Cuban was backing it, and I lost a lot of money.
I was in that one too.
I got lucky. It's a
Right.
true story with Voyager. I remember I got invited to this NASCAR event at the Texas Motor Speedway in Las Vegas because of my holdings in Voyager, and the CEO was like hosting the event, or not hosting. Yeah, he was like, yeah, he's hosting the event. It was small, it was a group of maybe 15, 17 people, and I remember I was asking him because we rode a bus, we took a shuttle and rode a bus to I don't know, somewhere in the Motor Speedway, and um, I remember asking him questions about like um Voyager and like his customer base and stuff, like the demographics of like who's his ideal customer, and like he couldn't answer basic questions like that. And I was just like, I don't know, something just seemed he didn't seem as sharp as I thought he would, but who knows, it was just that one time. But I got lucky because I ended up shorting the bear market heavy, and I moved my funds off of there. But Yeah, that was I don't know.
Did
I
you
guess
get out because of meeting the guy?
no, I didn't though. I literally shorted I shorted probably with 70-80% of my Bitcoin. I shorted yeah, the market. But yeah, it was pretty I just remember looking back on it after everything happened. I was like, he just didn't seem as that sharp for the CEO of an app managing billions of dollars. Yeah, but that's it for my story.
Who is that was just talking? I was asking about the stories.
Me, Neo.
Neo. Yeah, Neo, just hop on my chart real quick because I'll show you. It'll be easier to show you and explain the
And
whole thing that
whose chart are we
happened.
looking at? Jiwi? Is this Jiwi Quan Jin?
Qui-Gon Jinn, yeah.
Okay, I'll hop on it 1 second.
I'm there.
I don't see it. Oh, watch stream. There it is.
So, are you on there?
Yeah, yeah.
So this is Reef. Have you guys heard of this coin, Reef?
Nah, but I already don't like the way it sounds.
So I bought this when it came down to here. When it came down a little bit lower, I think I bought more, so my average probably ended up like somewhere around here. And I bought this thing on MEXC. So I probably
What
like
made
my
you buy
average
it?
huh?
What made you buy it?
I don't know. I think I heard Alex Becker talking about it or something, and I had noticed that it had made this that I was trying to make a higher low, and then this looked like a support resistance flip right here, and sort of almost like a inverse head and shoulders. And I thought I was gonna catch like the retest of the neckline. Then when it went lower, I just bought more and averaged down, so my average was probably around here. And so I bought this thing on MEXC, and let's say it was right around here that I bought it. This thing pumped 248% or 240%. I didn't sell it, right? It came all the way down here. So from that point, it dropped 89%. And
Wait,
this is when I got
how much were you up?
250% almost.
No one ever went broke taking profits, man.
Yeah.
I'm just
Well,
messing
I
with
had
you.
like a bunch of stuff, and it was a crazy time, but
I mean, that's how he learned. That's why he always says it
yeah.
now.
Yeah, exactly. I've lived through the nightmare. Anyway, so yeah, I didn't sell it here. I was just like, oh, this thing's gonna keep ripping, and then I looked away from it, and I hadn't noticed that it made a lower high, and shit started going down after this. Like this was after March. That was when there was a big pivot in the market. So this thing dropped, almost 90%, and I got kicked off of MEXC. So I couldn't sell it on MEXC anymore. I got kicked off of MEXC. I had to move it out of that wallet into crypto.com because that was the only place that I could go where I could sell it. But it was down 90%, right? So I was like, oh well, I'll see if it breaks that trend line, right? And then right here, I shit you not, right here, MEXC delisted it. And when they delisted it, so I moved it from MEXC over to or MEXC kicked me off somewhere around here or something, and I had to move it over. I moved it off of MEXC into crypto.com. I shit you not, right here, crypto.com delisted it. They sold all the coins that I had moved over there into USDC. So didn't ask me about it, didn't say nothing, didn't say they were going to delist it or what was going to happen. They just did it. They delisted it, and all of a sudden I had USDC in my account. So they sold it for me right here. And it was worth. That's how much USDC I got. And then the day after that, it pumped 520%.
Wow.
Damn. These
Next day,
scams are
well,
bad.
I've never seen a
Yeah.
500.
Yeah,
At
that's
least
probably one of my worst
least
horror
it
stories.
didn't pump
yeah,
5,000%.
that's why I trade. I've been pretty much at BTC Maxi since 2019. Just because in 2017, like I had this one. I don't remember what the coin was. Started with an N, 4 letters, like Nizo or not Nexo, but something. And I remember the exchange got hacked.
Nero,
NXT? Was
Nero,
it
Nero.
NXT?
Yeah, that was it. I think Nero. He got
Nero
hacked.
AI.
Something with an N. I think. I knew it was an N, but anyways, like, yeah, it was crazy, and that exchange was like the only place you could buy it, or one of the most few places you could. And yeah, like their account or something, I don't know, got hacked, and like after that, I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna, and then trading a bit here and there, just yeah, I like trading BTC now just because it's like it's not too volatile like some of these altcoins. It's like it's harder to manipulate it, uh, with it being a larger market cap. I mean, it still happens, but it's like you see the moves as they're happening. It's not like you're standing in front of a freight train. So that's why I only trade pretty much just BTC and ETH every now and then.
Yeah, I mean they're definitely the lower risk of the high risk asset class.
Yeah, I want to hear another. I want to hear another story.
Sure.
So when I first started shorting Bitcoin, so what happened was it was summer 2021. I had bought in a new car 6-8 months prior to that, and Bitcoin was around 52, 53K, 55, and I was like, oh my gosh, Bitcoin's gonna go to 100K, and I was like trying to sell my car. I was like getting quotes for it and stuff, like taking it to the dealer to see what I could get for it, but I couldn't get what I wanted because of put some mods on it, and it just, yeah, they wouldn't give me what I wanted. So, and by that time Bitcoin went to 58K, 59, and I was like, shoot, like I'm like, you know, it's gonna take too long. And in that moment, I realized I was having extreme FOMO, and that's when I kind of took a step back, and I was like looking at everybody else, how everybody was, yeah, just going crazy. And so then, yeah, I was like, you know, I think we're getting close to the end of the bull market. And so I think it was early November, late October, started shorting Bitcoin around 8K or so, and then had a great run. And then for like 2.5, 3 months, I was taking like a week or so. I'd say like 3 days to 7 days before I would get into a trade. Like I was spending that much time looking for entries on the higher time frames. And I was dating a couple girls at the time, and this one girl, she came over, and I just opened up a trade. I was like, pretty much what Dbloc was talking about earlier, or somebody else. Yeah, somebody else has brought it up. Like I got too confident, and I was like, let me just open up a trade, and I made like 6K real quick in like 30 minutes, and I was like, oh wow. I was like, that didn't take all this time, you know, looking at everything as much as I do. So then the next morning, I opened up a trade. I had a meeting at 9 a.m. with my team for a business I had. Opened up the trade. 20, 30 minutes later, I came back later. Trade was down, I think, like 3 or 5K. And I watched it. It went up to 10, and that's when I was like, shit, like I need to close this. Like I just kept hearing that voice in your head, you know, telling you, hey, close this trade, close this trade. And then it went back down to 5, and I was like, all right, let it get to even, and I'm gonna close it. And it went down to 3K, and then it went right back up to 10, like within a few minutes. And then, long story short, I sat there for an hour, and I just kept moving my stop loss up, and I got liquidated, and that was I still was up that 3 months or so, but I kind of stopped for a bit.
Oh,
I
you
took
were
a
shorting?
Yeah, so like I had shorted BTC. It went down to about 30 42 38k, and this is when it went down to 33 and then jumped up back up to 36. And I was like, "Oh, I'm going to just short it, around 36." And it was a super volatile day. It went from like 35 or 36k up to like 39 or 40k in like within an hour and a half or so. Whenever that time was in like January, mid to end of 2022. And yeah, like that was my first time trading that big and heavy in a bear market. And I guess yeah, I wasn't doing all my analysis and stuff, so that's why now I'm just a lot more patient, and it's like yeah, I just spend more time getting into a trade setup, and just yeah, it was just
What's your guys' most biggest win this year?
Buying Solana at 20.
I'll be honest,
84.
guys. I'll be honest. My biggest one so far, straight up, is finding Dbloc in this channel. That's probably my biggest win.
Oh, you couldn't have said it any better, bud.
Mine was Trump, man. Trump was a fire trade. My goodness.
Oh, you were watching it the first 2 hours?
Bro, I seen it. I seen Trump at $3, but I didn't want to buy. Oh, sorry, not $3. What am I saying? Wait, was it $3? Did it go to $100?
It went from like
Yeah, yeah.
$3 to like $75 in like
Yeah, yeah,
a
yeah.
day
No,
or
no,
two.
no. It did peak at $100. Yeah, yeah. So I seen it at $3, and I thought it was a scam. I'm like, there's no way this is real. And I just kept looking at it, and it goes to $6, $9, $12. The same night I went home from work, it was $12. I'm like, fuck it, man. Like I gotta FOMO in. Like, yo, I dropped 15 grand, bro. My goodness, man. At $12, ended up selling it at like 70, $80, made 65k, bro.
If you
In
dropped that
3
much, you would
days.
know your exact
Oh, yeah.
numbers that you would have placed those orders at, the time, and exactly the number you sold it at. That's crazy. I
No,
give you a
yeah,
bunch
I
of
don't.
credit. I mean, that must have been like a
Were you able to
one
keep
day
that
$15,000 wing.
Were you
It's
able
like
to
going to the
keep that?
casino
Yeah, so
wasted.
I literally just pulled all of it out. So I pulled the 65k out, and then I just filled up my main like spot utility bags with it. I'm like,
Very
I'm
nice.
out. Fuck that. Yeah.
Yeah, put it
And
back
then
in
the
the
next
port.
day, I made 18 grand on his wife's coin, Melania. So I'm like, holy shit, bro, this is unreal. It's probably the best week of my life.
Yeah, it's like one of those ones where you
Damn,
wake
you
up and you
played that.
probably pinched yourself, and you're probably like, "Wait, was this
Yeah, I'm
actually like
like,
real life?"
holy
You
Or my
played
shit.
that really well. A lot of
Literally,
people
bro.
got wrecked on both of these coins.
Yeah, I know, man. I just got lucky, bro. Thank the Lord I finally sold. I'm not one to like really sell that
Bro, not even
early.
thank
And
the
just
Lord, thank yourself. I mean, that was a big risk that you throwing 15K
yeah,
on that. Where it was
ballsy, bro.
with the market cap where it was at, how quickly it
Yeah,
was
bro.
rising,
It
how
was
many
ballsy as
hours
fuck. I
wasn't even
can't lie.
out for a day. I think it was out for a
Not gonna
few
lie, I was
hours.
sweating. Yeah, I was shitting
Did
bricks that day, bro. My God.
you build that up from trading, or was that your hard-earned money?
No, that's my hard-earned money.
Bro,
Oh
look at
wow.
it this way. It's like a roulette table. That's not red or black. That's like putting 15,000 on 0 is like the
And hit
green one,
the
and it
green.
actually
Yeah,
hit
yeah,
the one time you
yeah.
idiotically walked up there, like some idiot does. Like every
Literally.
time you're sitting there playing red or black, and you go put
Yeah,
15G and the thing smashes, you'd be like, "Yo, is this guy from the casino? Like, what's the deal?" Like,
yeah, bro. It's crazy, man.
good job, good move, bud.
Yeah, imagine I got in at $3, but honestly, you can't even think that way. It's fine. Still a lot of money.
And what?
It'd be one of
What's that?
those ones you never touch again. Like you'd be like, "Yep,
Yo,
I'm good.
literally.
I'm good. Nope. I'm never gonna be able to get it to the average unless you can get it for the original average you bought in at. Don't touch it."
Wait, what are
Yeah,
we talking
no,
about? What'd you buy?
Trump coin when it first came out.
Oh, nice.
That shows the
Because you're
greatest shit of
going
all
to be
time.
going after it. If you ever attempt to go after it again or something, nope,
You
don't
get
do it.
wrecked
Like, I'm
every
good.
time. Yeah.
I've been there. I went to that state. I went to that hotel before. I'm good.
Not
Go
gonna
do
lie,
it.
I got wrecked on some other plays after that, but it was like for like a grand or two at most. So I'm fine with that. I got rugged on the Argentinian president. I got rugged on the Nigerian president.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, all these presidents rugged me, bro. But I'm out.
Yeah, I
No
didn't
more meme
even
for me.
know the Nigerian
did
president
the
had the
Nigerian prince get you too?
Probably. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Man, all these
the
guys are
Nigerian
crooks,
prince.
yo. Not gonna lie, now I'm not in the Solana trenches anymore. I'm just kind of dabbling in a little bit into AVAX. I don't know if you guys are into AVAX memes, like the whole pre-sale meta. Pretty crazy right now.
I'm out of
Yeah,
memes at the moment. I think
Solana's kind of
Solana memes are topped.
yeah. Solana memes like
I've heard
the
about
pump that
Ava.
fun, like the new creations on pump that fun is like at all time
Bro,
lows.
nothing's migrating. It's literally garbage right now. A lot of
Yeah,
people are
Pump Fun is
moving over to
cooked.
AVAX. Yeah, because AVAX they don't rug you, bro. Like they actually last.
Is
Like
that
literally.
true?
Search up the top 3 coins on AVAX right now. Blub, Ket, and Wink. They all launched with the span of like a week. One went to 150 mil. One went to 500 mil in a month. And one just came out literally 24 hours ago. It's at 90 mil.
Damn, did you get in?
Yeah, I got into Blub last night at 45 mil. It's at 90, so I pretty much doubled my money.
So
But
let's say you're someone who's really active. Is it hard
oh
to
yeah,
get
like
in? Is it hard to get
honestly,
in?
no, not really, to be honest. You just gotta you gotta have your notifications on for Twitter and stuff. You gotta be following them. Right when they drop the CA, you gotta just quickly go buy it. But these things don't rug as much as the Solana ones do. That's why I like them so much.
They have less launches than Solana.
Yeah. It's like probably like a few a week, I'd say. Maybe even one
So
or two a
there is
week.
no platform like Pump Fun where they can just launch hundreds.
No, not at the moment. They do have like a DEX like where you swap it from, but they don't launch tokens like that like often. It's just like
I
actually
hope they
legit
keep it
coins.
that way because I mean,
Yeah, it's way better. Yeah, I just made 6 grand off this coin yesterday, AVAX. So I'm pretty happy about that. I'm probably gonna rotate the profits on a little dip. I'm not buying anything right now. Hopefully we get a dip tomorrow on utility coins. Probably not. I think it'll run until Friday and then probably sell off on like Saturday or Sunday or something. I'm just stacking my Made in America coins right now. That's all I'm doing.
Hey, anybody ever have like that person in your family that thinks you're like batshit crazy for being so heavy into crypto?
yeah, man, of
Yes.
course.
Yeah, everybody.
My
I thought
man,
it.
I don't need to be into crypto for my family to think I'm bad shit crazy.
Well said, bro. Well said.
Everybody thought I was crazy, and then it's interesting how like years later, like when you're in early, like first and second, second cycle, like people really thought I was crazy. Now they're coming up and asking questions, and they're like, "Oh, what
Yeah,
about
literally.
so?" It's interesting.
Yeah, when they hear about your
Yeah, I
winnings,
mean,
they're like, yo, how do I get in? Yo, what are your guys' top 3 coins that you're holding for this year, this bull run, that you have the most conviction in?
Bitcoin,
Bitcoin, Bitcoin,
Solana,
Bitcoin.
XRP.
Yeah,
Bitcoin,
makes
Solana, and
any
I'm
any
adjusting
card
some Ethereum still in there.
any Cardano fans here?
I got some, but I'm not a fan. I've been holding it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it did have 100% pump last week.
I'm waiting for that $3 baby.
Oh, I'm waiting for like $5, baby. Let's get it. I'm heavy on Chainlink. I think Chainlink's gonna do really well. H bar is gonna be a friggin' beast. I think Litecoin is gonna do really well. They're all having their own ETFs coming out soon. Some Sui, Ondo. I think Ondo is gonna be one of the top RWAs. Man, there's a lot of good plays out there right now. I'll be happy with a 3x, to be honest, on my whole portfolio. I'll be so happy with just the 3x minimum.
I'll be
I
happy
have a
with a
feeling
10x.
I already know I'm gonna top that, but I mean, I'll be just conservative 3x, and I'll be so happy this bull run.
Yeah.
Anybody here into Caspa?
Doesn't sound like
Crickets.
it.
I
Crickets.
guess not. I guess not. So most of you guys are only into like the top 3-4 coins.
I think
Yeah, most
Not really into.
everything
people
about
here.
like top 50 basically. Nothing on the top 50, but mostly like even more. It's like top 20 mostly.
Yeah, I
Top
feel you. Me
100.
too. I feel like I just don't want to take too much risk right now. The low caps are just scary. Got some of that Avalanche, bro. Avalanche can be a beast.
I think most people here are traders more so than rotating through
Yeah,
altcoins.
I'm just a buy and hold long term mostly. Just waiting for payday.
Coming.
Diamond hands, baby.
Hopefully,
think
Solana
Friday's gonna be.
ecosystem picks up a little bit, though.
Oh yeah, it will for sure. All these memes on Solana are a discount right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, man.
They're all gonna rip, bro. All of them.
Like the agent plays and the agent platforms, all that stuff. I'm excited about that stuff.
You just better make sure to take your profits when they rip, because they'll all
Oh,
go down
dude,
80,
trust
80,
me, dude.
90%.
Dude, the last rip we had, I took no profits. So this is what I did. I put on my calendar.
Me too, bro.
About
Me
3
too.
weeks ahead from right now. I put on my calendar. Swap this for Bitcoin, so I'm not losing my fucking self.
Yeah. I'm
It's
known
on
for
my
round
calendar.
tripping, bro. They call me a round tripper.
You gotta put it on your calendar, bro.
Yeah, literally. Even if it's just 10% off the top, like how Dbloc says. That's probably the
Right.
best thing.
Exactly.
10-20%. That's what I'm doing this Friday. I know it's gonna pump. Well, I expect it to. And when it does, I'm taking 10-15% off of everything, bro. And buy that shit back in like a couple days later. I'm not playing this game no more.
I'll take like 20% when we like break all-time highs, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like my TA is solid, but I've been doing TA for like 2 years, 2.5 years. But like it's too stressful, man. I don't like playing around with that stuff.
Yeah, it's just I feel like every time we pump, bro, we get a dump like within a couple of days. It's just stupid. You gotta take your profits, man. Damn, market's ripping right now. Holy smokes.
Yeah,
Let's
others
go,
is
baby.
looking nice. Look at the weekly candle on others. They're just big
Yep.
wigs, fat wigs.
Yo, honestly, this Friday could really, really kick off alt season if this guy like even talks about some other coins. Holy crap.
It
Quantitative
depends. It
easing is what's
depends.
going to kick off altcoin season.
I think
It says Trump just bought another 10 million worth of Bitcoin in Ethereum day before the summit. So people were tracking his wallet or the
World
wallet.
Liberty Fire.
Yeah. World Liberty Financial, whatever. They
Yeah,
bought
he's
10
buying.
million.
He's been buying a lot of Chainlink and Ondo too. Don't sleep on those ones. I guarantee you he's gonna call them out on Friday. Made in America, watch. It's gonna be a basket of coins.
You know the weirdest thing that
it depends because like I feel like
hey
it could be a really big like sell the news type of thing
Oh
because
yeah,
I feel like
100%.
right
I think it
now
is.
right now we're pumping because everybody's has these rumors cycling around about what Trump's going to say, and if it's
Yeah.
disappointing in the slightest, it'll probably be another trip down. I'm not saying down to 70, 78, but I'm saying it's not going to rip like people are expecting.
Yeah, I'm taking profits, yeah. Whether it's tomorrow or Friday, I'm taking some profits, man. I'm not playing this game.
Yeah, we got
They're gonna
liquidations
dump
all the way
it.
down to 90. Deep liquidations and all kinds of stuff. Past 90, but I don't know if it's going to make it down there. Demand is sitting there. Look at it that way. If it wants to come down and bounce off the 800, let it rip. Tater chip. That's
But
done.
what is everybody expecting? A SPR announcement? That's probably what it seems like. I'm not really following it, but I guess that's what's circulating.
Yeah,
If we don't get
so
that announcement, oh, imagine the dump.
no, I'm pretty sure it is gonna be the SBR for BTC alone, and then he's gonna announce something about made in America coins, like no capital gains tax.
Well,
That's the
that's when
rumors
our
right now.
bull market actually starts. That's when our bull market
Yeah.
rip goes past all-time new highs.
Yep.
We don't see it till our next retracement. Leave
Those
all
are
these
just
little
rumors, though,
vectors in the
no?
dust. These are going to be easy ones up top. We're going to be looking deeper down into the lower
Yeah,
70s at the next ones for real.
like Twitter's
So
been buzzing about it, and apparently some high-end officials have already said like that's what might happen on Friday.
Yeah,
What they're gonna
but
do.
those are just rumors, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it
I
all
mean, it
depends on
could
how much
never know.
money is coming into the market, you guys. We need new money entering the market. I can't say it any clearer or slower or non-clear.
We
We
need
need more.
fresh exit
We need
liquidity.
fresh money coming into the market. We need total market cap to even
We need
so much
$5,000
come close to.
Doge dividends.
We need everything. We need
We need to cross
QE.
over
We need
3
Doge,
trillion again,
Doge
you guys. We haven't even
money.
approached. Come on.
I should have
Up to
sold
the
all my crypto when I had that meeting with like 12 of my elderly family members about Bitcoin investments. That would have been a nice sell.
We got to be pushing past 4 trillion, getting up into like, let's go. A lot of things are in true bull market structure. Not quite there yet. We're ripping and getting into it, buckling through these last highs before these next steps and stages roll through. Like on Dbloc chart with those green lines that come through only in certain sections, and in each of those sections at all of the bull market stages.
Yo, is
Candidate,
anybody
we're
into
just about there.
is anybody into trading memes right now? Like just for a quick flip?
Man, nah.
Like everybody's effort and their energy gave up on memes. If they traded in, they made money. If they lost it, they lost it, and both of them know better from here on out.
Yeah.
Like from
Yeah, like
both
this is
sides,
just
both of them know
this
better.
is
Like I ain't touching it, I'm good.
yeah, this is just like a quick trade for maybe the next 24 hours, but if anyone's interested, you have a look at Blub, BLUB on AVAX. You can check it out on Deck Screener. Look at the chart and it's about to friggin' rip.
What about Club? I just checked it out. It's at 1.7 mil.
No,
It's
I don't know
pretty.
about that one. This is the AVAX one. It's 82 million market cap.
Yeah, but it's
But
also on AVAX. It's also on AVAX. It's like
Club?
14 hours new. Yeah.
I never heard about that one. Like this one, the one I'm talking about, is so much hype around it, like it's crazy.
Dbloc. We made it up to the top of those liquidations, up to that 92.6 area. If we zoom out, are there anything more that we can see that we should be looking for areas above?
There's
in this
more.
gray
There's
area, you still
liquidity
got
up to 93.7K. Like there's like 300 million up there. Like we're right under it.
or Dbloc, but we see a volume, all your volume bars, which are helpful too, so we can see how much volume is coming in through these different time increments as well. So we can see when things are petering out but still ripping up. You know what I mean? So our volume indicators are really helpful in times like these as well, especially if you just simply had them up there. And the other one I was talking about is when the USDT, like the other one over on his market cap, when you can see they're fluctuating going between those ones.
I'm gonna take some screenshots of my portfolio right now. So when I'm having issues taking profits, I can just look at what it looked like now and feel comfortable about it.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
We
Normally,
got to
when
get
you
better
take
at
a
scooching our stop
screenshot,
limits. We got to get better at moving our stop limits in a bull market. So instead of selling, we all got to start practicing better moving our stop limits around in comfortable
didn't you
regions.
know the golden rule that when you take a screenshot, you have to take profits?
Oh yeah, right. No, but I'm not doing that. I'm just
But in regions like this, it's a tough one when things are kind of ripping like this. If it starts ripping and tears up even more, so that's why we got to just learn how to bring up stop limits to a comfortable region. So where do we see something we should probably put in a stop limit, thinking, hey, it's got to come back to from here. So we put a stop limit a little above that. It's like, yo, it's going to come back down. You know what I'm trying to say? So we got to get comfortable doing that as we rip up there. Dbloc was doing a great job explaining, as he was saying, if he was able to short again, or how he was explaining that, 2x up here, 4x down here, but move your stop limit down, 8x, move it down. So we got to get better. We don't practice that enough. I don't feel like in a bear market and trading on spot, but it's a great thing that we should trade across the board as we're coming up here. So it's kind of practice that on the way up in our bull market, so you don't get hoping that it's going to ever come back up to your highs, and you should have been happy. So any more movement you put it up to, happy to sell at. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And almost should have sold here, and I didn't, but I just patiently waited. So scooch it up a little higher. Sure, it comes down to that.
Yeah,
You will
but
thank yourself the day after. Yeah, I was pretty happy to sell up there. That was a really good idea, scooching that limit up with it.
the screenshot thing that you're talking about, Joe, it's so real. Like when shit is ripping, and you're taking screenshots, like you need to take some off. You need to shave at least 10% off.
Yeah,
Like, who
man,
you
I know
kidding?
so many stories of people who took screenshots but didn't take profits and then round tripped like 6 figures.
Yeah.
I feel like taking a screenshot here is a buy signal rather than a sell signal because you're trying to remind yourself that you don't want to see yourself here again. It's exactly the opposite.
Right now, yes. Right now,
Oh, yeah,
yes,
that
that's what
way
I'm
that
using it for. That's what I'm
oh,
using it
yeah, I misunderstood. Now I
I'm
get
in a
what you mean.
different boat, you guys. I'm still stuck in Doge and things, and like an average is up in like 30 cents. So all I'm doing down here is accumulating. I'm not trying to just make profits, do it this way. I just have little areas where I know if it comes up here, happy to take some portions of profits because it's got to come back down in certain regions, buy back a little more. So it's accumulation. That's all I'm doing. But I can't wait for profit zones and what we're going to think about and understand once we get into those areas of super high RSI that's pegged for days. And we're just like, wait, what? Like weeks, you know? And we're like, I sold because the RSIs was we got to get past levels of what we rely on now. Because right now, I feel like all these stages of us falling down, everybody's gotten this reliable system of what they've been relying on, but dude, when bull markets happen, they kind of rip and keep going, like for
I'm about
days,
to take
weeks.
some profits on my Doge 18.5 buy. I can tell you that.
You're feeling an
Oh, you got
18.5.
that
Tell
buy,
me why.
man?
Tell me why you're feeling an 18.5 again.
No, I'm not feeling 18.5. I bought it right at 18.5. It
Oh, I thought you were
triggered
just
the other.
saying you sold and you're feeling an 18.5 again. I was like, wait, what?
No. I'm kind of watching that because like this is
Right
a
around
couple.
my
It's a
average.
couple trips, but it hit the other day when I was watching them charts, and I told people, I said, I think 18.5. Now it's
I
creeping back
remember
up
that.
again.
I was the guy telling you to make a market trade.
Yep, I know. Yeah, right. 18.8 or something like that. Yeah, it's like this is. I've been holding on, man. I've been holding on.
We're all holding on. We're all cruising on that same boat. And I'm glad we're all here because it really makes a lot of sense. And the words we say and attempting to share with each other, it's really helpful. It's couldn't do it without each other. Can't say thank you enough.
And I miss big buys coming in from Drew. Why is he
Big,
not in
yeah. Where's
position?
he at? He's
Let's go.
He
sleeping.
would
Let's
be
go.
going
Let's go.
crazy
Zoom
right now.
fast.
It's rocking.
each and every one of us have our own different characteristics we all appreciate, different times and different reasons, and what we all say. We're trading what we've been through, years we've been here. Dbloc keeps it real. If it wasn't for Dbloc, a lot of us would be like, damn, kind of thing, you know? Wish I had a decent Discord or where'd everybody go type feeling, but good people bring good things around, and communities and understandings, patience, I always say. I always call him Dr. Dbloc for a reason, but I can't say thank you guys enough for everything that we've all been through. Patience and teachings and understandings on all kinds of levels. Friends, family, and day-to-day stuff. You guys have a good night. I gotta go, but
See you, mate.
I can't say thank you enough.
So should I?
Good night, Joe.
Good night, Joe.
What were you saying, Nick?
No, I'm up $2,700 on this trade from 18.5 on Doge, and I'm wondering if I should maybe split that
put in
in
a
half and take like
put in a
half of it,
stop.
because I feel like tomorrow it's still gonna. I feel like it's still gonna rip.
I mean, you could put a stop loss in profit.
Yeah,
I would wait at least till like Thursday night, Friday morning.
you're gonna
before-
wreck me. You're gonna get me wrecked, bro.
No, not this time. Here, I'll tell you to put a market order. You're gonna be trying to sell on a limit order Friday morning. I'm gonna be like, bro, just market sell. That's what I'm gonna do.
Well, even right now, like for literally a day. You know what I mean? Like just riding that up. Like I'm legit. Even if I split that in half and take like half of it and let the rest ride. Just you know what I mean? That's not a bad. It's not a bad move, but it's risky, man.
Is it futures?
No, I just spot buy it.
Maybe we'll take like 20% now and put it in Bitcoin or ETH.
I didn't want to put leverage, man, because I get wrecked. So that would have been a bad. Like I would have pulled if Doge would have dropped, I would have pulled that out, kind of similar to Drew. You know what I mean? But when you smack like 15 grand in on a quickie, and I'm just watching it, but it hasn't really shown me anything horrible yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think ETH is still very undervalued. So, like, if you were to take profits and you still wanted exposure, I think ETH's the way to go. Especially with Trump buying all that ETH, man.
I should have leveraged that really, but I don't have the balls, man, because I'll get wrecked. I get wrecked.
What about just like 2-3x? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think.
Yeah.
Because
Why don't you
we
just
already
take
had
out
the
your
big.
initial, listen?
we
Why don't you just take out your initial investment? They ain't got nothing to worry about.
Think of it like this, Nick. We already got the big liquidation event out of the way, and then it kind of double dipped. So I'm thinking like I usually like to take 2x leverage plays when we have those huge dips.
Yeah.
I don't do anything more than that. 2-3x maybe, but it's usually 2x.
Yeah, low ones wouldn't be bad. I just like
Yeah, it's dude.
I
think
lost money doing that before. Now I have learned a good bit in here. All the suggestions everybody makes in here, and I'll play around from time to time. But overall, like I'm now just at the point where I'm like, well, I know I could definitely put it this way. Most of the moves I've made have been pretty freaking good, right? And had I had leverage, I'd probably be freaking sitting on a beach versus 20-degree weather right now. But I'm like real comfortable. I don't know how to say it. Like I'm just comfortable making watching the charts, making the move, pulling
You
back
just
out.
take
Now,
out the initial
I do have
investment.
bags riding. Like I'm not selling all my Doge, obviously. This was a quick
Take out the
play.
initial investment.
No, yeah.
It's
No,
a
I can
free
do that,
trade after that.
but if I do that, then it doesn't magnify it as much because I'm not using leverage. So if Doge rips back to what was it at the other day? 24 cents, 25 cents, whatever, 24, I think. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. This isn't bad at 22 cents, man. This is a good ride. It's not even like huge money. I mean, it's enough for like a day, but like
Where's Mike gonna go once dominance starts falling? We have to start paying attention the avenues in which this dominance. Look at our dominance ripping up here, right? So let's start paying attention to the avenues in which money's going into. We should be paying attention, unless it's just straight up going back into.
I do pay attention to that. That's why I said earlier that we're at
I
a
just
3
feel like
trillion
this is a
market
really
cap.
crucial
Money's coming
stage.
in. Money's coming in. We're back to a 3 trillion market cap. Money's coming in, but
on a big scale, we should watch volumes and stuff on
when you get greedy,
line.
you get wrecked. I don't know what anybody else's
Well,
thoughts are on that, but like I'm totally not. I'm not in a position where it's like I'm desperate, and I'm not in a position where I don't want to make money. I'm just like, hey, this is like I have these like comfort exit points, and I might miss out a little bit here and there, a lot actually, but I was thinking half. I don't know. Anybody else? Like I was thinking like take half, let's half
well,
ride,
just
see what
take
happens.
20%. Just take 20% right now.
That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Is getting comfortable selling 20%. But if you don't feel comfortable selling right here, move your stop limit up. So just getting more comfortable moving your stop limit up on your 20% that you'd like to be comfortable getting out at up here. If it starts retracing past our, So this is where we got to get better at buffering that little zone, pulling that line up right behind it as it's ripping. We don't want to be left behind, but happy to sell there for your 20% portion. Something I haven't practiced yet, and I think it'd be a good one to learn. Remember Ron from Denver, the Ron that was on Bitcoin, do the thing. He was on a platform that allowed you guys to like pull that up. So instead of you having to type the number in, you were able to literally drag the bar up behind it as things were ripping. Whatever time frame you were watching on, you could drag your sell limit or your stop limit up. I thought that was actually pretty neat. I thought it started with like a P or something. What was the platform he was using? But he said it made it really simple. I was like, why don't they all do that? Draggable stop limit shows up on your chart when you're looking at it.
It's on most exchanges that do perpetuals, but not many people that have not many spot exchanges do it at all.
And that's what I'm saying, like a spot exchange. But I don't think they want people to start learning how to do that. Instead, they're just leaving them right in the spot they're in mentally, emotionally in the trades they're watching. So,
Well, you can put a stop limit on spot, but it's not like it shows up right there on your chart. You can't click it and drag it. It's not as interactive
yeah,
and
that's what I
fun.
think would be really helpful. I mean, why can't we just drag and adjust that with our finger type thing, and it just shows up where you last dragged it to? And you have to
I
like
think there would be
hit a button and make sure that you're saying, "Yep, this is adjustment for stop limit" or something. And you have to like, "Yep, confirm," so it just doesn't happen by accident or something. Why
I
not?
think they
Throw
should
it out there.
too. I think they should too. But I think the problem with that and why they don't do it for spot is because they actually have to have those coins available as liquidity if somebody was going to like take their coins off of that exchange and move it onto a different
And it's
exchange,
just
and they're
and it's
worried
just
that
a
with
smart idea. They don't want to throw that out there to everybody to figure that one out. They'd be like, "Oh shit, everybody's figuring out." Uh-oh. They don't want to do that one.
yeah, I mean the amount of high frequency trading that would be done at that point, like crypto would be even more volatile than it already is.
once people stop shorting and long and it's heavy duty, they're gonna have to get into something. I don't know. Maybe they'll start discovering something simple and easy and disciplined like that.
We should sign a petition. Make Coinbase do it or Kraken.
I was just thinking of the exact same thing earlier today about having a tool exactly what you are describing. I mean,
A
you just pulled
draggable
it, you
stop
said
limit.
it right out of my brain. Yeah, and if it was something that easy. But though I saw a girl on YouTube where this guy has a YouTube channel and he'll display other people's trading and he has his opinion on it. Pretty popular channel. But anyway, this young girl, she was doing exactly what you were just talking about, dragging it as it went and taking her profits as it moved up, and the guy was just praising her textbook, ability to pull that off. And she went in longs and shorts, one right after the other. It was rather amazing to watch. Um,
Yeah,
but
there's even
anyway,
some of them making on the perps exchanges where you can actually click a reverse button and it reverses your trade from a long to a short immediately. Like it just flips your position.
You know what's good is when it goes off Dbloc's chart like this and he's not expecting it because he hasn't been back. He didn't expect to move it. Normally leaves it and drags it into the position where he thinks it's gonna stay in and not move out of. This could be a good one. We're kind of ripping, but we got some cells clicking in here. We're reaching the top of that zone at the top of his chart there.
Yeah, I wonder where he went. Cause
Yo,
he's chilling, bro.
Not for a while.
Look at the dominance, though. Money coming in.
have you guys
It's
ever
coming into
noticed?
Bitcoin.
That's what I'm saying, but it's coming into the market. Big difference. We need money to
Well,
re-enter the market.
it could be coming out of altcoins and going into Bitcoin. That
Altcoins
can
are
also make
standing pretty
dominance go
stable. I
up.
don't see anything driving down.
Yo, has
Money
anyone
coming
ever
into the
noticed?
market's going to Bitcoin.
Has
you know what
anyone
it
ever
could be?
noticed that when it pumps, Dbloc is usually missing? Has anyone called him out for being a market
Yeah,
maker yet?
Yeah, we've been talking about it for a while.
You guys
Bro,
didn't
this
know that
man's over
Dbloc was
here
a
when
market maker? How do you think he knows all their moves? He's doing it.
exactly, bro.
Exactly.
When big moves are happening, he's nowhere to be found, yo.
And usually when we talk about him this much, we usually summon him. So get ready for him to be here in like 2 minutes.
Oh, I know, right? That boy's a market maker. There's nothing you can tell him.
That's why I asked him about my TA, and I'm like, yo, so is it gonna do this or is it gonna do this? You gotta tell me, bro. Which one are you gonna make it do?
Like I always say, deep life, we gotta adjust that hammer. We gotta adjust that hammer and magnet.
He just does YouTube on the side while he's like, market making.
Either way, let's go.
Yeah, I mean it's about to break past this point at the top of this rising wedge. You could get like at least a 15-minute candle body closing above that line there, then
Watch be like Saudi Arabia being behind the scenes scooping up stuff like, oh yeah, we didn't tell anybody, but we needed to. I don't know. You guys weren't doing anything. Let's start scooping this sucker up.
we needed some food. Thanks for delivering it. Yeah, you got the pile of FUD we ordered? Great, thanks. Put it right there. Turn around and fucking does a market buy on his phone.
Ethereum waking up little by little.
Shows there's too many people panic selling down here at low 90s. Just be careful.
Keep pumping, Ethereum. You deserve it.
He needs it more than deserves it or something. I don't know. Needs it or / and or deserves it.
Yeah, that thing's on freaking life support.
scooped up a few Ethereum at 2,000.
My last one went through at 2050, so 2050. I was like, all right, deal.
I'm sitting on some old bags too, so it's like
998.
Why not? Why not?
It is. I think it's got a lot of potential coming up here, so that's why I was kind of re-scooping up down there.
Back up the truck.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a big truck. I mean, shit, back up to U-Haul. I'm good. I just don't like how much the 5 is above the 13 is. A lot of times, as soon as we get a big gap like this on the 5 and 13, it's usually got to at least come down and retap. It might come down and see the 15 or the 50 in a little bit, but I think that 50 is gonna be rising up on hard. What are the larger time frames looking like? Like I'm at a hotel. That's the only reason I'm asking.
The daily's looking not bad, to be honest.
Yeah, like what's the daily looking like?
We're coming back into range. We just crossed the value area low that's been in the volume profile from back in November. So we're getting back into range here, might reject. Reverting to the 50 EMA. Not there yet, it's at 94.4. And we got a W pattern, which is building up right now, and we got a downwards trend, which is at like 95.6.
I'm scared. Scared that it's not going to go lower.
Hey, I'm back.
It's gonna come down at least. I think even if we pump into Friday, it's probably gonna be a sell the news event.
Yeah. Man, I don't know if even if it does sell the news, I don't know if it will go lower than it already has.
Welcome to the bull market. This is what people start talking about in a bull market. Here we come.
Thing is
We might get other bearish macro news before everything gets resolved. Who knows?
thing
Another
is too is
war,
like,
tariff.
well, yeah, I was to say you can expect something crazy like that, and then you also get no matter what he announces, like if it happens to be like, you know, a strategic reserve or no tax on US based cryptos, things like that. The hard part is can he get it pushed through? You know, does it have to be done with Congress? And so there has to be some strategy that he has if that's what's announced, because I just, you know, you can say it, you can do an executive order, but that doesn't mean it's going to be it's going to go through, you know.
That's what I was seeing down there, Dbloc, is that vector gap right there where those blue and gray lines have like a much smaller volume. Is the way I would expect that top or that green line is you pulled it over perfect, that vector gap. Down.
That daily, man. That daily looks juicy. Double bottom off the 200. I don't know, man. And you got the MACD curving up nice on the daily.
And the liquidations at all-time highs.
Dbloc, can you also throw up what's US? Remember how you also had the blue line behind the market cap? Can you throw that one back up there too? So how we can see how they're fighting each other or riding or with against each other, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I missed the Christmas tree. Where's the Christmas tree been?
Remember the blue line on the market cap, Dbloc?
It's freaking March.
Vector gap. No, okay. Still though. Yeah,
Drew,
that's
you
one.
think, or yeah, Drew, a freaking D-Block, you think we can get like an Easter bunny or something on there? You know?
I just meant it for the USDT. Wasn't it USDT compared to market cap?
Damn, that's a big ass hammer. He's trying to smash the dominance down. He's like, nah. Like, get out of there.
Yeah, what size orders we got coming through? What do we
Who
got?
shall not pass?
Koi guy, you still in here?
Yeah, what's up?
I guess now it's not really greatest moment, but whenever you have time.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to jump down to another room, we can real quick. I mean, unless you would rather just like talk about stuff tomorrow or something.
Yeah, we could just talk tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's
Alright.
fine. What time are you normally on?
Yo, I sent you
Um,
a friend invite, Jerry. If you
Oh,
want,
you
I
did?
can also send you some material about like trading strategies. You want to get more into that,
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
but
Yeah, like,
you'll have to accept my friend request, otherwise I can't send you any DMs.
Yeah, same here. I had the same problem. I tried to message him.
yeah, I got your message though. Oh, you tried to direct me. Yeah. Let's see.
I'm here. I was just working on some shit on the side. Just wanted to fix the chart real quick.
You fixed it. You fixed it, bro. I like the green candles, man. I appreciate that.
We were already talking about the fact that every time we pump, for some reason you're not there.
And then
How
when we
come you
start
know
talking
so
about
much
it, he
about
gets
market
summoned.
makers, bro?
Green candles don't need my attention. They're already doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Bro, we know who you are.
We already know D-Block.
I don't know what these guys are talking about.
Hey, D-Block, while you're modifying the charts, can you take this 5-minute red candle at the top of your chart there? Can you take that 5-minute red one? Can you turn that to green and then flip it upside down and move it up a little bit? If you just put it right to like 108. Yeah, put it like a little like 108.5, just a little bit above.
D-Block, thank you for everything. Either way, we really appreciate it. Just saying thanks.
Oh
You
shit,
know,
it's coming.
You're always there. I'm saying thanks. Come on, dude. You just show up at the important time is all I'm saying. He's been here for a decade now, more. Knows what's up.
oh yeah, he knows exactly what's up. Exactly what's up.
She just switches to a 20. Mm-hmm. What do like your volume indicators look like? Do we have like large or small volumes at spots like this too? Remember, I have your volume bars down low.
Looking good, looking good. Dominance is flying, huh? But also pumping its own.
I just like it how we're almost back up to that CME gap. How he called it the other night. We're like, is it gonna fall from here or something after it ripped? We're almost back up there. That last vector gap.
Well, that move token is up too, huh? Move. I think it's up 21% today. Move.
I always laugh at that coin, man, because it literally moves like at the most random times. Like,
Move protocol is hot.
yeah, it's like, but I always catch myself saying that. I'm like, yeah, well, it moved, and I'll look at it some other time, and everything else is ripping, and it'll be like, move down 30%. I'm like, okay.
The opposite move. Move.
Do you at least take a nap, Woony? Because you've been on nonstop, bro.
I haven't been on today, really. Not
Well,
today.
I've heard you popping in, so you're about as bad as me, bro.
Oh, I was going for like 8 hours today. I haven't been on really. Not me.
Mooney's a villain, bro. He hasn't slept in 3 years.
Well, I'm used to hearing him in the morning, so pretty much I get on then too, and I hear him on, and then I leave and go do my thing, and then I jump on in the evening, or like I'll pop in the middle of the afternoon. But I know if there's activity, everybody's always in here. But I'm like, man, when do people sleep? Because I'm like so random. I should be sleeping right now, but that Doge little fun little trip had me up.
Wish I have Discord on, but
Mooney's always one of the first ones there. The last one to leave. It's always there.
I actually slept a lot the last few days.
Nice. I could use some sleep.
What it is, I'll sleep like 2 hours here, 3 hours there. Never sleep 8 hours straight. Never. A little nap here.
I kind of do that too, if I'm being honest. Like, aside from like grinding out the work weeks and stuff like that, like I'm good for a nap. But my kid got me on that cycle, man. Like, he's 3, so he'll take like an afternoon nap, and I'll see how comfortable he looks, and I'm like, all right, I'll lay down with him for a little bit. Boom, 4 hours later, I wake up, or I'll fall asleep at like 7 o'clock, and then be up at 11.
Yeah.
Each and every one of us are different. We all have different amounts of energy we all have. how much you want to put in, how much we can put out. Like, like a Labrador, you take it outside, it's got a ton of energy. But after it's done, like running around, that sucker comes in and takes a nap, like a good one. But like a beagle or something that's small, I think can go out and run all day long, comes inside, sits there, it doesn't even take a nap. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like each of us have different amounts of energy that we're capable of putting out each and every day. And it's kind of fun to look at and the way we all attempt to do it, but it's what our bodies are capable of doing. It's really funny because our mental capabilities of energy are way different than our body structure of energy. If you really look at it from the outside, it's funny.
My schedule has been really messed up lately. Jesus.
I mean, I haven't taken a nap in like middle of the day type nap in a while. Like a good one.
Was it yesterday or the day before? I slept from like 12 o'clock in the afternoon to like 6 at night.
Man, a good nap is one of the most helpful things you can do when your body's asking for it. A good nap, bam, you wake up.
I'll probably be up to like 4, 5, 6, somewhere around there. Then I'll go to bed till like noon.
Have y'all heard about that thing? It's called what? What's his name? Andrew Huberman. He was talking about that yoga nidra stuff.
Yeah, I've heard about it. I think my girlfriend does it sometimes. She said it helps her fall asleep.
Yeah, I guess it's like you can do like a little 15-minute. I guess I don't know. It's pretty much a meditation, but they call it yoga nidra or something. And I guess like you get like 3 hours worth of a nap or some. I don't know. You get like hours worth of a nap in like 15 minutes.
Have you tried it?
Yeah, I tried it.
So does it
Uh,
feel like 3 hours worth of a nap after 15 minutes?
You guys ever
No,
practice breathing? Like breathe in really well
no, but
before you're trying to like sleep and you can't fall asleep and you breathe in through your nose for
oh,
like
bro,
4 seconds, hold it
crazy.
for a few seconds.
They make that tape that you can put across your mouth, man. The problem is,
No,
I'll probably
no.
never wake up.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. But I'm just saying, just simply breathing in, holding it for 4 seconds, breathing out as far as you can, then taking the biggest breath in through your nose you can, hold it for 4 seconds, slowly breathe out the entire thing. I guarantee you can't do it like 20 times before you almost fall asleep. If you're laying in bed, can't go to sleep, and you actually like mentally tell yourself, try it. Like it's one of those things. When you hold it for 4 seconds after you take your full breath, it does something with our entire. It literally slows our heart rate down, our blood pressure, our everything. And as you breathe out, we're releasing tons of CO2. But as you're pulling in that air as hard as you can through your nose, we're absorbing the oxygen. Hold it for 4 seconds, quick exchange, breathe it out. And your body goes into this natural equilibrium. It's weird. Give it a shot tonight. See what happens.
Yeah, that's one of
ahead.
that's one of the meditations I do has to do with something like that with the belly breathing. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Some
And
people do 7 seconds to get deeper meditation, but the 4 seconds is just to fall asleep.
I've heard of the ones where they say try to do a minute where you inhale for 30 seconds and then exhale for 30
That's
seconds.
super deep meditation. That's like super
Yeah,
deep.
that's that crazy stuff, but it's still cool
Yo,
to try.
4 seconds, as weird as it sounds, is the little weird trigger. Hold deep breath in as you can through your nose. 4 seconds, breathe out. You'll fall asleep within. I guarantee you can't do 20 of them tonight before you fall asleep.
That's real. I do want to do the nap one. I really want that one to work. So I might have to try to keep practicing because I'd love to have a 15-minute nap actually be like revitalized.
Yeah, I can't do 15 minutes, bro. Like if I'm napping, I'm out, bro. But I'll tell you one thing, like been life changing. I'm not even kidding on the sleep because like I between business and this place and everything else, it's like it's wild. Uh and I'll bust out 13, 14-hour days and just go crazy. I bought a weighted blanket, like a weighted comforter.
Ooh.
And that is probably, aside from having a good mattress, is probably the best investment. It's I don't know, 20 or 30 pounds or something like that. But I sleep like a brick if I use the weighted blanket, weighted comforter. I don't know what that means, but if anybody's ever tried that, look them up. They're freaking cozy.
That's actually pretty good. I'll say one, and I'll look into that. I don't really have a hard time sleeping, but I don't know if you guys do like the rain noises. But I love the rain noise. You know, I put YouTube. They got those little 8-hour videos. I put that thing on every night, bro. With the dark, you know, with the blackout curtains, with the air conditioner. You know, the portable air conditioner in the room. Oh yes, sir.
You guys ever worn those things that just simply go over your eyes? So if it's light out, you just like put that little tiny like thing. It's kind of like it's like a little headband, but it goes around your eyes, so it like covers up all the light. You can like fall asleep in an airport during the day. You know what I'm saying? Just like a tiny little slip that goes over your eyes.
I don't really like things on my face for some reason, but I feel you.
But it's one of those like tiny things that's there for a minute and you like don't feel it anymore, and then it's I don't know. You can almost like sleep sitting up with those suckers. Anyways,
I'll have to try it again.
yeah, I don't like shit on my head either. I'm like, And smaller buys coming through. I've been watching the volume chart here the whole time. It's been flickering through like less than 20 here and there. Bigger one comes through, nothing matches in it. So I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like smaller volumes up this way.
Well, according to
Go back to
Dbloc's
that vector gap.
strategy.
The first bigger one I've seen really come through 76. Sell. Bunch of smaller buys coming in. Where's Zusi? Has anybody heard from Zusi today?
If Doge comes down to 20 cents, I'm going to FOMO again.
Well, if it comes down there, we got to work on our stop limits. So where will we place a stop limit right now comfortably that we say, hey, if it's going to fall below here, it's going to come tap 20. You know what I'm trying to say? So where do we start getting comfortable scooching those limits up? Ooh, look at that big old 120 sell come through.
I'm not a wild animal, man. I'll just look at the numbers and make moves. I'm going to buy Doge at 20 cents if it drops again. And then I'm going to sell it if it goes up. When I set my
Yeah, but if you're happy to
mental
buy it at 20, and where are we at right now? Where's Doge's price at right now?
21.5.
All right, so where do you sell a stop limit? Put a stop limit 21.25. Gets below 21.25, you think it's going to dive to 20, and you're happy to buy again? It's a weird one. So I'm trying to work on is buffering that stop limit zone, so I don't have to put new money in. Because if you're not going to put a stop limit, that means you're entering new money back into it. So look at it in a way you could reaccumulate with already what's in there if it drops from here to that happy zone of reaccumulation, right? Buffer your stop limit. You don't even have to bring money in, just reposition.
Yeah, I guess it's a different way of looking at it, man. I don't know.
And if it drops lower than what you were ever expected, that's when that secondary money comes in. But that's just a strategy of mine that's been working for years and snowballing it across the way. Not being greedy, being understanding of where we are. But what I've not worked on is stop limits. A lot of times, what I do is I start selling in areas when I know we're up there and I have a
Didn't
lot
you
of
say
limits.
you were trapped in Doge at like?
Oh, bro, I've been
Wait,
trapped in Doge for a long time. I've been in the super low points, but I've also sold at 48 cents, bought back in at 43 cents. Oh shit, it fell from 43 down to 33. Well, I sold at 33 and reaccumulated at 28. So there's zones where I know it's going to fall and has to go down to. But again, I'm still stuck and tangled. If you really want to average it out, probably like 34.7.
yeah, but I'm on the opposite side of that in a way. Like,
Yeah, but I accumulated all that, so all this is profit. So all this stuff that I'm holding on to is all in profit. But I've
yeah,
just
when it goes up,
yeah. But when it goes down, I sell it, and it goes down some more, and I make some more. So it all. I'm just giving you the honest of the last true in and out. But the last in and out was down at from 203 all the way down to 18.8. So I accumulated from 203 to 18.8 equally across all my trades. So I have my average down that way. But where I really bought in, and then once I get back up to my point where I am back up floating again, is actually closer to like mid 30s. I don't care about the dollar value. I'm accumulating Doge down in areas like this. That's what I'm saying. All things too. I sell a little bit high, but I know it's up there. Reaccumulate.
Shiba in the chat. Are you just trying to get? Are you trying to get people fired up? Is that your game plan?
How is
Or-
Shiba doing? How is Shiba doing, Shiba man? I haven't actually looked at it in a while.
No, I'm saying Shiba in the YouTube chat.
Shiba
That's
in
what I
the
was
chat, what
referring
they
to.
say.
That's what I said. I was referring to
Shiba
Shiba
doesn't
man.
care. No offense.
His name's Shiba. He knows how Shiba's doing. How's Shiba actually doing? We haven't heard about it. Nobody's talked about it in a while. How's that sucker doing?
I mean, I heard it's supposed to be the world reserve currency.
I don't know. I hold zero of them in the wallet.
I can't even say that with a straight
I have
face.
millions of them still buried with all those bone coins that I lost a wallet address to them, kind of, sort of
Big,
still.
big
I
buys.
buried them the first day we could bury those things. Like 250,000 of them. I'm just wondering how, or whatever billion of them, or 250 million. You know what I mean? But all the bone coins and all the things I accumulated in the process of burying it over the years, I'm just wondering where's that sucker at if I actually get back to it. I don't own one of them except for all the ones that are buried.
They're all in that same place that nobody knows where it is, where all the AOL CD discs are too.
And Netscape old accounts and stuff. Yep.
I miss AIM.
Remember logging on with 56K, you know the sound. Your parents were pissed because the house phone was busy, everything, you know.
Somebody had a problem with sleeping. Sorry, I was driving.
No, we put that person to sleep. Everybody's awake
Oh,
now.
oh, that's great.
We had a rotary phone, and my parents went from like a rotary phone that had like a big long cable on it, and then they bought some cordless phone thing. Man, that thing could go all over, and you hit the button, and the little beeper comes out, so you could find the phone if it's not on the thing. How about this? Why don't TVs, like Samsung and LG, why don't they have a button on the TV? You go up and you push the button, and your remote beeps. I can't find. Where's the remote? I can't find the remote. You go up, push the
I
button
think
on the TV,
Samsung does now.
and it beeps.
I believe
Come
so.
on.
I think
It's
Samsung does. Yeah.
2025, you guys.
Samsung has a remote finder. I believe.
Find the remote button. Everybody would buy that one in the store. Honey, it's got the find my remote button. All right, you got it.
But if they did that, bro, you wouldn't go buy a new remote, man, when you lost.
But nobody buys it. They give up after they can't find it until like it's like under the couch or the dog ate it or the kid smashed it and he threw it away. Didn't know how to tell mom or dad.
Nowadays, you don't need remotes anymore, really.
Yeah, you're right. We don't even use them, but it's one of those things I'm surprised it didn't come out. I'll put it that way.
You lose it. Where's most of the time? Where is it? Under the couch cushion? Is it get stuck in the chair somewhere?
Come on, dominance. Drop it like it's hot. Oh yeah, big old buy coming in. I think tax returns are going to be a big incentive on this market. I feel like everybody wants to start getting tax returns. I feel like 80% of people are going to start pouring some of it into what they heard about, which is crypto. And you know what I'm trying to say?
And what they heard about is, man, that crypto thing's a big scam and it's going to go to zero. And
No way. Do you know how many people have been asking me? Once a lot of people start asking me, people that have never been in the market, what should I buy? And I'm like, oh man, a little late for this. But this is giving me incentive because I understand that people who have never been into the market are getting curious of truly entering it. And that's a big difference. But we need to start coming in. But when they still don't know what to buy. But what's cool though is the people that have asked me this time actually have more money saved up to put in the markets. Last time before they were like kind of at the bottom thing or like not knowing. They're like, I only had this much. I just feel like people have been saving up more money and they're trying to figure out what I should do with it.
I don't think people have money right now.
Well, it's either one or the other. People have been slowly saving up because it's been a tough couple of years. So there's been people that have just been spending, hoping it's going to re-rise because they are still down in the troubles of it. So it's, you know what I mean. There's a lot of people out there that have been saving up some bucks, doing the thing, learning how to budget, not go out to the bar all the time. I don't know. That's what I notice. Only reason I bring it up is because I keep noticing it more. People ask me. I work with a lot of people, you know, they understand I've been in markets and always checking things out and always giving people good incentive at the right time. And they all say, hey, this guy told me at this and look at what it's at now. Told me 2 years ago to buy this thing. If you're going to do it, put some money into it. But the toughest thing is they're like,
So it's the whole thing. People still go out to bars.
a lot of them, as weird as it sounds, a lot of them were asking me when Solana, they kept asking me about Solana when it was at like 220, 240. And I said, I wouldn't really wait. I wouldn't touch that up here. I said, wait till it drops down to at least below 200, down that 170 to like, if it makes it 150 range. And that was a couple weeks ago, you know. It drops down to like the 125 region, and I see him that next couple of days. They didn't ask me. I said, guys, why you asked me about that Solana? I recommend if you're gonna buy it, this might be a decent time down here. So down like 126 that day. And they're like, oh yeah, all right, okay. It's just really weird when people ask about certain stuff at certain times. I'm not expecting it, especially what they're asking for. Solana? Those guys asking about Solana. All right. But they were happy to buy at 220 when they were asking. I said, whoa, 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 don't you dare. I just think there's certain avenues that certain people get. Like, I don't know if it's on their phone or other things. I just feel like people and friends see things because I don't see stuff about a Solana token. Like, where are y'all getting this info from? Is it a YouTube stream you're watching? Is it a Facebook? Is it a Twitter? What do you get? What is this?
Most
What
of the time it's
avenue?
Twitter. Most of the time it's
feeding
Twitter.
you guys? What avenues are feeding them that I'm not being fed with either? It's weird.
TikTok.
YouTube and Twitter.
Everybody's a crypto pro on YouTube and TikTok and X.
Yeah.
And the reason I thought of it is because we were talking about Shiba Inu, and one of the kids asked me, he's like, "Is Shiba Inu gonna ever reach a penny? I've been holding this for a while. Should I don't know. I got like more money. Should I buy back in?" It's like way down below when I bought it. I said, "Is it like 75% below when you bought it?" He's like, "Yeah, I bought it like one of the first days it came out on there." I was like, "Oh no." And I explained to him averaging down. Put that same amount that you put in up there down here, and you got way more, and you bring your average down. And all you got to do is worry about selling towards your average, not at the higher price you first jumped in. So I don't know. How do we get this out to most people? How do we do it?
Don't buy the tops in the first place.
But we have to have somebody buying the tops when we're selling these darn things or expecting to sell them too. So it's just like,
I don't ever want to sell my bag.
But we have to at some point, amigo.
Big buys. YouTube. Oh, YouTube chat always gets me. What's up, chat? How's everybody living out there? Couple hearts, little thumbs up, pound the like.
I honestly think we're gonna whack 95 here pretty soon in a little bit. I want to whack up here. No BS, let her rip.
I'm gonna buy Doge at 20 cents. just saying. The Doji.
We've been acquiring Doge for years now. We appreciate that, Tucker. It's my largest holding.
The inverted pump. I have no idea.
Elon, you sucker, you better kick it into action pretty soon, cuz we need to see the tide roll in, bro. We need to see the waves pumping.
Oh, there's something in store for the old Doji. It's just fun to play a little bit. You might as well make some money. The way I look at it is I might as well make some money while we're waiting for things to rocket ship or do something or
Make
whatever.
something productive. Make something actually useful. Give it a shot. I'm just gonna wait for it. I've been waiting for it to jump into action for a while. Elon, give it an avenue. Give it a way to float down a river. If you can't float down the river, learn how to turn the river into a reservoir then. If you can't,
Oh,
turn the
boy.
reservoir into something, turn it into a hydroelectric dam. You know what I'm trying to say?
Nah.
Learn how to harness that sucker. He's got ideas.
I'm confused. Oh, you said create something. You said make something useful.
Just like I was saying with what we turned water into. We learned how to turn rivers into lakes, into dams, and convert it into hydroelectric energy. Make it useful. Make it functional. It's always flowing. It's always going. If there's useful design and functionality for the system, put it into action. If not, the river just keeps flowing. If you can do something with it, make it happen.
Are you talking about
started back in the 30s when we started dams and our hydroelectric structures? Big difference than burning coal. Rivers were always flowing. It works 24 hours a day.
Are you talking about Doge?
I'm hoping for Doge. if Elon creates hydroelectric type. I'm just saying.
Okay, so
In a
yes, I
digital
get it.
sense of what I'm referring to with any sort of generators or any sort of solar power, put it out there, let it absorb energy, and watch what happens. People can use it; they use it.
So what you're saying is we need to add solar panels to Doge.
No. No,
Oh.
I'm just referring to it in the way that we innovate technology, and if we see a capability of something, we put it into action. Doge has no actions. Not many cryptocurrencies yet have any actions. Bitcoin all the way. They
Have
have
solar.
useful functions. I can't go to a car wash and pay for that sucker a Doge. But you know what I'm trying to say? It's one of these things that I think Elon might have an idea and a functionality to give it a shot. It's weird.
I agree, though.
You know how like when we go to like pay at a register, you know how you swipe your ATM card or you put in your card and it says ATM, debit, credit, and then there's like a whole nother button that's like empty. I always keep saying. What's Elon gonna do with that other button? Why is it empty? Why is there another button sitting there and it's always been empty? Why don't we create something so you just hit crypto? Okay, you hit the crypto button. This is what we accept. Hit that one. Bam. Put your phone up to it, just like it's Apple Pay. Pink. Thanks for the Gatorade. See you tomorrow. Have a good day. Functionality of it's really, really close to us. Technology, everything's right at our fingertips. It's the avenues in which are okay to do it and which haven't been created. It's like, does it make sense? Should we try it? Which one do we give it a shot with? Do we do it with them all? Why not? Certain
I love
places start accepting certain currencies. Give it a shot.
We can't do it with all of them, man. It'll be total
Accept,
chaos, man.
They don't accept all of them. If a store, you hit the button, crypto, you hit that, and there's 4 buttons. They accept 4 cryptos. So is it Bitcoin? Is it Ethereum? Is it? We have to make something function. Nobody's going to go there and spend Bitcoin at Walmart to get toilet paper.
I think the best use case for Dogecoin right now is the micro rewards program for smart home energy conservation. You know, like where it's integrated into the smart home appliances.
Everything about it. You can earn it. You can earn it.
And then each time a household member like makes an energy conscious decision, you know, like
if the energy companies wanted to give the option, you want it back in dollars, you want it back in Doge. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. You know how many people would be like, yo, you're not giving me any dollars? I want my tokens back in Doge. If I have solar on my roof and I'm supposed to be giving back to the system and I barely use anything, give it a flicker, give it an option. Why not? You want this payment or that payment? That's what I'm saying. It's just as simple as a US dollar. Which one do you want? That one, this one. You work in the US government. You want this one, that one? I'm just saying.
How much you want to bet that the first utility that we pay for, you know, like internet, phone, and all that stuff, the first utility that will be accepting cryptocurrency as payments, and it may actually already be doing that, would be the Elon
internet
link.
Starlink.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. Starlink. Thank you so much.
And that's what I'm really tapping on too here is like everything across the globe will able to be accessed and digitally transferred and give the banks a big FU with our finger on our nose, like our middle finger right on our nose to the banks in the process of it. Can they keep
And the moment he starts taking crypto for that internet service, it's instantly
worldwide?
put
Instantly
into his
worldwide.
instantly put into his X platform, bro. And then we're starting to creep up onto a WeChat. So
Not even that. Why don't they just start accepting Starlink in it? You know what I'm trying to say? As a form of payment. And the more people
of
over
course
the
he
more
would, man,
years and the more
because you can do
decades
payments
paying
through.
for it, the price increases. Think about all these things. Put a useful form in these payment structures. Watch what happens. Right now, we're just paving the avenues. We're putting in the pipes and the sewage and all the fire hydrants before the houses are built. You know what I'm trying to say? So look at what the design is of the structure before the houses and the people are expected to show up. Look at what's being developed before it's happening. And go build a business in that area. You know what I'm trying to say? Makes sense.
Know what I'm saying? Yes, it makes sense to me.
But that's just another analogy of mine that I just randomly threw out for no reason. You don't need to go build a business, but just if you see something coming and opportunities, not a bad idea. Town building, you're the only gas station. Guess where you're gonna come to?
I have already received emails from PayPal about cryptocurrency integration into their platform. So it's definitely coming.
I guess the toughest thing is when you're in that little town and the guy owns the gas station, owns the supermarket, and he owns the other things too. But America, that's what makes it cool is you can be in the market and compete with others, put things in front of others and make things better, give things advantages, new updates, new systems. New technologies have always paved the way across decades of our lives. We're halfway through the 20s.
I don't know if the internet's really a thing though. Like I still think it's like it's gonna fail.
I don't know. I'm instantly hearing you from around the world within a split millisecond. Kind of dependent on that one.
Yeah, but it's just because
Not on voice. But
they have the copper lines between us.
See, that right there is the ultimate curiosity, isn't it? We need all of this fiber optic cable running on the ocean floors to connect the continents. This is a
That's the
fact.
other thing we never
It's
really
there,
realized.
right? However, what is the purpose of satellite? I mean, really, bro? Is this some like
Once we
I'm curious
drag
about that, man. Why would we need the
cables across
cables
an
if our
ocean,
satellites are there, bro, and that's what we're using? It just
it
doesn't make sense.
takes the world is a very large place. It takes a long time. It's really easy to drag a pipe across the ocean in one confined place. It carries a lot of data. Once it gets to the other side, it has to be dispersed. And to go from road to house to community spread out and keep continually updating, and we have a hurricane and it tears it all down. You got to start back over.
Well, the idea is
It's eliminate all of it, eliminate all the busted capabilities of the systems, but always have a
yeah, it's not a
reliable
busted
one.
capability. It's not busted. There's nothing that's going to replace fiber optics. It's
No, of
getting
course.
people without.
Until the line's cracked.
Yeah, but
It's
it's
a
getting.
really
But those
long
backbones.
cable. Now, why was it
Yeah,
created? Why was this all created? All of those cables, we all know exactly where they are, laying across all of the beds.
because
That's
we
what war
didn't
really
have the
wants to
tech.
start. A
Joe, we
digital
didn't
type
have the
war.
technology, brother. We didn't. Technology goes full circle. We didn't have the technology.
Right.
So, to run fiber optics, just like
That's what we need.
it's latency, it's speed, it's 100,000 million phone calls and
It
bits of
is. It's the
data going.
massive amounts of data. Correct.
Yeah, but now you have satellite and you have laser technology that they're working on to communicate, but they still need ground stations.
What do
Starlink
we
still
always
needs
build is
ground.
a backup system,
Okay, that's a
reliable
perfect
backup
perspective.
system
Thank you for
in case the first one fails.
What?
If the
Yeah,
first one fails,
I
the
can't
place
hear
will
the
be
other guy.
decimated.
Joe, the other guy's trying to talk to.
Oh, I
What do you
apologize.
say?
I was saying, yeah, man, I totally agree with you. That's an absolute perfect perspective, man, because the technology was what the technology was at the time, and I totally get that latency. That's actually it's brilliant actually. Latency. That's why they haven't demolished them and pulled them up because we have satellites now and they're obsolete. They are still utilizing them for the latency. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, you got bandwidth and latency, or how much data do you got to send, and how fast do you got to send it.
I can
Now,
swim, but I like a life jacket. To me,
Starlink's
Starlink is a life jacket at today's society's level. Once it advances, it's going to become a whole bigger floating thing than just a life jacket. Right now, to me, it's a life jacket in case the system fails. In case we go overboard and it's rough out. You know what I mean?
well, it's also core infrastructure for people that don't have connections. So there's still plenty of people out there with dial-up connections. There's still
Exactly.
plenty of
A
people out
life
there.
jacket that also provides capabilities across the globe. So that's why it's an identifiable positive structure in today's society the way it's going. Has it done anything wrong to anyone? Has it hurt anybody yet? Might have hurt some feelings, but in all honesty, it's done nothing but positive across the board.
I don't think anybody's saying it's not.
So
I don't even know where you're.
what other way should we look at it?
I don't even know where you're going with this. I was just answering the guy's question.
No, I apologize.
I mean, we could send data with ham radios if we want to. It's gonna be a lot slower.
And it was smoke in a campfire if I still need to, like it's where do we want to be? We're still all analog people. We just have to come into a digital true sense of like where society's truly getting to in the 2000s. And we're halfway through the 2020s, you guys.
But it goes.
All right, so look at the 1920s. Look at the 1920s.
Technology
Look what they did
evolves,
with
though.
automobiles. Look in 1920s, 100 years ago. Look at the innovation of automobiles.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd bank on
Look
my
at the
78.
innovation of oil. We started learning how to actually properly pull apart sludge that we found in the bottom of the ground. Right.
I'd bank on my
Crude
78 Ford over
oil.
my 2020.
Nice.
You know what I mean?
Before
I'd
that,
drive
we
that.
used to use coal. Before that, right, before we found gasoline, we used to use coal, and all we could do is just heat it up and create steam, and we had steam engines and the rail system. Look where we're at right now. But what sort of new railways are actually going to be truly properly created with it? Are we going to have sailing vessels that go across the ocean that are paid for it, by it, legitimately, like zero emission done by itself? What's in 100 years from now? Think about it. Think about where we can expand 100 years from now to where we are now, to where people were back in 1925. Just learned how to build large bridges, never shot a rocket off the surface of the planet, just learned how to fly a couple of years ago with the Wright brothers. You know what I mean? Look at the innovation from us learning how to fly at that time to where we are today with technology. Humans all have to be on the same page, though. That's the difference. We all have to be on an innovation and stride in technology and education. Be happy with where we are, but also look right in front of us, where we should be, where we could be. What's going to drive it? I wish people were happy to be each other's neighbors anymore. Jeez, I feel like everybody on the same street's fighting with each other. When I was a kid, everybody on the same street would be happy to help in any way, shape, or form in any way they could with everybody on the street. We got a fixed mentality. I think we have to fix friendship, patience. That comes a lot. None of it has to do with dollars. A lot of it has to do with what I always say is patience. But I don't mean to mumble. I don't mean to keep mumbling and keep talking. But I think you guys know what I'm saying, but have no clue what I'm saying at all. Either way, this market's just dragging sideways, so let her rip.
Yo, YouTube chat. You know what's funny about that? If you hear my dove cooing in the background, I have a pigeon, dove, whatever you want to call it. So if I have to send a message, I guess I could do that as a pet. Crypto after dark. Dove noises is bullish, yeah. Oh man, I'm getting tired. What's up, Dovey? What are you doing, buddy? You gonna say hi to the chat? You gonna say hi to the chat? You were just talking.
What up, Dovey?
She is chilling right now. You hear her? Yeah, if I'm on here chatting and I'm in the room, she'll just sit there and talk to me. All right. So we've been around the block tonight. Everybody's sleeping now.
Yeah,
Crypto's
Dominus doesn't look like it's sleeping. It looks like it's giving it one more shot. It's got a little chubby. It's ready for one more poke at it.
91.9. Doge, you're almost there, buddy. Doji. Get that 20 cents and I'll buy you. All right. Are we gonna witness a huge dump or pump? Probably Friday. Probably will experience both, to be honest with you. I don't know. Tomorrow could be interesting as well. Elon's active. Not that he talks about crypto at all, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting. There is some news about shutting down the government. How convenient would that be?
What side's gonna shut it down?
Democrats.
Do they have enough to even do so?
I don't know.
I don't think they do. That's the whole entire point of
Well,
the
Democrats.
majority rule, right? So I'm just saying, how are they going to shut it down? I show up to work, like, cool, sweet, fired. I'm kidding when I say that, but I'm like, is there something like legitimate with like all of them standing together or something?
I don't know. They're supposed to light a campfire and send smoke signals
They've
over
been
the
attempting
Starlink.
it with canes and everything, with canes and wizard hats.
I think it's only right that the Department of Government Efficiency, with all the money that they find, instead of giving us all checks, they just put it in the Doge coin.
You can tell Democrats seem like everybody's getting nervous. You can tell when people get nervous before they get caught, when they realize something's getting investigated. And you just tell how people are nervous as could be, freaking out and panicking. I never did nothing. It was like we never even said you did anything. But how are you? How you been? Like panic mode session, freak out mode. My whole bank account is from what you're looking at, but okay.
Somebody just oh man, X just makes me laugh, man. I'm starting to get delirious because I'm freaking tired because I've been going all day. Dude post, he's like, "Dear President Trump, can you please make Ethereum great again?" Oh god. Some of this stuff just cracks me up.
Yeah, I love X, man, because it's such an opinionated platform, and you're basically just allowed to have your opinion now. It's so great.
I know, and everybody's just taking full advantage of that. So if your timeline is set up like 50-50 just to see like a little bit about what's going on across the board, it's like, oh man, it's a circus. So much fun.
Free speech is something we kind of forgot about in the past 5 years to a decade. There's censorship and lack of capabilities to really let. America used to be a different place 15 years ago, man. People used to say whatever they wanted to, do whatever they wanted to, and not be like tossed out in the community for it. So, like in the community, people know who those people are and talk about it, but not like gone against, like in numbers. It's really weird. You don't like somebody, talk to them. Don't go behind their back, get everybody and your neighbors against the one guy to get him kicked off the block type thing. If you don't like the guy, go down and talk to him. You know what I'm trying to say? So go, I don't know.
I usually just call the homeowners association on them. Is that not standard practice?
I think the HOA doesn't even need to be there.
I'm
I
kidding.
think it
I'm
needs to
kidding. I
come
don't live in
directly.
an HOA, dude. I've never lived in that.
No, it's just one of those things that it's kind of one of those bullshit networks that, sorry my language, but you know what I mean? The fees you pay to do this, to do that. And it's like, come on, you kidding me? Where's this money all going to? If you really want to deep and dig and dive into it, Elon, go into HOA fees, where they all came from, where they went to, and you look at the top of the pyramid on that, and you're going to find something pretty interesting.
Ew.
What up, man?
Same shit, different toilet.
What's good, E-Man? How's it? What you cracking? What toilet you splitting? Cause what you got?
Oh man, I'm on that sideline duker.
All right. I don't know if you got any new Duker coins. I don't know, or ripping coins. I don't know, bro.
I'm on the sideline duker.
Chilling.
Looking real stable.
How did you actually do through all
concentrated.
those? Remember how you were doing your shorts and your longs, and you started going over your 75%, 25%? Did you make it through that solid?
Nothing. Spent a bunch of tires.
But you're still above water.
Couldn't decide which direction to go. Started going in both directions. Just
But with your stop
closed
limits, you're
everything.
still chilling with all your stop limit.
I just closed it all out when they got even, and I was done. Once that it ended on that morning when Trump announced those altcoin reserves. They ain't done much since then. Didn't trust this. Still don't trust this.
What are you feeling? What are you seeing? That's normally you've been feeling the market's pretty decent about what you're thinking, what you're seeing, where you want to enter, re-enter, or scoop
Cash.
from.
Cash.
You're gonna cash it. All right.
Straight
Yeah,
up
somebody
cash.
wasn't somebody else talking about cash earlier?
Drew. Me and Drew are in powder. I don't want a short. I don't want a long. I only want a short like at 95. Really 99. I don't want a long. So what can I do?
Wait for something you're comfortable to enter at and
Pretty much.
slowly increase your, if you're going to be doing futures, slowly increase your times, go from 2x to 4x to 8x as we rip up. Move your stop loss into that stop loss behind all your entries,
It'll come back down. It's not gonna keep. We know how it goes. It's not gonna keep going. Even when you think it is, it won't. They'll figure out a way to get it down. $92. Where are we at? Oh, we're at 92 now. Well, 92 used to be the support. Now it's the resistance. Let's see if they could actually get it to 95. Just watching. See, my plan was before Trump came out with them altcoin reserves and things started pumping up. I was in a long and a short, but my short was bigger than my long, and I was like, okay, well, things will come down, then I'll get out of the short, and then I'll have that. Then I'll have a lower liquidation, but it didn't work out that way. Things started to even up, and I was like, I'm done. Fuck all this. And I'm still at that point. You there?
Yeah, I was still here. I was taking a dab. Yo, G.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I quit.
4 months. Where you at?
No more for me. I'm still quit. I'm not going back. I'm having to tell friends when they come over, don't smoke, no smoking. People are looking at me crazy.
Bro, I'm
I
a
can't
little kid.
believe
I
it.
was like a little kid that had so much energy. I really do. Like, you know what I mean? I go out ride a snowboard every single day. I work every day. I do my thing. I trade. I have a lot of energy. So it's one thing that it kind of helps slow me down. It's one thing that's like, all right, at the end of the day, take a dab. Weed doesn't get me stoned. I can smoke a huge bowl bombs. Doesn't even barely do anything.
I know how it is.
Dab is just like, dab means business. Chillax, do the thing. Again, I don't need all the other stuff on tree. All the other stuff.
I mean, I know.
This one I just vaporize. I don't even combust it. There's no particles and pieces, and pipes have all those resin in them. That's not getting stuck to my lungs. It's a little different story.
I can't.
But the way I can get a bunch of the stuff I need in there.
Listen, I did it too long and too much. Like, I really didn't have any quitting for the 25 plus years. So
That's why you quit it. It was more of a habit than anything. It was more of
4
a
months.
daily
20. I got
habit
25
routine.
years, and then I got 4 months. So
It's an expensive daily routine once it gets to that point.
yeah, it was more than a daily habit. Yeah. Oh my God, 400 or 500 a month. Nah, it was putting a beating on me. I could feel it. I had to I just got too old and I had to stop.
I'm proud of you, man.
Mid-40s, bro.
Make moves in the right direction, bud.
I don't have nothing I don't have nothing against it. Obviously, I'm just telling you what I did.
No, it's one of those steps and stages, phases in life that you're just like, yeah, I'm good. Been there, done that.
How
I'll roll
could
you
I?
a fatty. Let me roll that thing for you. You know, let me show you how it's done.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I'm just past it. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Towards the end, I don't know. I just got tired of it, man. Done.
You realize that you could do something better with your fingertips, with your life, with your day, with your time, with your money. Once that kind of clicks and hits, it's like, I've been doing it this long? Damn. I put all that money I ever put into tree into something else. It's one of those mental relevances, and body appreciates it, your pocket appreciates it,
God.
everything appreciates it. It's just like, damn.
That's what I'm doing. I'm taking all my weed money and it's going into cash, and then see what I do. Even though it's only 400 a month. Oh well.
Yeah, smoking trees like getting
Fact of the matter.
liquidated. It's like blowing it up in smoke. Legit. Like you really think about it that way. I never looked at it like that, but you're right.
My God,
Smoking dabs ain't cheap. I'm just vaporizing
the
it
problem
into
is,
nothing.
if you got a lot of money, then that doesn't matter. I'm not gonna lie, that the loss that I took did factor into it a little bit. I kind of maybe blame it a little bit actually on that. I was a little disillusional.
Yeah, but once you
Making
come to a
bad
level of
choices.
self discipline like that, that's the biggest turning
Very
point. It's on your level of
lackadaisical.
self discipline. That's huge.
Yeah, I didn't have no discipline. Blunt. Well, I wouldn't discipline.
Nobody can tell you but yourself. That's why I call it self-discipline. It's like, do I really need to do this? And you ask yourself that question. Nobody
We'll
else
see what
asks you.
happens
It's
when
like
I get
somebody
my
else asks you the question, you're gonna smoke two of them. But when you ask yourself that question yourself, that's when the relevance comes around.
I was out of control. Flat out. I should have quit a long time ago.
Well, E-Man, I'm glad you quit now. I'm about to bounce.
right.
Hope everybody keeps it real. I don't know what market's gonna do. I think it might fill up the rest of this liquidation and come down.
You're in better shape. You can handle it. You ride bikes.
I just do
You're
something
probably
with my
more
day.
active than me. You're
That's all.
younger.
I'm just young, so I'm still young and doing it. I want to be in a deathbed laying there 80 years old saying I wish I could have, should have, would have done it. But I have done things and I am driving through stuff. It's the only reason that gives me the encouragement to truly do it. I mean, I'm 38 years old. It's still pretty young. I'm getting old, but if you don't get out there and do it, you're just bullshitting yourself. Today I'm over at a whole different mountain. I'm over closer to like Denver area. I'm riding a whole different mountain called Copper Mountain. Exploring a whole different place never been to. Today's my 98th day of riding in a row on a snowboard. I appreciate it. How many days I got left? Play with markets. Play with your backyard if you want. Go mow it. It's what you appreciate in life that matters the most to me. Once we start really appreciating stuff, everything becomes easy.
Yeah, I'm getting ready.
Whether you're rich, poor,
I got plenty of mowing to do. That's
you know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. You go outside, you feel good about mowing. It's natural levels of dopamine. It's
what
natural
I'm gonna
levels
get.
of endorphins that you release. It's things you naturally appreciate.
I got my yard is gargantuan.
Get out there. Go rip it. Go impress yourself.
Like
Go
my
get a
mowing
workout
takes
tomorrow.
like half my day.
Go get a bead of sweat. Go sweat your shirt out, dude.
That's just
Get your body. All those little cells in your body are all sitting there hoping, waiting, wishing they could get out there and go mow a lawn. You know what I'm saying?
not tomorrow. Not,
Mentally, you might not want to do it, but your poor body's like, yo, come on, let's get out there. Let's rip it.
not
Eat
yet.
well,
It's
you
too
sleep
cold.
well that night. You'll feel great the next day. Think about it. Natural
It's
levels of
coming.
endorphins and dopamines are tremendous on a mental level. To bring yourself back up to a normal feel.
Right.
Don't have to do the whole thing in a day, too. Go weed whack today. Go mow the next day. Don't overdo it.
Oh God. I'm getting ready. It's gonna be straight torture in the start because now I'm out of shape.
Longer
I'll
you wait,
work my
the
way into
harder
it.
it is. And once you get into that routine, you don't have to kill yourself to go out and mow the lawn, to tear down the bushes. No, just go out there and do it in a half hour and be like, yeah, boom. Give you something to do. Come in, take a shower, wash all that stuff off, feel great.
Joe, there's no lawn to mow. There's no lawn to mow. It just snowed.
Did really? How many inches? I know. Did you guys get some of that snow stuff that came over? We did. We got like
Done snowing
18 inches
again.
up here in the mountain. But it looks like it kind of came halfway across the country there at you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, we got it. But it's
How many inches did you get? You meant?
It's weak compared to what you get. It just came and now
Oh, like an inch or two. You guys get like a dusting or like an inch or two at least.
not enough because it's not warm enough to stick.
But it fell. You saw it flying.
It
See it on the
was.
cars,
It
on the
just
roof of
melted
the
off.
car
It's
until the
gone.
morning and the sun came up. Yeah.
The winds. The winds. It was crazy windy though.
Dude, we were up here in the mountains and it was just like literally it was like
My
80
power
mile
went
an hour
off
wind.
like 4 times and came back on.
Or it was that bad. You guys had power outage and everything?
How's your power grid? Is your power cut off when the wind?
No, all of our
Well,
power grids are down at the base of the
when the wind
mountains and
is
stuff.
like that, does your power go on and off?
Nope, most all of our important structures are buried in case we have any sort of wind
Power
and
lines don't
snow. We have
blow in the
snow.
the
We have
trees.
so much snow that they bury it. There's only a couple
Buried.
places that it brings it up into the mountains and stuff. On our main lines,
Okay.
we have our huge, like huge
I
cables
see.
that come from
They
up into the
don't
mountains.
do
Put
that
down like
here.
they kind of bury them once they get into all the towns and stuff, so we don't have any sort of power
Wow.
lines sticking up.
Missouri needs to start doing some burying because this shit is atrocious.
Because the whole country needs to properly update our
Power
systems.
going off 4
I
times
don't even
last
need to
night and coming
mumble
back
about
on.
this. You know how I mumble about it all the time. We need to update our systems across the
Why
board.
the hell are all? Why are the power lines so close to the trees?
I feel like half of the power lines.
Why are they constantly having to maintain?
You know how they're all. You know how
trim
our power
trees
lines are held up by like
that are
wood posts. I
messing
feel
with
like
power lines?
those wood posts are way older than the trees that are like next to them, like encroaching on them. So a lot of our systems that we used to do on important lines we take care of, but there's a lot of systems across the
Not over
board that
here.
are always. Those are the ones that are just growing on it without even any storm fall or anything that's fallen down, a big snowstorm or ice storm or windstorm. You know what I mean? We need to update our systems. This stuff is like literally, if you want to
relate back to it, this was created in the early 1900s. They're line systems. Line system, but just create a new technology.
Absolutely.
Put it lower. Bury it. Make it last for 100
Oh,
years.
it's bad.
Make it
It's bad over here.
overcapacited so we don't have power
It's all
outages.
wood poles in the
Design it
neighborhood.
for the next
You don't
150
see.
years and bury it. Don't just bury what is barely capable of supporting our system. No. Bury it with 150 years worth of capabilities of expansion on it, too. It's the ways and capabilities of expansion that our country really needs to reassess.
Yeah.
Start building homes.
They don't bury anything over here. The only time you ever see metal poles when you go to the main city streets that go up and down through the city, they have these giant metal poles that are like extremely high. They're like
Those are the
maybe,
ones that are carrying like the big, heavy,
I don't know,
massive
6, 7
voltage.
stories high. They're extremely high, maybe higher.
But what it's going to take to update those systems
Other than that, all wood poles everywhere in the whole city.
with like an old, you know, those big old transistors, those heavy things. It's like the big round thing,
More
and it's
money.
like bending the pole
They're
over. And the
cheap,
thing weighs like
asses. Don't want to
800
spend.
pounds up there. It's like, oh,
Yep.
you know what I mean?
Yep.
Thing snaps, thing hits the
Exactly
ground, the
what
whole
they got
neighborhood
on.
goes out. Then the guys show up with their new pole. They put the
start
new pole in the
exploding.
ground there. Yeah, you know what I mean though. And after it hits the ground, explodes, guys will be out there the next day. They do it 2 a.m. You know, it's like, shit's bust, bro.
Yeah. It's exactly what they do. Explode.
Because it is. Those transistors hold a lot of capacitance with a lot of electrons inside those. Either way,
I'm
anyways,
surprised that
I'm
didn't
out of here,
happen
you
last
mad.
night with how many times the power went off and came back on. All right.
Was it really a few times today? Did you have your power on like 3, 4 times that you said today?
That was last night. Not the there was no, the winds are gone now. It's quiet. Them winds last night were ridiculous.
I guarantee those winds knocking trees down on power lines. If they're cold and like you said, it almost snowed. When they're cold like that and the wind blows, those things crack and crunch pretty easy.
As long as that big ass oak tree doesn't hit my house, I'm good.
So you said your house is super old and it's got a bunch of nice old trees and everything on the property.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm looking for some type of.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If it doesn't fall in this season, like next year, you
the
like
trees
look up
around
at
the
like,
house
all
are
right,
old.
are we gonna trim this sucker down? If
Trees,
I don't
trees.
want this to come down on it next year, what do we do?
Yeah, I got full coverage insurance, but I don't want to deal
Do you
with.
like the tree? Do you love the tree?
Some trees, some limbs broke. Luckily, they didn't hit the house. They fell in
No,
the
man.
yard.
You ever think about? You ever actually like if you ever put that on like
I'm not cutting it. I
Craigslist?
feel so guilty. It's a
No, if you love it, it's a beautiful tree. You also can offer like somebody if you did need to cut it down, be like if it is an old
No, I don't want to.
hardwood tree like that, be like they would come over and like almost pay you to do it. Be like, yo, can we have this tree if you let us have it? And they'll come and take it down and out of the way for you. But they'll like literally pay you to take the tree down. If it's a nice, beautiful, old, good, solid wood tree.
Oh,
Good
they're not
hardwood
taking
tree.
this. It's a walnut tree.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like a beautiful old walnut.
It's probably about 160-year-old walnut tree.
Oh, leave that sucker there. Just get it out of the way so it doesn't. Things that are going to come down if they ever do damage to the house or something. But keep most of it.
It's probably about. Let me see. It's probably about 10 feet away from my driveway on the side of my house. It's actually hell. Can't even park your car in the driveway, or unless you want to have hail dents all over it in the summer. walnuts dropping, hitting your house. All you hear is boom, 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 boom on the roof.
It's that tree telling you, get out of my way. When you guys gonna get out of here?
Squirrel.
I'm kidding. Or do you do
Squirrels are
anything with those walnuts, or is it all the squirrels that always go
squirrels are
take them
fat,
before anything?
feasting. Squirrel.
And then they come and bring them up into your attic, and then
Hell
you
nah,
store them
these
up in
things.
there, bro.
They're having a buffet out there. Squirrels, mouses. They're bringing it. Yep, they're storing it up in my attic, making meal moss. It's just.
Even is the house brick too? Is it
I
like
deal with it
old
till I
made out of
sell
like
it.
an
Maybe I'll
old
sell
like
the
a
property
stone
one
or a
day.
brick outside, or is it a wood? Is
Yeah,
it is it a stone like a stone
it's
or old brick? Like how
limestone foundation.
Okay. Yeah, I mean
Yes,
some of
it's
those bigger,
limestone
older, nice
foundation,
houses
and
were
then
like
bricks on top of that, built all the way up to the.
second story. Then you got nice
Oh, it's
beams and
big and
girders
nice,
that go
and the
across.
bricks go all the way up to the second floor, and then
Yeah.
it's still got.
Did you ever look into
And it's got
the
the
whoever owned
stucco,
it?
original stucco, still in good shape up to the third floor.
Did you ever look into who actually like owned it and the story behind the whole like family and when it
No,
was built and
and I'm on
everything?
the third floor right now.
Word, you really should. That would be something that you probably find pretty interesting if you actually looked up like
I
when it
haven't
was
gone that
built,
far back into the records.
or if you can go to like a lot of times like your town or your city will have all the records
Oh, they
on
were
that
rich.
house and everything. So you can do a little bit of research and you'd be probably pretty surprised.
Yeah, I could probably search the city records.
When was it built?
Well, you see, the thing is, they won't consider this house historic because it's not in 1931.
Yeah, once it was in the 30s, it's not quite historic. It's not in the same district, probably too. You know what I mean? How they always put in those historic districts, and if it's not in
No,
the
it's
right,
historic. They just don't consider houses in. You have to be in a nice area to be considered
that's what I'm
historic. You're
saying.
not considered
Those
anything over here historic
bullshit
for
like,
some
and
reason.
they kind
Even
of like
though it's the same exact property. See,
exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like those historic districts have kind of been zoned off now to only like explicit zones. It's like,
well,
what
the way they do it
talking
over
about?
here is
This is part of the town. That's what I'm saying. If you do research, that guy probably owned the street that all the historic houses around. We're friends with them all, you know.
well, yeah, I live right next. This house is exactly the same as the houses that people paying close to $1 million for, which is probably about 10 minutes away. They're all the same houses over there, except I'm on the other side of what they call the dividing line, which is actually called, I guess, the race line. And they put the blacks on this side and then the wealthy people on that side. But when Martin Luther King was assassinated, they had race riots, and all the wealthy white people in this area fled, and then this became a black area. But even though now it's reversing now, and now it's becoming a mixed area, and even less and less blacks are here. It's crazy. Like to the point where now it's like
In a lot of
probably
those
below
older
half,
cities, you had you really do before the city was
and
ever
the
properly
prices
fully
shot way
developed.
the hell up.
There's all kinds of older houses from the original 1930s and 40s and stuff. And as the cities developed, they're kind of quadranted and like sectioned off, and there's different areas and different zones. And through the 50s and 60s and 70s, those zones changed. And you know, it's like it you're right though. The way you actually were just kind of explaining, you're like it's either like north or
Oh,
south, and it either
it
became like
changed.
this or
It
that in the
went from
cities across the
rich
board.
in the 30s. This was rich over here. And
Oh yeah,
then
that's what I'm
the
saying. Those big
riots happened
houses,
when the
things were
king was
spread. Yeah.
assassinated, and then it became the
Only a few
ghetto.
people had
And
cars.
now,
Yeah.
it's kind of in the middle, but going the right way. But the funny thing is, I'm like right across from the wealthy people, and they're right on the other side of me, and I can go to all the things that they go to: restaurants, plaza, whatever, everything, Cheesecake Factory, all the high end shit. Like, it's literally right there. It's funny. I did it on purpose though. Because I knew I can get in here on the edge for nothing, especially back then.
But it's weird how they've like
And then watch the
updated
property
and
value go from like,
futurized their northern section up there, if you will. You know what I mean? They've kind of like futurized that place, and it's just like right on the other side of like the
oh,
community
they're
borders.
changing it. I got
But you do have developments of other stuff and other.
Chase Bank coming in over here in the
Yeah,
corner.
dude, they're gonna be pouring in. You'd be surprised that the banks own half of those properties around there on that side.
Well,
They've just been
they're
patiently
trying
waiting,
to, but it's kind of
to expand it over that way.
there's something going on. Well, what happened is Trump put that rule. It was called just distress area or something like that. Trump called it, and all the wealthy people came in here because there was no capital gains to fix the property and flip it. So they went nutso on that.
Yeah, but how long were all those being
So
held?
now,
Nobody in them
all that's
sat on
left
it.
is the original homeowners that wouldn't give up their properties.
Yeah. People that truly still own it,
Yeah,
not black,
yeah.
not
No, I'm
BlackRock.
not complaining. I'm all for it. It took my.
You know how many properties
The
in
thing
your area
is, there's
probably
not.
are owned
That's
by
all that's
BlackRock?
left is the people that wouldn't give up their homes. They were homeowners, and then there's probably a whole bunch. I don't know by them, but companies for sure that are turning them into rentals. And now the minimum rents are between 1,500 and 2,000 a month now.
Damn, really? That's pretty high.
And back when I came out here, you can get rents for like 700 a month.
$400, 400 to 700, whatever you need, we got
Yeah,
you.
it's been psycho out here, dude. I'm telling you, you wouldn't. But that's what it started at out here. Now that's over with. My property value,
the
I
board.
sold this.
That's
I
the
swear to
whole
God,
thing.
I bought the
It's
house
not
for
just there.
$5,000, and
Man,
now
it's
it's
not just
appraising
there.
for over $3.
Yeah, man, it's really not
It's
just there.
It's
It's across
appraising
the
for
board.
over 300 grand, and it's going up still.
I think that's why Trump's like, "Yo, get out of here.
It's
We need
everywhere.
prices to come down."
Like, it's ridiculous. Like how much
We got
money
a
I'm
place to
gaining.
live.
In the meantime, I pulled the 100K. The 100K that I shitted was pulled out of this, and I'm sitting here still like laughing because the property value is still going up.
You're chilling,
So I
but
took the
10
100 off of it, but the damn thing's gonna go up to probably 400K, and I paid 5K for it. It's a waste, but at least I guess I could look at it like that, since I got
Yeah,
it
but
for
you
5K.
probably have had to put quite a bit into it, time and effort
Seems
and money
crazy, but
too.
it's the truth.
That's so dope, bud. Keep your head up.
I probably got 35 in it. Oh,
How long
I'm
you
doing
been? How
like
long you been there for?
33. Let's see, 35,000 times 10.
How long you been there for, you man?
Like 15 years now.
Yeah, so look at it that way. All right, so divide those 15 years by that 35
About
G's you
15
put
years or
into it.
so.
You know what I mean? You put in 35 G's, been there for 15 years. That's $2,000 a year you put into it. It times 10 from what you put into it and what you invested into it. You're chilling. So even if it was at 300, you're still chilling. but it's
Nah,
still
that's the
rising,
only thing
right?
they say. And rising, that's the ridiculous thing. Yeah, I killed it. That's what's. It's a shame that I gotta sit back and look at that to justify what I did, but it's
It,
what it is.
and EMAD, no matter what
At
happens,
least I can do that. Some people can't.
you still got a roof over your head. That's what matters most, bud.
I still won. I still won, and I have another one too. I have one that I paid $6,500 for, and now I got things coming in the mail saying that I want to buy your house, and they want to offer me $250,000.
265, it's yours. Let's meet tomorrow.
I took advantage of a situation that was so ridiculous back then. No, I got my mother living in it.
I was gonna say you gotta have
She's
somebody
elderly.
live. You gotta have some tenants in that sucker.
Can't do that to her.
Is it close to? Are you able to go see
I
mom
got
or
my
help her
mother
out all
living
the
in it
time?
for free.
That's the way to do it,
Type of
amigo.
guy I am.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, bro. Or is she
Yeah,
close to? Are you able to
yeah,
go help
all
her
the
out and
time.
everything too?
She's just living there for free, and yeah, she comes back and forth. She's still driving.
Heck
She's,
yeah, mom's
she's
still
70
good.
something.
Heck yeah, she's still driving, does her own thing. Can't ask for much more than that.
But
most people are taking care of their parents now, and
one
parents
day,
can't
one
drive
day
and
when
can't
she's
even wipe their ass half the time. So
when her time.
that's awesome. Your mom's 70 and still driving, does her thing. It's awesome, bud.
I'll be all right. End of the day, I'll be all right.
You guys ever use your like, yo, mom, we need you to come over and babysit the kids. We're going out for dinner or something.
But I done some stupid things. Yeah, I don't do that too much to her, but I could. I don't really go out much.
Do all the kids love her?
I don't have a spleen, so I'm funky about being around people.
No, I know if you had like the
Oh
kids
yeah,
actually
my
love
son used to
grandma
go
and
there
like
every
everything.
weekend.
Yeah, that's what matters most.
Oh yeah, she's very active. She's old, but she's not old to where the point where
Yeah,
she has
that's
to
what I'm
be
saying.
taken
Like you're
care
still
of.
in a good boat, bro. Like
So
mom's doing her thing still.
enjoying her
She's
life.
chilling.
She's got plenty of. I think she'll be good until like 90. She's doing really good. Health is good. She's moving around. I think she could do 90. She got another 25 years, 20 years.
I think Bitcoin might want to do one last rip up this way.
That's how I look at things.
If not, I
Long
think it's
term.
going to break down the lower vectors.
Hopefully I can. That's what I'm trying to see. Like, man, I'm tempted to get a short end, but it's under the bullish trigger. The thing is, it came over it, and
At least wait
I
for
was hoping it was going to
95.
reject it, but it didn't.
Wait till we're done with liquidations.
I know you're
95 to
long.
95. No, I'm
That's what
saying
I
you
was.
with a short. If I were to do a short, I'd be like, all right, if I'm going to start entering shorts, I'd be like, yeah, I'd wait a little bit. 93.5, 90, 93.5, tip 95.5 is really where I'd be focusing on putting in the short if I was going to do it. But watching how quickly things are coming up, where money's coming into the market, you've gotten good at this. But what are the things you're watching when this is happening and you're getting ready to enter?
Yeah, it could just shoot from 95 to 99.
Exactly, and leave you in the dust. It's like, oof.
Oh, I'm well aware that
for
99 is the real resistance.
Instead of trying to jump into it before news comes
I
out,
didn't forget about that, but it's crazy how
at
we're
this
all the
point,
way
anyway.
back up here already in the 90s.
Remember the movie Karate Kid?
Just the other day, everything was over and we were going to 74.
Remember the movie Karate Kid?
who's to say that that's not coming back? That 74.
Exactly. Remember the movie
It's
Karate
that
Kid,
volatile,
where
man.
the
It's
where there's the Japanese guy that was teaching the karate. Remember Karate Kid movie? He says, "Wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off."
yeah.
And the kid goes over there and he's trying to figure out how to like polish a car. And he's like, I get what you're saying. He's like, I don't care. Wax on. You know what I'm trying to say? So I feel like we're in like the wax on, wax off position, but we're getting pretty close to understanding the principle of the wax on, wax off here before we sweep up into our next leg of bull markets. So
That shit's crazy, man.
it's listening to yourself. It's looking at what's in front of us, not getting too far ahead of yourself or too far ahead of what's right in front of us either.
That's what I'm not trying to do. I'm looking at it like this. You got 99, and then we got 92. And we're right at the 92 because I didn't forget about that range. So now is 92 going to become the resistance, or are we going to get above it and it's going to become support again?
Oh, I see support down at like
You forget about
83
that
as we
range.
bust through the CME close and then like back down to like that's where I see true support. But the flip on it, I think, is happening sooner. I
I
think
mean, if
that
we can get
big
up to
guys,
95, then
then all those longs that are down below us will start actually taking profits, and there's nothing to come down and clear and
yeah, but they're
liquidate.
so
So
freaking dirt.
big market maker, what does he do? He keeps driving it up. He has to find an ideology where people are ready to start putting money back into the market. They tried down
I
lower,
don't know,
maybe
man.
so much money came into it. Might as well try up higher. Go out, clear the rest of the liquidations all up to 105,000 to 120. Why not? They can release whatever news they want, get everybody pumped, get everybody stoked. People will be selling stuff. People go and putting in their change jars for whatever they can.
What did we
Right
go
now,
down?
there's
We
no
went down to 80. We came down to 80. So the question is, was 80K enough for them to reaccumulate and be ready to send it back over 100 and beyond? I don't know if it is. They're that greedy. What they did before with that Ethereum, what was that exchange? Whatever.
Yeah, I
They had
remember
the
what you're saying,
Ethereum
the
hack
hack
on
thing
whatever
and the
whatever the
1.8 bill, yeah.
freaking exchange was. Bybit. That happened. It
Either way,
happened
that was
right
all
at
bullshit
99.
negative news.
Then there was a little dip, but they really couldn't get what they want, and then
Look at everything. Look what
they
CZ was
cheated,
doing.
and
Look
Binance
at what
came out and did their dirt, and then they started selling, and then they got it down.
remember the CZ tweets, all that, everything, bud.
And
Like all that.
that type of behavior right there is why, to me, right, and it shows you the power that they have to really just make the chart do whatever the hell they want when they want, and the TA is good and dandy until they start doing stuff like that, and they're going to get their way no matter what. So, with that being said, is 80K enough for them to come down, for them to reaccumulate and send it all the way? Because they're that greedy. I don't know if it is. That's how I'm looking at it. So I'm still at that point now, 99K. Okay. Is that psychological that they don't want to go over because they know when it goes over 100, because they were already at that point, they wouldn't let it do it. They're like, oh, we're going to give you 92, then we're going to give you 99. We're going to keep playing that. They played it, and eventually they did that shit with the buy
Scared
bit and
everybody down to the
the sell
retracement,
off
the
after they couldn't
possible
get buy bit
retracement into
hardcore.
lower 70s. Remember the scare out back down to low 70s expected retracement? Of course.
And and that's what I was looking for.
Exactly why you were in that boat with a
Yeah, I
lot of
was
big
expecting it, and
traders
they
that were
kind of
ready
got
to make a
over on me
lot of
on
money.
that, and now that's why I'm not in any
You know how many of
position.
those, you know, many traders just like yourself are sitting on the sidelines patiently waiting right now? Now, what does
Yes, I
market
was.
maker want to do? Pulling it further and further away from all those people he
Well,
pushed
the
out
thing
of the
is,
boat that were smart traders. He knew he kind of pushed them outside the boat, said,
that's fine.
wait for us to come back kind of thing. But it's like, when are you going to come back? Do I got to wait for you in the bear market here? You gonna leave me in the water?
Yeah, but I wouldn't put it past.
They tossed you a
No,
life jacket? I don't
I
know. You
wouldn't
know,
put
it's
it
like
past them doing it again, though, man. That's the thing.
every time I usually sell, market
Okay,
makers drive without me. Anytime I
no, I
sell,
was short and long. They just wasted my time.
it's a rough one. Anytime you
Anyway,
buy, market makers just go, whoops, sorry about that.
I was short and long. I was waiting for the. I wanted the short to play out. It didn't play out, and then they did that bullshit, and then I just had to end everything. And the long went up, but the short was ruined, and everything kind of evened out, and I was like, "Fuck it," and I'm done.
So
So
think about
now
it. Get ready for your retracement. Think
up
about
here, I
what you want to
can't do
do for if
anything.
you want
Can't
to
go
enter a
long.
short.
Can't go short.
Think we might be getting up here. Dominance is driving down.
Yeah, that's not
If we
until
bust through
95
this,
at least. It
so
ain't now.
think
It's
about it.
95, 99.
Start with a smaller
So
magnitude.
I'm at
Go
this
with a
point. I'm
2x. What if
almost
you
like,
started
just
with a 2x
go
right
ahead
now?
and send it to 99.
Go with a 2x right now with a closed stop limit. If it drops further, put it to a
So
4x.
I might as well just go spot. Might as well go spot. Screw it.
Let it rip.
No, I don't want to. I want 99.
Exactly. See what I'm saying?
95 to
Patience.
99. Then I'll
Patience is a
think about
virtue.
that short there.
So many people act on what they're feeling. I'm
And
glad how patient
I
you've
don't want
become.
to, and I don't.
So see exactly
Yep,
what you're
I'm
saying.
doing
He's so
patience.
close.
Period. Right now, I'm done. And they run my play already.
At least wait out for a final retap on this upper top. Fill that vector gap at least. Like 93.
They'll figure out a way to get it down if they want to. But either way, if they don't want to do that, then send it to 99 then. Either way, one of the two. Either send the damn thing to 99 or come out with your dirty tactics and send that shit all the way back down to 80 again.
All right,
Because I
90
know
med.
they'll do
I'm out.
anything. They'll pull out any stop, any trick, any news.
90 med. I'm
Yep.
out. Good luck,
Yep.
bud.
All right.
See what it does from here. Made our prediction. Let it rip. Work on stop losses. That's what I got to work on. Can't wait to wake up and see dominance down in the 50s. That'd be dope. Really though, peace out, E-Man. I didn't mean to cut you off there when I was like, I'm out. Do the thing, but everybody has a good night. Do the thing. Be patient. You know what you're doing. Getting good at it.
Oh yeah, dump it, dominance. Dump it. The diggity. Drop it. Money coming in. Let's go, alts.
Look at dominance dropping nice.
No, that's what I just mumbled a little bit ago. Going to bed again, like I said, but that dominance trigger thing. It's like, uh oh. I like to see dominance go down and market cap go up. That'd be dope. Oh yeah, dominance. You poke that magnet. You go poke that U-shaped angle. Go poke that cavity. Drive it in there. Drive it down there. Market cap. Drive it down there. Money's coming into something. Not quite like big Bitcoin. Maybe it's coming to stables at this point. Before news released, or they're scooping up some stuff down this way, guys. Come on, 59. I hope I ever sleep in the world. I'm at 59% market dominance is what I was referring to. I'm just driving hard.
You guys remember the .com bubble? When there was like way too many .coms created. They're all getting bought up and sold out. You ever compare all of our bullshit coins, all these things that just come out per day? Instead of being like the .com bubble, pretty similar to being a crypto bubble. It's just not quite inflated all the way yet. Like we're in the stages of computers. When computers went from like 3.5 floppies to the CD-ROMs in a solid state, and people stopped using CD-ROMs whatsoever. Didn't even come on laptops, nothing. Look at an entire aspect. Where are we at on the timeline? Kinda makes you laugh. If you really look at it in a higher, larger time frame. Well, we sure think we're right at the forefront of everything that's about to happen, which we are. And in 5 years from now, we'll laugh back at what we're doing now. One day at a time. Like I always say, patience. Or Karate Kid says, wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax off.
90,000. Let's see it. Let's see if that demand vector wants to smack off it. Maybe by that time, markets will start opening. Dig into that Thirsty Thursday. See what people are thinking. Either way, we're still hanging in there. Dominance just keep driving down. Pretty please. Like if I could put like something in my stocking next Christmas, be like Bitcoin dominance to go down in my stocking, Santa. What do you want under the tree? Not Bitcoin. But I really do want Bitcoin probably more than anything by next Christmas. Out of all my alts, out of all my bullshit, Christmas next year, probably be full in Bitcoin. Or most in Bitcoin. Good things take time.